My CEO wife suddenly filed for divorce just because her white moonlight came back. She coldly threw me a check for 5 million and made me disappear from her sight forever. I was ecstatic inside, but pretended to be heartbroken on the outside. Annie-chan, you can let me go, but you have to pay more. Soon, 9 million arrived. I raised my lips slightly, suppressed a smile that was harder to control than AK, picked up my luggage and left in style. I completely blocked all her contact information. Soon, fate opened a new door for me. Eve, the female president of Xingyu Entertainment, personally invited me to enter the entertainment industry. From then on, I was no longer a stand-in, but the one and only Frank. Until one day, at a grand party, Annie saw with her own eyes a woman who was more beautiful than her holding my hand. She completely lost control, argued with the other party, and was eventually sent to the police station. Eve smiled coldly. Frank, you are mine now. However, and began to feel uneasy, and her white moonlight Richard, seeing that she was obsessed with me, was jealous and secretly planned something. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and if you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. Frank, the 5 million has been transferred to you. Consider it my compensation for you over the years. Please sign this divorce agreement. And lightly placed a check in front of me, pointed to the divorce agreement that had been prepared on the side, and said lightly. I sat quietly on the sofa, looking down at the divorce agreement in front of me, replaying every detail of the past few years in my mind. Finally, I took a deep breath and made up my mind silently. Then, I raised my tear-stained face and looked at Anne with resentful eyes. Sister Anne, for the past 3 years, you have always treated me as Richard's substitute, right? I asked her in a choked voice. Although my heart was filled with disgust, my expression looked extremely painful, and nodded coldly and responded to me mercilessly. Yes, I married you just because you look like Richard. There was no fluctuation in her eyes, as if she was talking about an insignificant matter. I lowered my head and looked at the 5 million check on the table, trying hard to suppress my excitement. 5 million. This is the number I have always dreamed of. It seems that she really spared no expense to be with Bai Yueguang. I pretended that my hands were shaking slightly, and my body was shaking unconsciously. At that moment, I felt that the value of 5 million instantly overwhelmed everything. You've never loved me all these years, have you? I spoke again, my voice trembling slightly, trying to make myself look even sadder, and replied calmly, yes, the person I love is always Richard. Her attitude was so decisive, as if I had never left any trace in her life. I lowered my head again, swallowed gently, and felt the sadness coming like a tide. I know she wants to see me broken and in pain, but I can't let her do that. I was ecstatic inside, but pretended to be heartbroken on the outside. Annie-chan, you can let me go, but you have to pay more. Soon, 9 million arrived. Finally, I stood up, picked up the black pen next to me, and quickly signed my name. I put the pen down, and at that moment my tears flowed down uncontrollably. My tears dripped onto the divorce agreement, as if carrying some meaning. On the surface, I tried to remain calm, but in my heart, I felt like I had let go of a heavy burden. Mr. Chun, I wish you happiness and success. I walked out of the villa with a trembling voice. But in my heart, I couldn't help but secretly praise myself for this perfect performance. As I walked out of Annie's sight, I gradually felt relieved. Outside the villa area, the Chin family servants looked at me with pity and whispered to each other, but I didn't care. My steps became more brisk, and the corners of my mouth rose unconsciously. I raised my lips slightly, suppressed a smile that was harder to control than AK, packed my luggage and left quickly. I also completely blocked all her contact information. When I walked out of the villa area, I couldn't help laughing and whispered to myself, 9 million. I have never seen so much money in my previous life. Xiao Xia, this is 9 million. It's incredible. I looked at the check in my hand and couldn't believe my good luck. Xiao Xia flew around me with his furry chestnut head and said mischievously, dear, 9 million can be exchanged for 9 points. Do you want to exchange? Bah, are you kidding me? 9 million for only 9 points. This is robbery. I rejected its offer without hesitation, thinking that I should keep the money first. Then, I deleted all of Annie's contact information in one go, blocked her, and quickly called a car to leave. Xiao Xia, tell me, what should we do next? I asked Xiao Lizi on my shoulder. You now have 2 tasks to choose from. Xiao Xia's voice was a little excited. The first is to let Annie chase you and experience the plot of you run away and she chases, and finally you two will get married. The second is to find a partner who is better than her and make her regret leaving you. Which one do you choose? Is there any need to ask? Of course, the second one. I chose task 2 without hesitation, and I no longer had any feelings for Annie in my heart. If you choose successfully and complete the task, you will get 100 points. Come on. Xiao Xia encouraged me with its delicate tone. Only 100 points, so little? I couldn't help but frown, feeling a little bit worthless. But Xiao Xia quickly explained the use of points, telling me that every point can be exchanged for 1 million renminbi and can also be exchanged for other useful things. In order to help you complete the task successfully, the system will also provide some free assistance. Xiao Xia said with a hint of comfort in her tone. I nodded. The rewards from this system seemed quite substantial. Just as I was about to continue chatting with it, a white Mercedes-Benz suddenly stopped beside me. The window rolled down, and a short-haired beauty stuck her head out and asked, Hello, is this the last number 3284? I didn't expect the driver to be a short-haired beauty, but she was wearing a slim-fitting white shirt and suit, and an expensive watch on her hand. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like a professional DD car driver. Yes. I nodded, opened the back door, and got in. Handsome boy. Are you going to Xingyu Entertainment Company? Xia Qinglan looked back at me and saw that my face was a little gloomy and my eyes were slightly red, as if I had been crying. She couldn't help but ask, Are you heartbroken? There was a hint of surprise in her tone, and it was obvious that she couldn't believe that such a handsome boy would be hurt by a woman. Yes. I responded to her coldly and continued to look out the car window, but I was thinking in my heart, what a strange concern. Xia Qinglan continued driving, occasionally glancing at me through the rearview mirror, and seemed to be becoming more and more interested in me. She looked at my face, her slightly red eyes making me look a little helpless, and thought to herself, Isn't this the standard image of a national husband? You look good. Are you interested in becoming a star? She suddenly handed me a business card. I looked at the card and was not surprised. After all, she was the agent of Xingyu Entertainment, but she was not very reliable for me to sign the contract so easily. Don't look at me as a new employee. My professional ability is not bad at all. Seeing that I didn't say anything, she hurriedly explained. I am confident that people like you can become famous after training. I was silent for a while, thinking that maybe this was an opportunity for a breakthrough. After all, I had a mission to complete. Do you want to go to Xingyu Entertainment to audition? I can guarantee that you will be signed. As soon as she finished speaking, she was full of confidence. Then can you take me to meet Eve? I asked directly. Eve, the president of Xingyu Entertainment, although we have met before, the purpose of my coming here is not just to sign a contract. You want to see her? She was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting me to mention the president directly. The car arrived at Xingyu Entertainment Company very quickly. I got out of the car, thanked her, and then called her. Hello, Eve. This is Frank. Eve was obviously a little surprised. She stood up with a hint of disbelief in her eyes. You and are divorced? She was obviously shocked by my decision. Yes, her white moonlight is back. I responded indifferently. Eve frowned, looking a little confused. I know, an S situation. Her obsession with Richard is incomprehensible. There was a hint of sympathy in her tone. I didn't say much, but I felt relieved. After all, I now have my own choice. I have nowhere to go if you don't go back on your promise. She was stunned for a moment, then took out a bunch of keys from the drawer and handed them to me. What I said counts. You can live in the villa in Hitanguri community anytime. I took the key and couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Eve is much warmer than Anne. Her temperament is gentle and elegant, which is in sharp contrast to, and is cold and domineering. There's some money in this card. You can go relax and buy some things. She handed me a bank card, her tone gentle and caring. I shook my head. I can't take these. I'll pay the rent for where I live. You're welcome. I don't need this little money. Eve smiled and forced the card into my hand. If it weren't for you in the accident 2 years ago, I might have died. I was a little stunned. The assassination incident did hurt me, but her words made me feel a warmth I had never felt before. Eve's generosity made me not know how to respond, so I could only accept her kindness silently. Eve, I actually have something else I want to talk to you about. I finally spoke, getting straight to the point. I want to sign a contract with Xingyu Entertainment. Huh. Eve was stunned for a moment after hearing what I said, with a hint of confusion in her eyes, as if she couldn't believe what she heard. She repeated, her eyes full of uncertainty, and she looked me over again. I know what she is thinking. Although I am already 23 years old, My natural youthfulness makes me look like a 17 or 18-year-old boy. I have fair skin, delicate features, clear eyes, and a slender but slightly thin figure. The loose white shirt makes it look a little ill-fitting. Eve nodded slightly, as if silently commenting on my appearance, and was probably thinking that although I looked good, the competition in the entertainment industry was about more than just appearance. I want to sign a contract with you at Xingyu Entertainment. I confirmed again, my eyes firm, not hiding my determination at all. I understand that the entertainment industry is not easy for any newcomer, especially a stand-in like me. I know I don't have extraordinary musical talent, but at least I have a good voice, outstanding looks, and can sing. These are enough for me to gain a foothold in this industry. Frank, Eve frowned slightly. She looked at me, as if she was puzzled by my decision. The competition in the entertainment industry is far more intense than you think. I know her worries, but I am also confident. Although I didn't graduate, I did well in Shanghai Theater Academy. I want to give myself a chance. I can't help but think that if I hadn't been fascinated by Annie, maybe I would have made a name for myself in the entertainment industry. Eve's eyes flashed with a complex feeling, as if she felt sorry for my choice. She knew that I could have a better future, but I was deceived by Anne's hypocritical love and missed the opportunity. Besides, I want to prove that I am not anyone's substitute. I am the one and only Frank. I looked at her calmly, my eyes full of determination. Her eyes were fixed on mine, and she seemed to be moved by my determination. At that moment, her eyes were a little blurry, as if she saw the confident and sunny boy back then. In fact, when she first met me, I was still a student at Shanghai Theater Academy. At that time, she came to the school to select artists in person, and she also took a fancy to me and thought I had potential. But at that time, I was only concerned with my studies and did not make close friends with her. It was not until that banquet later that we met again. I, who had already lost myself in love, completely ruined my future. Okay, I can sign you. Eve finally agreed. But how far you can go depends on you. I looked at her gratefully and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. My smile instantly brightened, and a light flashed in my eyes that could not be ignored. Eve seemed shocked by my smile. She was slightly stunned. Although she was usually calm, she was a little upset at this moment. I will arrange someone to take you to complete the signing procedures later. You can have a rest here. She left the office in a hurry. Looking at her back, I couldn't help thinking that this female president was indeed decisive and efficient, and she worked faster than anyone else. I waited in the rest area for a while, and soon I saw a tall figure. Xia Qinglan came in with documents, and it seemed that she was here to pick me up to handle the contract formalities. She looked like she had just received the task, and her eyes were a little excited. Are you Frank? She looked at me, obviously interested in this newcomer who had just signed the contract. After all, signing a newcomer with potential was a big breakthrough for her. Handsome boy, how did you get the CEO to sign a Class B contract for you? Xia Qinglan asked curiously as she took me to sign the contract. She was obviously surprised. After all, new artists usually can only sign Class C contracts, and Class B contracts are not so easy to get. Of course, this is the result of my own hard work. I answered with a smile. I didn't feel there was anything to be modest about. After all, I had enough confidence in myself. Xia Qinglan looked at me and raised her eyebrows, obviously not quite believing it. Although I admit that you are handsome, the entertainment industry is not short of handsome men and beautiful women. I don't think you can charm the president. Besides, I see that you look so weak. How can you have any strength? She looked me up and down. Indeed, I was tall and slender, but a little too thin. Even she couldn't help frowning. I felt a little helpless, thinking of how and always said that I looked better when I was thinner, but I ended up like this. I don't want to be so thin. But what can I do? Forget it, lunchtime is almost here. Let's go have a nice meal first. I'll treat you. Xia Qinglan didn't seem to want to dwell on this issue anymore and generously took me out for a meal. To be honest, apart from the 9 million check from and I haven't received any money from other places, and I don't plan to use the card Eve gave me. We walked to a 5-star hotel, and Xia Qinglan confidently recommended the food there. The braised sea cucumber, chicken with hundreds of flowers, and pork with preserved vegetables are all good, but a little expensive. I'll take you here after I get paid. She said this, but ended up taking me to a food stall next door. I could only shake my head helplessly. Is this her way of treating guests? While we were eating barbecue, a luxury car drove by. I was familiar with that car, and the woman sitting in the car window was Annie. When she and the handsome man in the car looked at us, I knew that Annie had recognized me. The car stopped in front of a 5-star hotel, and it got out with a man. Upon closer inspection, the man looked a bit like me. He was N's love interest, Richard, and looked at the food stall where we were sitting, frowning slightly, obviously a little confused. But she was quickly pulled by Richard, who seemed not to want to disturb us, and continued to walk into the hotel. I looked at their backs, and suddenly I felt a little complicated. Did Annie care about me, or did she just treat me as her substitute? Her expression told me that things were not as easy as she appeared. Xiao Lan was eating mutton skewers at the side, and suddenly found that I snatched her last skewer, and her eyes widened in surprise. I didn't expect that you, who look so fragile, eat as much as I do. She thought I would control my diet, but I didn't expect that I was just like her, eating like a whirlwind. I wiped the oil from the corners of my mouth and thought she was quite interesting and casual, which made me feel very comfortable. Okay, I'll treat you next time. I patted her shoulder and said with a smile. After all, the food I can eat now is really limited, so I don't need her to treat me. Xiao Lan looked at me with disdain. Forget it, you don't have much money, so you should try to produce some works. When you become famous, I can get more commission from your salary. I smiled, and in my mind I'd already started thinking about how to accumulate popularity faster. After all, this is the most important thing. In this entertainment industry, it is not just about appearance and luck. Xiao Lan and I walked back to the company, chatting and laughing. Xingyu Entertainment Company was not far from here and could be reached on foot, which saved Xiao Lan a lot of gas money. When I passed by the five-star hotel, I inadvertently glimpsed and Richard sitting in a corner on the first floor of the hotel near the street. The one-way glass of the hotel allowed people outside to only vaguely see what was going on inside, but not outside at all, and was sitting very close to Richard, clearly engrossed in her food. Suddenly, Anne's eyes swept over us, and although it was only a brief moment, she saw Xiao Lan and I walking by, chatting happily, not at all like the sad look of someone who had just divorced. Seeing this scene, Annie's face changed slightly, and a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. She seemed to be holding the chopsticks tightly with some force, as if she was trying hard to suppress the fluctuations in her heart. Richard sat opposite her, with his back to us. He suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. He couldn't help but look up at the source, just in time to meet Anne's gloomy face. Seeing Anne's cold eyes, his brows unconsciously frowned. Richard asked softly, "Sister Anne, what's wrong with you?" He obviously noticed that something was wrong in the atmosphere and looked at her with concern. Annie paused, then responded in a cold tone. "Xiaofeng, sorry, I'm going to the bathroom first." She stood up and hurriedly left her seat, as if she wanted to calm down. Annie hurried out of the hotel. When she ran to the gate, she wanted to chase me to see if I had found a new love, but I had already disappeared. "Damn man," she cursed angrily, her heart filled with anger and disappointment. The divorce had just been finalized, and he was with someone else. It all seemed so unreal, and felt remorseful, as if she had been completely betrayed. She was so angry that she almost wanted to catch Frank and question him. Richard immediately followed out. Seeing Anne's anxious look, his mood also became complicated. He had always thought that Annie only had him in her heart, but now she obviously had someone else. It must be that fake who took my things while I was away. He was indignant, and the bag in his hand was almost broken. He wanted to leave quietly, but he realized that he had just returned to China and needed to rely on and for many things. So he suppressed his anger and walked over. "Sister Annie, what's wrong with you today? Are you feeling unwell? Why don't we go back first?" He spoke with concern, trying to hide his anger. However, and shook his hand away subconsciously. She was so angry at Frank that she didn't notice that he was Richard. When she came to her senses, she found that she had thrown him to the ground and hurried to help him up. "Xiaofeng, I didn't mean to do that. Are you okay?" She felt guilty and apologized softly. "Sister Annie, are you still thinking about that person?" Richard's eyes were full of grievances. He choked and looked at her, tears about to fall. "If I came back to disturb you, I can leave." His words pierced her heart like a knife. And, as heartache intensified, looking at his sensible appearance, she felt full of remorse. "No, it's my fault. I didn't notice you just now." She apologized quickly, her tone gentle as water. But her gentleness to Richard was always unconditional, while she never really smiled like that too. "Me? Sister Annie, I don't blame you, but you're still thinking about him. Maybe we shouldn't continue." Richard let go of her hand, his eyes firm, as if he had made a decision. At that moment, Anne's heart ached as if she had been hit hard. Richard, who had driven her crazy 8 years ago, and who no longer cared about me. She advised softly, "Xiaofeng, don't be like this, we can continue." Richard smiled slightly, knowing that she still couldn't let him go. At the same time, Xia Qinglan and I returned to Xingyu Entertainment Company and started my career planning. Which direction do you plan to develop in? Actor? Singer? Or variety show? Xia Qinglan asked. She needed to understand my interests in order to make the most suitable plan for me. Singer. I am confident in my acting skills. Considering the fierce competition in the entertainment industry, I decided to start as a singer. Okay, it just so happens that the Een You Meet program is about to start recording, and our company has 2 spots available. Xia Qinglan said that she was already familiar with the company's business and quickly selected a suitable program for me. The quota for Encounter with You has been confirmed for Zhou Huiming and Huayu. But when she took me to the agency, I was told that the quota had been assigned to someone else. Hey, get out of the way! Just as Xia Qinglan was about to fight for it again, several people suddenly rushed in. The leader was a handsome young man, Huayu, who looked very eye-catching, but the heavy makeup on his face made people a little confused. Huayu's aura was very strong, and he was followed by several assistants, showing his arrogance. As he walked by, he glanced at Frank with disdain, with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. Xingyu really signs anyone. I looked at him with disdain. Huayu's self-righteous look made him feel a little uncomfortable. How can I not be proud? He has money and a good background. Xia Qinglan secretly complained. She knew that Huayu was popular because he had a rich mother behind him who constantly provided him with traffic. Let's go. I'll take you to find other music variety shows. Even though I didn't have a spot in Een and I Air You, Xia Qinglan still didn't give up looking for other opportunities for me. No, I want to participate in Een and I Air You. I said firmly, feeling a surge of dissatisfaction in my heart. All the spots for this show are gone. Not only can you recommend spots for Een and I Air You, you can also register. I held up the poster in my hand, which showed how to participate. You are too young. Although this kind of program is said to be a fair audition, the final result is actually predetermined. Xia Qinglan explained in a low voice. She had seen through the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry. I know. Anyway, I'll go and practice and accumulate some popularity. I responded calmly. I was not in a hurry. I knew that starting from a young age and accumulating popularity was the most important thing. Okay, then you prepare and go and see in 3 days. On the other hand, after and sent Richard back to the new villa she bought for him, she returned to the house where she and I got married. I don't know why, even though she has a lot of properties under her name, she is still used to living in this villa. And checked her phone in her study, and when she found that I had blocked all her contact information, her face became even gloomier. In her mind, even if I divorced her, I was still her property. Now she dared to block her for her own property. She was upset that one moment she said she loved her pet and couldn't live without it, but the next moment she had completely forgotten about him. President, I have already checked what you asked me to check. After Frank left you today, he took a DD car to Xingyu Entertainment Company and signed a contract as an artist there. And at 6 p.m. today, he also participated in the audition of Encounter with You. Just as Annie was thinking about me, a call came in on her cell phone, and soon she received news about the investigation she had asked someone to do. I see. After Annie hung up the phone expressionlessly, she looked at the night scene outside the window, her white hands tightly gripping the phone until her fingertips turned white. Frank, Annie didn't know what she was feeling now. When I was around her before, she turned a blind eye and even thought it was natural. But I only left her for 1 day today, and she thought of him many times and started to get angry. Maybe she has become accustomed to his existence. But she has always treated me as a substitute for Richard. Logically, she should only care about Richard, but she just feels inexplicably unhappy. Hey, I'm invited to be a mentor on the show Encounter with You. Please help me arrange it. After a long time, Annie made another phone call and accepted the invitation to the music variety show Meet You in Music. As one of the investors, she is also a professional music composer. A quarter of the songs sung by the artists of Tianyu Entertainment Company under her name were written by her, and every one of them became a big hit. So even if she has never sung a song, her influence in the music industry is not much less than that of a queen. Okay, President, I'll arrange it right away. The assistant sounded surprised and shocked on the phone, but she quickly agreed. I want to see how you can live without me. And looked at the lights outside, a cold and confident sneer on her lips. When I got back to the place Eve had arranged for me, I sneezed and my nose started to itch. I couldn't help but mutter, "Good luck." Looking around, the villa in front of me is no less luxurious than any other mansion I have seen before. With blue bricks and white tiles, it is modern yet simple. I was stunned. This is the Hitanguri Villa district in Kyoto, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. The location is quite superior. This two-story villa is spacious and suitable for me to live alone. The house is fully furnished and equipped with all the necessary facilities. Eve is really considerate. When she saw me coming to the company to find her empty-handed, she guessed that I might be leaving the house with nothing. In the afternoon, she actually had someone deliver brand new clothes in the right size, and even fresh vegetables, fruits, and meat, worried that I would be hungry. Seeing this, my heart was warm, and I was really grateful to her. Eve is not only a good person, but also a warm-hearted goddess. In order to repay her, I decided to work hard and make a lot of money, not only for her but also for myself, to earn a beautiful villa like this. Thinking of this, I can't help but look forward to the future. After taking a shower, I put on loose pants and a white vest. With my wet hair still dripping, I walked to the window and saw a similar villa in the courtyard opposite. As soon as I opened the window, I saw that the curtains of the room opposite were drawn. At that moment, the woman I saw across from me appeared. She was wearing a suspender nightgown, revealing a piece of snow-white shoulders, with wet hair hanging down. Obviously, she had just taken a shower. We stared at each other for several seconds, and were both stunned. I was shocked to find that the person living next door was my new boss, Eve. When she looked at me, her face turned red. To be honest, I was wearing shorts and a tank top, which was probably as attractive to her as a woman in a bikini. Eve didn't seem to expect this. She quickly lowered the curtains and turned away from me. Her flushed face looked a little flustered, as if she was at a loss. In fact, when she was filming in the past, she often saw male actors wearing revealing clothes, but she didn't care at that time, and was even indifferent. However, just now, my wet hair fell on his handsome face, which made her look innocent and a little tempting, and she couldn't help but feel her heart beating faster. Her heart was beating so fast that she didn't even notice it. I watched her turn around and leave in a hurry, feeling a little confused. What's wrong? Does she dislike me? I was a little puzzled but didn't delve into it further. Xiao Xia jumped out to remind me. Do you know what Eve might be thinking when she sees what you are wearing now? Only then did I realize that what I was wearing was really inappropriate. What's the matter? I used to dress like this, I said confidently, and walked to the mirror. In the mirror, my wet hair was casually scattered, my skin was fair, and my figure was tall. I looked down at my abdomen, which was flat and firm, and I looked like a weak and beautiful man. Xiao Xia, what do you mean by that? I smiled helplessly. Just think of me as the beautiful woman in a bikini I saw at the beach before. Xiao Xia flew around me and said lightly, Oh, I see. The concepts of men and women in this world are opposite. I am dressed like this just for women to see. I finally realized the problem and felt a little embarrassed. So, does that mean she saw me naked just now? Should I go and ask her to take responsibility? I smiled mischievously, thinking it was a bit funny and wondering if I should go and talk to Eve about it. After changing into a short-sleeved shirt, I made up my mind to go to the next door to find Eve. When I arrived at her door, I rang the doorbell. Soon, the door opened. Why are you here? Eve was obviously not surprised to see me. She usually likes quietness, so she bought several villas nearby, and she didn't expect me to suddenly appear in front of her door. When the door opened and she saw me, Eve was stunned for a moment. Although I changed into a short-sleeved shirt, I still kept my shorts on, which made her eyes unconsciously stay on my slender white legs. Boss, have you eaten? I was holding a bag of vegetables and a box of beef in my hands, and I greeted Eve naturally when I saw her. She was still wearing the suspender nightgown, which just reached her knees, and her slender white legs were particularly eye-catching. She had just taken a shower and obviously didn't plan to wear underwear. The rise and fall of her chest was slightly flatter than during the day, but still somewhat eye-catching. In my previous life, she looked like she would be easily targeted by a pervert, but in this world, it didn't seem so strange. Eve came back to her senses when she heard my voice. Her eyes were a little evasive, and her face turned red. She looked at my revealing clothes, so why didn't I look at hers? Although the times have become more open, I know she must have never seen legs like mine. After all, if women outside saw them, they would definitely scream. Gurgle. Her stomach broke the awkward atmosphere and made a low sound. You haven't eaten? I haven't eaten either. Let's have a meal together. Seeing that she was a little embarrassed, I raised the dishes in my hand and walked into her house with confidence. Eve seemed to want to say something, but she opened her mouth, but nothing came out. She finally didn't stop me and followed me in. I walked to the kitchen and found that this place was very similar to where I lived, with complete facilities, but unfortunately the pots and pans were almost all new. It seemed that she didn't cook very often, maybe because she was busy with work, or she simply didn't know how to cook. After all, in this world, it is usually men who cook. Just as I guessed, Eve would definitely order takeout when she goes home. But today when I came unexpectedly, she didn't seem to plan to order takeout anymore. Watching me washing vegetables and cooking in the kitchen skillfully, Eve leaned against the door frame, her arms folded across her chest, her eyes fixed on me quietly. To thank her for taking me in and helping me, I decided to cook her a meal. After all, I would still have to rely on her in the future. Xiao Xia, it's really inappropriate for you to go to a woman's house so late at night, right? Xiao Xia jumped out and reminded me. What's appropriate? I'm a grown man. Am I afraid that Eve will eat me? I smiled and replied. Eve is so beautiful. If she really wants to do something to me, I probably won't be the one who suffers. Xiao Xia, what's wrong with me now? Is it because my posture of cutting vegetables is too seductive? I continued to tease her. Xiao Xia didn't say anything else, just flew around silently. Your behavior is fine, but your behavior can easily be misunderstood. Eve quietly watched me busying around, the aroma of food filling the kitchen. At that moment, she suddenly felt a long-lost warmth in her heart. Her heart seemed to beat violently at that moment. An hour later, I prepared a few home-cooked dishes, 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, which looked quite sumptuous. Boss, let's eat. I served a bowl of freshly cooked white rice and invited her to eat with me. I didn't expect your cooking skills are so good. Eve finally relaxed and sat opposite me. The dishes in front of her smelled delicious, and she couldn't help but praise me. Of course. I smiled. I used to be a house husband, and cooking had long been my specialty. Now that I have inherited the memory of my previous life, my cooking skills are still good. By the way, I heard that you're going to participate and meet you in the music. Are you ready? She asked suddenly while eating. I nodded. I'll watch it. After all, the pop songs here are similar to those in my previous life. I was just about to make some preparations for encounter with you and try to perform better on the show. I sent you a file with some popular songs from recent years. We have also bought the copyrights. You can pick a few songs to cover. The results will definitely be good. Eve reminded me with concern. She told me that the recording of Meet You with Music was about to begin, and since I wanted to create a good song, covering a popular song might be a good choice. Okay, I'll prepare it. I promised her, thinking about how to choose suitable songs based on the song style of this world. You don't have to go to the company for these 3 days. Prepare for the show well. Eve continued. Okay, thank you, boss. I replied with a smile, secretly feeling lucky that I could finally have a few days rest. Don't call me boss anymore, just call me Sister Yimo. She smiled, a warm smile appeared on her face, and her eyes became much more friendly. Okay, Sister Yimo? I agreed, feeling relaxed and happy. After dinner, I took the initiative to clean the table and dishes, and then prepared to leave. It's getting late. I'm going back first. Sister Yimo, good night. Good night. Eve looked at my back as I left, and a warm feeling rose in her heart. She glanced at the tidy kitchen and suddenly felt that life would be more interesting if she had a boyfriend or husband. She smiled happily and thought to herself, if Annie doesn't want it, then I will. I was completely unaware that Eve had some special ideas. Back in my room, I opened the file Eve sent me and began to prepare for the show Meet You with Music, and also wanted to achieve a good result in the show. 3 days later, I was sitting on the sofa watching the female version of the online drama, The Domineering CEO Falls in Love with Me, when my cell phone suddenly rang. It was Xia Qinglan calling. Frank, what are you doing? The auditions for the Encounter with You show have started. As soon as the call was connected, she yelled at me. When I heard that, I almost jumped up. She had been preparing early this morning, but I hadn't shown up yet. If Eve hadn't told her that I was at home preparing for the show, she would have thought I was missing. Oh, I almost forgot. I'll be there soon. I realized what was happening and quickly jumped up to change my clothes. In the past 2 days, apart from cashing an $5 million check, I spent most of my time relaxing at home, watching TV shows, eating and drinking, and completely forgot that I had a mission. I changed my clothes, went out quickly, and took a DD taxi. DD, is it the number ending in 3284? I was standing on the street outside the villa area waiting for a car. Just then, a red Maserati drove out of the villa area and stopped in front of me. The window rolled down, and a beautiful woman in a bright red silk dress sat in the car. She stretched out her slender hand and waved at me from the window. Her collar was very low, and when she turned around, her snow-white skin was faintly visible. Her face was delicate. Her eyebrows were like willows, and her eyes were dark and charming. She opened her red lips and asked, "Is the last number 3284?" Her voice was gentle and magnetic, with a mature charm, which made my heart beat faster. Yes. I glanced at my phone and nodded. This car and the beauty are really amazing. Are the current DD car drivers so high-end? Luxury cars and beauties are all here. Then get in the car. Are we going to the Twin Cities Arts Center? She slightly lifted a strand of hair, revealing her white earlobes, and spoke in a gentle voice. I looked at her temperament, and although I wanted to sit in the front row, the aura of a strong woman she exuded made me afraid to approach her. So, I sat in the back row. When the car started, I saw her step on the clutch, shift gears, and step on the accelerator all in one go. She was obviously an experienced driver. "That beautiful lady, I don't think you were short of money. So why do you become a DD car driver?" I couldn't help but speak. She glanced at me out of the corner of her eye and replied calmly, "My niece used my phone to register it. I wanted to cancel it, but I didn't notice that I took your order and gave it to you on the way." Oh, it suddenly dawned on me. No wonder she could afford a Maserati. "So, you are also going to the Twin Cities Art Center to participate in the auditions for the Meet You With Me show, right?" I saw a Meet You With Me poster in her car and guessed that she was also here to participate in the auditions. "I guess so." She raised the corners of her lips slightly and answered lightly. "She has such a nice voice, so she must be a great singer too." Thinking of this, I couldn't help but get excited and couldn't help but say, "What a coincidence. I'm also going to participate in the audition for Encounter with You. My name is Frank. Can I meet him?" "My name is Youngmi." She responded gently and told me her name without hesitation. "Youngmi?" I repeated the name several times in a low voice. It felt a little familiar, but I couldn't remember where I had heard it. She looked at me in the rearview mirror, frowning and thinking, as if she was disappointed that I didn't remember her. She actually remembered me. I was the one who saved her during her freshman speech 5 years ago, but she didn't thank me at that time. However, I have no impression of her at all. Since I just traveled through time, I don't know anything about Youngmi, and my original body's memories are almost all about Annie. DD Navigation reminds you that the Schwanching Art Center is 100 meters ahead. Please remind passengers to take their belongings with them. Just when I was confused, the voice of the in-car navigation interrupted me. Someone is looking for me. See you next time." I quickly answered Xiaoqing Lan's call, hurriedly thanked Youngmi, opened the car door, and went to find Xiaoqing Lan. Looking at my hurriedly leaving back, Youngmi frowned and tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Soon after, a dozen tall female security guards rushed over, recognized Youngmi's car, and immediately cleared the way. Not long after I got off the car, a large group of fans came over. "Teacher Youngmi, this way, please." The staff of ENI Air U immediately greeted her and took her inside. "Sister Me? Sister Me?" The fans screamed excitedly, and the male fans even shouted slogans of support. When I saw this scene, I realized how popular Youngmi is. The enthusiasm of her fans is simply amazing. At the same time, I finally found Xiaoqing Lan's location. Seeing that I was almost late, she couldn't help but yell at me. "Frank, what time is it? You're not here until now." "Sister Lan, don't be angry, I just caught up." I quickly lowered my voice and signaled her to calm down. She was wearing a professional suit and black-framed glasses, looking very serious. "Stop talking nonsense here, go in and get ready." She pulled me into the waiting room, behind the scenes of the show Meet You in the Music. The room was large, with 300 or 400 people already sitting inside, all of them amateurs who came to participate in the audition, and the atmosphere was a bit noisy. Xiaoqing Lan took me to an empty seat and sat me down. Looking at the movement in front, I guessed the auditions would begin soon. Suddenly, there was a commotion from behind. I turned around and saw Huayu and his group coming in under the escort of security. Since the aisle was not wide, Huayu and his group accidentally squeezed other people, causing a wave of dissatisfaction. Although those ordinary people were dissatisfied, they could only avoid them silently when they saw the capital behind Huayu. Huayu walked into the independent reception room. It was obvious that popular singers like him enjoyed special treatment. Damn it, why can't I stand that guy's face? Xiaoqing Lan was indignant when she saw this scene. She seemed to be getting angrier and angrier as she thought about it. When I saw Huayu on TV before, he looked like a modest and good boy, and I liked him quite a bit, but now, every time I see him, I find it more and more unacceptable. I nodded, knowing that Xiaoqing Lan's dissatisfaction with Huayu had been pent up for a long time. "Frank, I will definitely train you to be a top singer who is more popular than him. See if he dares to be so arrogant." "Oh, okay," I responded, and I trusted her abilities in my heart. Not long after, a staff member came over with a microphone and said, "The Encounter with You program has begun. The audition rules are as follows. Only the top 50 people can continue to participate in the next competition." Frank, have you finished recording the audio that I asked you to record before? Xia Qinglan looked at me with a hint of anticipation in her tone. It's done. I took out the audio I recorded last night from my bag and handed it to her. Anyway, she was responsible for these tasks, and I just had to be the singer. She took the audio and listened to it. Which song did you sing? There's a kind of love called letting go, giving up eternity for love. I replied. She raised her eyebrows slightly, looking a little confused. Why haven't I heard this song before? I wrote it myself, I said confidently. She was stunned for a moment and frowned. Didn't I ask you to prepare to sing this song that the company has copyright? Her expression became serious, and I knew she was thinking about me. How about you change the song? Choose a copyrighted song, it's safer. I waved my hand and said, that's all. Let's just record this one. I have confidence in my song. This song was popular in the streets and alleys in my previous life, and it will definitely work in this world as well. Hiss! Xia Qinglan took a breath. It seemed that she was a little surprised by my brave attitude. You're awesome. After uploading the audio to the Enniru platform, she pinched my face and gritted her teeth and said, I really want to bite you. Don't. There shouldn't be any physical contact between men and women. I quickly shook off her hand and stepped back to keep a distance. She looked at me angrily. Fuck. You actually despise me. I just ate leek buns, so what? Seeing her angry look, I couldn't help but smile, and I felt a little relieved. Then, she looked at the voting situation on the audio and became nervous. The other contestants were also busy observing the status of their own works, and some contacted relatives and friends early to help canvass for votes. Meanwhile, in the mentor reception room of Enniru, 4 female and 1 male mentors were waiting for the audition results. The atmosphere was a little subtle, and there seemed to be something wrong between the 3 female mentors. If I were there, I might recognize the 3 young and beautiful female tutors. At this moment, Eve was sitting on the sofa nearby, wearing a sky blue long-sleeve shirt, a light blue short cape skirt, and a long skirt of the same color. Her black hair was casually draped behind her, and her face was lightly made up, making her face look more delicate. She held the phone in her hand and scrolled through the screen until her eyes were fixed on the audio posted by Xia Qinglan. Wearing Bluetooth headphones, she clicked on the audio. There's a kind of love called letting go, giving up eternity for love. Frank's familiar voice sounded, and the magnetic and distinctive voice made Eve nod involuntarily. However, as the melody progressed, Eve was stunned. Her ears caught the details of the melody and lyrics and suddenly felt a little strange. Until she saw the word original in Xia Qinglan's text, Eve was stunned. This was actually written by Frank? If it's hard for you to stay together, let true love take me away. She listened quietly, and suddenly the things that happened a few days ago emerged in her mind. Did Frank have some other intentions? She subconsciously looked at and opposite her, and was wearing a white shirt and a black suit jacket, looking serious and stern. She was also wearing headphones. When she scrolled through the screen of her phone, she saw Frank's audio and frowned slightly, but still clicked on it. There's a kind of love called letting go, ending eternity for love. When she heard the melody and couldn't help but sit up straight, she suddenly thought of Frank's back as he signed the divorce agreement that day, and a sharp pain surged in her heart. If my departure allows you to have everything he has, let true love take me away. The lyrics are straightforward and sad. Hearing this, she felt complicated and her hand holding the phone tightened. Yongmi, who was sitting next to her in a red dress, was sitting elegantly with a twinkle in her eyes. She also heard Frank's audio, and her mouth curled up slightly, laughing in her heart. She looked up at Annie, and she had already made up her mind. Soon, Yongmi silently liked Frank's audio and cast a vote. Due to the real name system of the Enniru platform, her fans quickly discovered this action. Wow! Sister Me actually liked an amateur work. Eve also liked it. Who is this? He actually got likes from both bosses. He has a beautiful voice. Fans were discussing it, and with Yongmi and Eve's likes, Frank's audio gradually attracted attention. More and more fans curiously clicked on the audio and were attracted by Frank's voice at first, and then moved by the lyrics and forwarded and voted. As time went on, Frank's vote soared, and eventually his votes soared to first place. Oh my God! Frank is famous. Xia Qinglan couldn't believe it when she saw this. At first, she saw that Frank's votes were almost zero. so she had to canvass for votes shamelessly. But now, with the support of Eve and Yang-mi, Frank quickly became popular. Oh, Frank did not show much excitement. He knew that this song might sound ordinary at first, but the more he listened to it, the more thought-provoking and fascinating it became. He was full of confidence in this song. Soon after, the staff began to announce the voting results. Everyone, the voting is over, and the top 50 contestants will advance to the next game. Those who failed to advance left in disappointment, and the reception room became empty. Congratulations to the contestants who advanced. Each of you will have 5 minutes to show yourself. The staff continued to announce the rules of the competition, making it clear that as long as more than 3 mentors raise their placards to approve a contestant, they can continue to advance. They then had the contestants draw lots to determine the order in which they would appear. How is it? Xia Qinglan walked up to me and asked me which number I drew. Number 22. I held up the number in my hand and said with some regret, although it's not too good, at least it's not too late. That's okay. Try harder later. She encouraged me confidently. Sister Lan, I'll take a nap first. Call me when it's my turn. I yawned and lay down comfortably in the chair. Wait, you have to accompany yourself for this performance. Can you do it? Xia Qinglan looked at me and found that I had nothing in my hands, while everyone else had brought musical instruments. Sister Lan, don't worry, I know what to do. I waved my hands, but in my heart I shouted, Xiao Xia. What's wrong? Xiao Xia's voice immediately appeared in my mind. I don't know how to play any musical instrument. What should I do next? You know. Xiao Xia was silent for a moment, then slowly said, in view of the mission requirements, the free privilege is activated. You will temporarily gain full musical instrument performance and automatically master it. Frank, it's your turn. Xia Qinglan saw that the time was almost up and hurriedly patted me. But she was a little excited, and her hand patted my lower abdomen without paying attention. Xia Qinglan, you are committing murder. I jumped up, my face as red as a ripe tomato, and glared at her angrily. Xia Qinglan's face flushed, and she realized that her action just now was a bit too much, and she immediately lowered her head and avoided my gaze. She saw the doubtful look from the side and quickly shook her short hair, blushing and whispering, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I wanted to crawl into the ground, so I squeezed my legs together and glared at her angrily. This woman, can you be more steady? Frank number 22, get ready. Fortunately, the staff came to break the awkward situation and asked me to go to the stage. Although I wasn't hurt anywhere vital and just got startled, I have secretly made up my mind to stay away from Xia Qinglan in the future. After taking a deep breath, I followed the staff to the stage. Xia Qinglan stood aside, looking at my back, and for some reason her eyes quietly fell on my buttocks. Obviously, she admired my figure, but thinking of this, her cheeks became redder and redder, her eyes wandered, and she couldn't help licking her lips, as if she wanted to take another look. Frank, right? What kind of musical accompaniment do you need? The staff member was obviously interested in me, and his tone became much gentler. The piano will be fine, thank you. I nodded slightly. There was no need to be too high profile. The piano was right on the stage. Okay, wait here for a moment. You can go on stage after the previous contestants finish. The staff smiled, and even secretly took out their phone to take a picture of my profile. They also secretly sent it to the sisters group. Sisters, I found a long-legged handsome guy. Pay special attention to him. I stood behind the stage and saw the director and staff were very busy. Encounter with You is a live show, and the director was constantly directing various tasks. What surprised me was that I knew 3 of the 3 mentors on the stage. Why is Annie here? I stared at her sitting in the mentor's seat. She never participated in this kind of program, but she actually agreed to be a mentor. It was really surprising. Looking again, Eve was there too. She and Annie didn't seem to have a good relationship. I didn't expect them to sit together. The two seemed to be getting along well. What shocked me even more was the beautiful lady in a red dress sitting on the far left. Yang-mi, wasn't she the driver who brought me here at noon? I didn't expect that she was one of the instructors. Next, contestant number 22, Frank, please get ready. The host called my name. The rock contestant on the stage seemed to have failed to gain the recognition of the mentor and walked off the stage in disappointment. When I heard my name, the eyes of the 3 mentors turned to me almost at the same time. When I walked to the center of the stage, I noticed that and had an inadvertent surprise on her face when she saw me. Her face suddenly darkened, and the pen in her hand paused for a moment. Obviously, she had some reaction to my appearance. Eve looked at me with a satisfied smile on her face. Many contestants get nervous when they go on stage, but I am not stage fright at all. I am thick-skinned, and being nervous is not my style at all. Wow, he's a handsome guy. His smile is so sweet. The female audience members in the audience stood up excitedly. The cameraman quickly cut to a close-up of my face, with the camera close to my face, and the audience screamed one after another. His legs are so long and straight. He's my type. Brother, come into your arms. Some fans couldn't help but scream. Hiss. The cameraman was very thoughtful to zoom in so close to the face. Many viewers began to sigh. A handsome guy is a handsome guy. Even with the camera zoomed in close to his face, he still looks so handsome. His skin is as white as snow. Comments flooded the screen. As I came on stage, the live broadcast platform of the program, Ian and I Air You, instantly lit up with a wave of comments. The audience had been accustomed to the performances of female contestants before, and suddenly a handsome guy came, which immediately aroused everyone's interest. The director quickly adjusted the camera and increased the proportion of my screen. Sure enough, the audience's reaction immediately boosted the show's ratings. Hello, mentors and audience. I am contestant number 22, Frank. I introduced myself with a smile, looked around at the audience, and showed a bright smile, which immediately aroused enthusiastic response. Hello, Frank, start your performance. The audience can't wait. Zhou Xing, the male mentor on the far right, looked at Eve and Annie, and when he saw that they didn't say anything, he turned to me and said with a smile, Zhou Xing is a very talented singer who became famous with the song Heavy Rain. His humor and humility have earned him a good reputation among mentors. I bowed slightly to thank him, then looked at Eve and Yongmi. They both looked at me with smiles. I nodded slightly to them and turned to walk towards the piano in the center of the stage. And sitting in the middle, I pretended not to see her. Annie. Okay. You dared to ignore her like this after not seeing her for 3 days, right? And looked at me, standing in front of the piano, with a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. At that moment, my elegance and confidence made her stunned. The warm light shone on me, making me look like an elf, psychedelic and impossible to ignore. Her mood was a little subtle, and suddenly she felt not only anger, but also some inexplicable emotions. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. I didn't notice her emotional fluctuations at all. After taking a deep breath, I gently placed my fingertips on the piano keys. At that moment, all the notes appeared clearly in my mind. Even with my eyes closed, I could find every key accurately. If the paradise for two people is like a warm wall, my voice slowly sounded deep and magnetic. As the melody flowed out, the air seemed to become soft with his singing, full of emotional fluctuations. The smooth melody slowly came out from the piano, and the excitement of the audience gradually calmed down. Everyone quietly appreciated my singing and playing. This song, There Is a Kind of Love Called Letting Go, is actually a cover of the original version of the song. Is happiness like a prison cell that imprisons your dreams? The original body is unrequited love for Annie is like a prison that traps itself. If Annie hadn't met, the original body's life might have been happier. But love often makes people lost, and it's all caused by love brain. If you yearn for the moonlight, let go and let you fly. But what I want to say is, since and likes her white moonlight so much, let her go and let her chase it, and I can also pursue my own happiness. If romance becomes a hindrance, I would choose to return to loneliness for you. This sentence is my decision for my original body. Isn't it just Annie? There are so many good women in this world. Why should I love only one flower? There is a kind of love called letting go. When I sang to the climax, a hint of sadness and sorrow appeared on my face. In order to convey the emotions of the song, I tried my best to blend in and let the audience feel my emotional fluctuations. Looking at me sitting in front of the piano, the audience can also feel the sadness and sorrow through the screen. Oh my God, which damn woman made such a good handsome guy sad? It's heartbreaking that he let go for love, but his singing voice is full of relief. I feel sorry for his brother. There's a kind of love called letting go. It's really heartbreaking. My singing and emotions gradually moved the audience, and more comments were added. The director watched all this, and she, who originally had no expectations for the amateur auditions, changed her strategy at this time. If my departure allows you to have everything he has, let true love take me away. When I sang this part, I was completely emotionally invested, and tears welled up in my eyes. When the last note fell, the stage was silent, followed by thunderous applause. Wow. After listening to this song, I feel relieved, since I can't get his true heart. Let go. Chinexx, I will never bother you again. He let go for love, but with such great loyalty. I feel sorry for him. I stood up slightly and bowed to the audience. The loss and sadness on my face gradually subsided, and I showed a relieved smile. Thank you. Eve felt a little distressed when she saw this scene, and she was also relieved to see me move on from the relationship with Anne. She raised the pass sign to show her support. Yami glanced at Annie and saw that she looked unhappy, so she also raised her pass card. The other two instructors also raised their pass cards. Zhou looked at me excitedly. Frank, is this song your original work? Yes, I replied with a smile. To be able to write such a touching song, I guess you must have experienced a deep relationship before, Zhou said in a deep voice. Louie next to me gently touched the microphone next to her ear and conveyed the director's instructions, indicating that they could interact with me. Indeed, I used to love someone deeply and unilaterally, and now the person she likes has come back. I think it's time for me to leave. I answered indifferently. So you wrote this song yourself? Are you preparing to say goodbye to your past relationship? Yami asked with a smile. Yes, a forced melon is not sweet. I understand this principle, I said and smiled gently. Everyone understands the truth, but that deep love is not so easy to let go. Yangmi looked at me, his eyes revealing a hint of complexity through his blue pupils. I lowered my head and remained silent, obviously having let go of my past feelings. Yangmi couldn't help but feel moved, and she began to take some interest in me. Eve glanced at and comforted me softly. Thank you, Frank. You will find your happiness. Thank you. I smiled at them and bowed again. Then, my eyes inadvertently fell on Annie. She raised her head and met my indifferent and distant gaze. The fingers holding the pen clenched instantly, and her face became even colder. And sneered, thinking, 3 years ago, Frank was still so dependent on her, even humbly begging her to love him. How could he let go now? She believed that this was just a trick he used to play hard to get her attention. Although she was angry, she had to admit that Frank's changes caught her attention. And finally raised the pass card, and Frank advanced successfully. Zhou praised. Frank, you wrote this song very well. Both the melody and the lyrics are full of emotion. I hope to hear better words from you next time. Yes, I will. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. I thanked him with a smile. Several mentors expressed their praise, and I left the stage with a relaxed mood under the guidance of the staff. I stretched and finally finished, ready to go back and have a good rest. The staff came over and congratulated me on my promotion. Frank, congratulations on your promotion. You can go back and rest now. Remember to come to the next game at 4 p.m. tomorrow. You have worked hard today. Thank you. I responded politely and left the Meet You With Me program team. Frank, I think you're going to be famous. Xia Qinglan looked at my results excitedly in the car and was so excited that she almost pounced on me. Sister Lan, calm down. I pushed away Xia Qinglan, who was rushing towards me, thinking to myself, if she continued to press toward me like this, I would be really helpless. Frank, you did a great job this time. Xia Qinglan smiled and couldn't wait to take out her phone to show me her performance on the Enai Air You stage. She said excitedly, Look, someone has already put your recorded performance online. I saw that the comments on the screen were already heated, and the comments kept rolling. Duh, this handsome boy is my type, so handsome. Someone, come. Within 3 days, I want to receive all the information about him. The song he sang is good. I have never heard of it. Of course, that is Frank's original song, which was written based on his experience of being abandoned. I have decided to follow him. Well, do you know his social account? I don't know, I looked for it, but I couldn't find it. Gossip. I'm an employee of Xingyu Entertainment Company, and Frank is actually a new singer signed by Xingyu. Seeing this, I couldn't help but be a little surprised. Fans have noticed me so quickly. Xia Qinglan took the opportunity to open a social account for me and verified it. Not long after, the number of fans has exceeded tens of thousands and is still rising. She looked at the popularity and smiled. However, just as we were celebrating, some negative comments on the internet began to emerge. Xia Qinglan looked at the words of those little black men and was so angry that she wanted to fight back. Tisk, isn't it just a song of whining? How can it compare to my brother Huayu? He is the eternal god of the music world. Tisk, those who have missed the 9-year compulsory education should not come here to speak. Your brother Huayu is the eternal god. Every time he sings, I don't know what the hell is going on. People who don't know would think he is performing a ritual. That's right, Frank is not only handsome and polite, but also sings well. The most important thing is that he sings original songs, which are many times better than your brother. Xia Qinglan couldn't help but frown when she saw these comments, but then she realized that quarreling would only generate heat. So, she opened a small account and started to join the comments to defend me. Well, ignore these haters. I waved my hand at Xiao Xia. Although I was a little upset to see these comments, I didn't care. I was more concerned about how well I completed my task. So, what should I do to make Annie regret it? I asked Xiao Xia, holding my chin and starting to think. If you want to make someone regret something, first, you have to live better than she imagined. Second, show your strengths and make her feel that giving up on you was a wrong decision. Third, find a girlfriend who is better off than her and show your love in front of her. Xiao Xia gave 3 suggestions. I thought about it and felt that these suggestions made sense. I could definitely do the first 2, but the third one, it was a little hard to find someone better than Anne. Eve appeared in my mind. Whether in appearance, ability, or family background, Eve is on par with Anne, and even better in many aspects. Especially her gentleness and thoughtfulness, which are a world of difference compared to Anne. Xiao Xia, what do you think of my success rate in pursuing Eve? I couldn't help but ask. 100%, Xiao Xia answered without hesitation. As the saying goes, if a girl chases a boy, it's easy to catch up with him, but if a boy chases a girl, it's easy to catch up with him. As long as you are proactive enough, it won't be difficult to catch up with Eve. After hearing this, I suddenly felt enlightened and decided to confess my feelings tonight. I will confess my feelings to Eve tonight. Well, you'd better buy some wine, drink it to give yourself courage, and try climbing directly into her bed. Xiao Xia's suggestion was a bit excessive, but I still took note of it silently. At the same time, Xia Qinglan and some small black fans quarreled for an hour, successfully sending Frank's topic to the top 10 hot searches. Huayu, who is also from Xingyu Entertainment, felt mixed emotions when he saw this scene. Frank, as a newcomer, became popular thanks to the show, and his popularity was comparable to that of top artists like him, which made him feel unhappy. He found that many comments were in support of Frank and were full of negative comments about him. Humph, why should a newcomer compete with me? Huayu looked at the comments and gritted his teeth in anger. At the same time, An's love interest Richard was also watching the show. When he saw Frank appear, he suddenly became uneasy. How could it be such a coincidence? Richard's face was gloomy. Seeing the face that looked 50% similar to his, he couldn't help feeling uneasy. He seemed to understand that and would be the mentor and Frank would be the contestant. And Frank sang that song with such emotion. Was he deliberately trying to attract An's attention? He began to doubt whether Anne had him in her heart or whether she still had feelings for Frank. Damn it, it's all Frank's fault. Richard bit his handkerchief hard, with a hint of resentment in his eyes towards me. Frank, are you hungry? I'll treat you to a meal. After fighting those little black guys for 3 hours, Xia Qinglan finally won a great victory. She was in a good mood and happily proposed to treat me to a meal. She took me to the food stall again, the 5-star luxury hotel next door. TSK, Sister Lon, you really want to take me to this place for dinner? I looked at the luxurious decoration inside, and the dishes on the menu were so expensive that my eyelids jumped. I couldn't help but tease her. Well, I still have the money for this meal of several thousand yuan, Sister Lon. Xia Qinglan waved her hand indifferently. It was obvious that she was in a particularly good mood today and wanted to reward me well. Then I won't be polite. I smiled and ordered a few dishes. Thinking about Xia Qinglan's financial situation, I felt that she should not go bankrupt because of this. Although she acted very generous, in this Kyoto where every inch of land is worth money, there are countless rich people hidden. Who knows how much savings she has behind her? However, I didn't plan to take the opportunity to rip her off. When they were almost done eating, she ordered a bottle of red wine. I also tried it. Although I didn't know the brand of the wine, I thought it tasted good, but I always felt that something was missing. I'm going to the bathroom. After eating, I wiped my mouth and prepared to go to the bathroom to solve the urgency. Well, I'll go pay the bill first. Xia Qinglan nodded and found the waiter to prepare to pay the bill. However, when I came out of the bathroom, I actually met an acquaintance in the aisle. Frank, An's voice came from behind me. I turned around and saw her deep black eyes narrowed slightly, blocking my way directly. Mr. Chun, what's the matter? I frowned. I didn't expect to meet her here. Why? You call me Mr. Chun after just a few days of not seeing me, right? And stepped closer, forcing me to retreat until I was trapped in the corner. She was nearly 1.8 meters tall, half a head taller than me, and her aura was also very strong, which instantly made me feel a little uneasy. What do you want to do? I had a cold face and began to tremble in my heart. She looked like she was going to eat me up completely. What do you think? She sneered and suddenly lowered her head to my lips. I turned my head away. Annie, please respect yourself. I took a deep breath. Although she was a beauty, I was not a casual person. Besides, wasn't her white moonlight back? Respect yourself? I don't know who was pestering me before. Have you forgotten the feeling so quickly now? She seemed to be annoyed by my avoidance, and her face became even gloomier. She reached out and touched my cheek, and the familiar touch made me feel sick. Annie, isn't your white moonlight back? What's the point of holding on to me now? I pushed her away fiercely and looked at her coldly. She obviously didn't expect me to resist. I had always been submissive to her before, but now I pushed her away so firmly, which made her very upset. You are just a substitute I found. What qualifications do you have to resist me? Annie's eyes flashed with anger. She suddenly grabbed my collar and pressed me against the wall, her tone full of threats. She looked down at my lips with fierce eyes and suddenly wanted to kiss me again. Pa! I finally couldn't help it and slapped her in the face. Her side face was immediately left with obvious slap marks. Annie, we have nothing to do with each other anymore. And I hate it. My expression was full of disgust, and I never wanted her to get close to me again. Annie was stunned, her eyes wide open. She had never been humiliated like this before. Especially my I hate it, which made her anger burn to the extreme. She had never been treated like this before, especially me, who used to be the person she relied on deeply. How could it suddenly become like this? The violence in her heart was about to explode. You dare to hit me? She suddenly grabbed the back of my collar, pulled me back, and slapped me hard. This slap made my whole body crooked, and blood oozed from the corner of my mouth instantly. I covered my face. My heart was full of anger. She actually dared to hit me like this. Annie seemed to realize that she had done it, and when she saw the blood at the corner of my mouth, her eyes flashed a trace of panic. But soon, she felt that she was enjoying it very much, and a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. She bit my lips hard, and I felt the smell of blood filling my mouth. I felt so sick that I almost wanted to vomit and struggled desperately to push her away, but she was stronger than me and couldn't push me away at all. Suddenly, Xia Qinglan came from the side, and when she saw this scene, she was furious and rushed over immediately. She pushed Annie away and punched her in the face. You bastard! You dare to molest my Frank! You are looking for death! Xia Qinglan finished punching, but she was still not satisfied, so she kicked me again and then quickly pulled me to hide behind her. Who the hell are you? Annie was no longer calm. When she saw me hiding behind Xia Qinglan, she instantly felt that she was being cheated. She looked at Xia Qinglan with gloomy eyes. This woman, who walked with me a few days ago, turned out to be my most hated opponent now. Sister Lan, how are you? I sat next to Xia Qinglan in the police car, and I couldn't help but gasp when I saw her. There were several bruises on her face, and blood was on the corners of her mouth, which made me feel distressed. This little injury is nothing, Frank. You don't have to worry about me. Xia Qinglan waved her hand, not caring at all. Although she said so, the pain on her face and the cold air made her look a little tired. But when she saw the slight redness and swelling on my right face and the scars on the corners of my mouth, she felt sorry for me. I don't know which cruel dog thing even beat a weak man like you. It's such a bastard. She glared at Annie opposite, said indignantly, her eyes full of anger. The policewoman next to her couldn't help but show a look of contempt. Annie knew very well that her current situation was not good. Her breath gradually became heavy, and she obviously began to notice the relationship between the three people, and the anger in her heart began to spread. Just bear with it. I took out a box of ointment from my bag. This was something that Xiaoxia and I exchanged. It has a good effect in relieving pain and swelling. I gently wiped her face with my slender fingers, and seeing her grimacing in pain, I instinctively blew gently. Xia Qinglan felt my warm breath, and her face instantly turned red. Her heartbeat also began to accelerate, and her whole body became hot. She carefully looked at my serious look, and suddenly felt that the distance between us seemed to be closer. What are you doing? Be honest. Annie couldn't stand it anymore. She suddenly stood up and yelled at me angrily. The two police ants gently held her down to prevent her from further outburst. What? You still want to beat us in front of the police ant, right? Xia Qinglan glared at Annie. Although she was not afraid, she did not take the initiative to provoke a conflict again, but just said coldly, Sister Lan, we don't have to pay attention to her. I gently pulled Xia Qinglan. Looking at her fists clenched in anger, I said soothingly, "Well, listen to you." Xia Qinglan turned her head and looked at me with a touch of tenderness in her eyes, and then ignored Annie's angry eyes. "Annie, I have to say, you are really self-righteous." I shook my head with a mocking tone, "But it's a pity that Frank, who has already given up on you, will never come back to you." Annie's eyes suddenly became gloomy, and she stared at me for a long time, as if trying to find a trace of familiarity. However, facing the strangeness and indifference in my eyes, she felt an inexplicable panic. Xia Qinglan noticed that there seemed to be some unknown relationship between Annie and me, especially some subtle emotions that could be detected from our conversations and interactions. She sat quietly by, her eyes wandering, unable to figure out who Annie was, until they were taken to the police station, when she finally realized. When the police officers asked about the fight, Xia Qinglan realized that the disheveled woman in front of her was actually the president of Xingyu Entertainment, Annie, the female boss with a powerful background who can make people unemployed with just a single order in Kyoto. Xia Qinglan was immediately frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. She was panicked, but she did not regret fighting with Annie, because Annie deserved to be punished for what she did. "Okay, you guys are fighting each other, both sides are responsible," the policewoman said calmly. "The situation is not serious. Now it depends on whether you choose to settle it privately or pursue responsibility." Given the special status of both parties, the policewoman obviously recommended a private settlement to avoid making headlines. In the end, Frank and Ann also chose to settle the matter privately, and they could leave after signing. At this moment, Eve rushed over. She heard that I was taken to the police station and rushed to check on me. "Frank, are you okay?" She was relieved to see that I was safe and sound. "It's okay, don't worry." I smiled slightly. Although the corners of my mouth still hurt a little, the other injuries were not serious. Eve breathed a sigh of relief, but noticed the bruises and bumps on Anne's face, and almost couldn't help laughing. She suddenly felt that, and was really hypocritical under her cool and domineering appearance. "Mr. Chun, I'm so sorry. My employee accidentally hit you. I want to apologize to you on their behalf." Eve smiled slightly. Although her tone was polite, there was a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. She even winked at Xia Qinglan, and she admired her deeply in her heart. After all, she had long wanted to teach Annie, a woman who played with people's feelings, a lesson. Xia Qinglan felt relieved when she saw Eve's admiring look. She knew that as long as she had the boss's support, who would dare to touch her? So she also cooperated with Eve and said, "Mr. Chun, I'm so sorry. I drank a little today and didn't recognize you. I really didn't mean to offend you. If there's nothing else, Mr. Chun, we'll go back first," Eve said, ignoring Anne's gloomy look, and took my hand and was about to leave, and stared at Eve and my hands with eyes as sharp as knives. For some reason, she suddenly had an urge to tear the couple away from her sight. She was filled with rage, especially when she saw me following Eve meekly without any sign of rejecting her. Anne's eyes grew colder and colder, with resentment and jealousy burning in her heart. "Sister, and how are you? Are you okay?" Not long after, Richard arrived and saw Anne's miserable appearance. He immediately walked forward with heartache. He saw her bruised face and swollen nose, and stamped his feet in anger. "Who dares to beat you like this? Let's go to the hospital and take a look. We must send that person to the police station and lock him up forever." "Okay, stop arguing," and waved her hand irritably and shook Richard's arm away. It was obvious that she was tired of this scene. She didn't want to make a small problem worse. Richard used to be the kind of person who thought highly of himself, but recently he has gone through some hardships in life and has become more mature. Although he was dissatisfied, he still endured it and decided to temporarily appease Anne's emotions. However, Anne did not appreciate it. She looked at Richard as patience, but she felt more and more uneasy and felt that he seemed to be gradually alienating her. She felt that the white moonlight she had longed for was no longer as perfect as she had imagined, and the man in front of her, who she once thought was perfect, made her see something different today. "Richard, I want to be alone," she whispered, rejecting Richard's proposal. Richard watched her leave with a feeling of resentment and helplessness. She rejected him again, and was thinking about how to break up Eve and me, no matter the cost. Chapter 17, She Must Be Crazy, and drove back to the house where she and Frank had married. As soon as she entered the door, her appearance made the housekeeper frightened. "Miss, what are you doing?" "I'm fine," and waved her hand expressionlessly and went upstairs by herself. When he arrived at his study, he said to the housekeeper who followed him, "I'll give you a day off tonight. Go home." Ah, this. The butler didn't understand, but under Ines' unquestioning gaze, he nodded slightly and walked out. Seeing that it was a holiday, the driver, the cook, and the cleaning staff all left quickly. Not long after, the whole villa was empty and quiet, and sat in front of her desk in a daze, looking at the pot of succulent plants on the table, when she suddenly thought of Frank again. At that time, he smiled happily and gave her the pot of succulent plants that he had carefully maintained. But she just took it and threw it aside perfunctorily, even though the growing succulents no longer required regular watering. But she had ignored it for too long, and it had now withered quite a bit, and didn't know how she got the kettle and watered it. But, thinking about how Frank was getting close to another woman today, she smashed the kettle and the potted succulent plant in anger. Bump! Then she angrily kicked down the bookshelf next to her. She ran a hand through her hair, then sat back in her chair and took a deep breath. She picked up her phone again and subconsciously clicked on Frank's call. The red exclamation mark that was blacked out almost made her drop the phone. That was fine. She clicked on the message from the Meet You with Music production team and saw Frank singing and playing performance today. The director asked her to pay more attention to Frank tomorrow, thinking that he could bring a lot of traffic. There is a kind of love called letting go. But after listening to Frank's singing and couldn't hold it anymore, and she threw the innocent cell phone to the ground, breaking it into pieces. "Frank!" and called Frank with gritted teeth, her eyes red, as if she had some deep hatred against him. She thought she was crazy. Frank is all I can think of now. He was obviously just a substitute. So why did she feel so uncomfortable when she thought about Frank being taken away by another woman? However, while and was going crazy, Frank was thinking about how to tell Eve that he wanted to date her. After Eve sent Xia Qinglan back to the company, she gave her 2 days off. Frank directly back to the Hitanguri Villa community. Now they were neighbors, and after she sent Frank back home, she felt embarrassed to stay too long. After all, being alone in a room with a single man and a single woman can make people think too much. So Eve went back to her house, and after washing up, she was still wearing the suspender nightgown, and her hair had just been blown dry and casually draped over her snow-white shoulders. With her snow-white feet bare, she slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the window of the villa opposite through the curtains. But she didn't see what she wanted to see, and she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. "Eve, what are you thinking about?" Eve patted her slightly red and hot face. It was so shameful that she had to take a break from her job and come here to be a voyeur. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell rang at the door downstairs. Eve was shocked when she heard the voice, because she didn't have any neighbors nearby except Frank, who had just moved in. So she hurriedly put on a pair of blue bunny slippers and ran downstairs. "Here it comes." Eve opened the door, and it was Frank. Then she smiled happily and gently. "Sister Yimo, have you eaten?" Frank raised the meal he had just prepared in his hand and came over with the plate. I was just about to order takeout. You come in first." Eve was a little embarrassed, so she quickly stepped forward to take the plate that Frank brought and took it back to her kitchen table and set it up. Shredded potatoes with shredded ginger, stir-fried green peppers with chili peppers, and stir-fried bean sprouts with meat. These 3 simple dishes almost made Eve put on a mask of pain, because she doesn't like to eat shredded ginger, chili peppers, and bean sprouts. But Eve did not show any displeasure. Instead, she showed an expression of particular liking. "Wow, it smells so good, Frank. You are really good at cooking." Eve took the bowl of rice that Frank handed her, but she didn't know how to pick up the food with the chopsticks. "It's okay. I don't know what you like to eat, so I just cooked a few dishes casually," Frank said modestly. Seeing that she was reluctant to pick up her chopsticks, he looked at her in confusion. "Don't you like it?" "Oh, no, I like it, but the food is so good that I don't know which dish to eat first, huh?" Eve laughed dryly, but still took a bite of potato shreds and put it into her mouth. Very good. It's shredded ginger." Eve swallowed the ginger with difficulty and took a big mouthful of rice. She showed a happy expression on her face. It's delicious." "Enid Hach. Ooh. This is thanks to her good acting skills. I'm glad you like it." "Sister Yimo, I want to talk to you about something." Frank was relieved to see that she liked it. He said fried potatoes with shredded ginger is such a delicious food that everyone will like it. But when Frank recalled his original self's memory, he found that his original self had cooked a table of dishes for Anne, but didn't eat a single bite. So sad, and such a waste of food. What is it?" Eve's heart began to twitch. She swallowed a mouthful of chili pepper with difficulty. A blush instantly appeared on her face. It was so spicy. Can you date me?" Frank scratched the back of his head and said sheepishly, "Ahem." Eve choked upon hearing this. The chili pepper she had just swallowed irritated her throat and made her feel very uncomfortable. Her whole pretty face turned red. Frank, with her black eyes full of surprise and confusion, and asked uncertainly, What did you say just now?" I said, "Would you like to date me?" Frank repeated it again, his eyes full of Eve, and he meant it. Dating? After Eve heard it clearly, she felt like her brain suddenly shut down. She felt a little dizzy and her face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. I know I was too naive and too love-minded before. I thought Annie was a good person. I didn't expect that she just used me as a substitute. I thought she had always liked me. Frank laughed at himself and said, "I just realized now how stupid I was. I know I'm not worthy of you right now, but you've been the best to me right now, and I have nothing to repay you with except my body." Frank was a little nervous. After all, this was the first time he confessed his feelings to a girl. What's more, he is a divorced man, while Eve is a beautiful, rich, and white woman. It's not certain whether I can like him. Chapter 18, I'll be nervous. Eve felt distressed when she saw Frank's inferiority complex. A good boy was hurt like this by that scumbag Annie. Frank, Eve interrupted Frank, put down her bowl and chopsticks, took his hand, and said seriously, "You have always been the best, but you were too young and impetuous before and made a mistake. But it's not too late for you to figure it out now. Besides, haven't you divorced Annie now? There is still a long way to go. If you are willing, I am willing to be the one to walk with you. But I hope you really like me, and you're not willing to be with me just for the sake of reward. In my heart, you have always been that clear and sunny boy." Eve said everything that was in her heart in one breath, and she felt much more relaxed. How to say it, she didn't know when she fell in love with Frank. Maybe it was the boy who wore school uniform and walked on the playground with a bright smile, who was buried in her heart like a seed. When the boy blocked the knife for her, and when he came to her to tell her that he was divorcing Annie, the seeds began to sprout. She was very happy that he came to her when he was sad and helpless, which showed that she had a little status in his heart. Frank felt deeply moved when he heard her such sensational words. He never expected that his original self was so good in her eyes. "So, Frank, you don't have to worry about not being good enough. I'm not helping you for your reward. I just want to, and I hope you can think it over carefully. Once you are sure of your feelings for me, we can officially date, okay?" Although Eve can't wait to agree to date Frank, what she wants is not just him. She also wants his heart. Frank wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Eve raising her hand. "You don't have to say more. I understand everything. Go back and think it over carefully, so as not to have any regrets in the future." After Eve sent Frank out the door, she immediately covered her pounding heart, then squatted down with her back against the door and breathed heavily. She was afraid that if she stayed with Frank any longer, she would lose control of her behavior and do something to him. Frank looked at the closed door, confused. We were just chatting happily in there. Why was he kicked out? Did she refuse? Frank sighed, thinking that he was indeed not worthy of her in his current condition. It seems that he needs to work hard to improve himself. "I told you to drink some wine to give yourself some courage. Then just climb into her bed." Xiao Xia stood aside, watching Frank being driven out, and spoke to him with a look of disappointment. "It's so easy for you to say that. In my entire life, I have never climbed into another woman's bed except the bed of the orphanage director's daughter." Frank rolled his eyes at it. "I'll be nervous." "Tisk, aren't you the thickest-skinned one? Why are you shy and nervous?" Xiao Xia sneered. "If you keep doing this, I don't know how long it will take to complete the task. TSK, you really are so careless when you talk." Frank didn't want to talk to it too much because even if he did, it was just a little ball of fur and wouldn't understand. Eve did not reject him explicitly, but she was afraid that he would repay her kindness with his own body. How could she, such a proud person, accept such an impure relationship? And he felt a little relieved that Eve didn't agree so quickly. The current Eve accepts dating him because she did like the old Frank. In a sense, it was not him she liked. Being with her like that, he would feel uncomfortable again, as if he had cheated on himself. Eve stood quietly on the balcony until she saw Frank return home. Then she went back to her room, hugged a pillow, and looked at the lighted window opposite through the curtains. I don't know what Eve was thinking. Her face was slightly red, her dark eyes were misty, and she twisted around while hugging the pillow. "Frank!" Eve lay on her side on the bed. Although it was almost 10 o'clock, she still couldn't sleep. Her mind was full of the scene of Frank confessing his love to her just now. Eve looked at her own white and delicate hands. It was these hands that had just had physical contact with Frank. The warm touch made her bury her head in the pillow in shame. It seems that tonight is already a sleepless night for her. Frank, on the other hand, didn't have much emotional fluctuation. Although he felt a little disappointed, it was not a big deal. Ding dong. Frank changed into his pajamas, yawned, and prepared to go to bed, but a message came to his phone on the bedside table. He picked it up and found it was from a stranger's number, but when he clicked on the message to check, he became confused. How did Yang Mi have his contact information? Frank, I'm Yang Mi. Please add me on WeChat. I have something to talk to you about. After work, Yang Mi returned to her residence. She also lived in the Hitangrui Villa community, but not in the same area as Frank. Frank, who was divorced from Anne today, she immediately called the Meet You program team to ask for Frank's contact information. What does Yang Mi want from me? Frank couldn't remember where he had seen Yang Mi, so he searched on the internet and got to know her a little better. Yang Mi, 28 years old, made her debut in 2006. With her professional acting skills, she has become popular after starring in many movies and TV series. In 2017, she won the Best Actress award at her first International Film Festival. She is also a modern pop singer. Although her achievements are not as great as those in the film and television industry, she has the qualifications and ability to perform on the Spring Festival Gala. The only one who made him feel related to him was that she graduated from Shanghai Theater Academy and was his senior. So Frank thought about it and added her WeChat. As soon as I sent the message to add her, she agreed immediately. He immediately replied, Frank? At this time, Yang Mi, who was taking a bath in the bathroom to relieve the day's fatigue, received Frank's friend request and immediately clicked to agree. Getting Frank's affirmation, Yang Mi raised the corners of his mouth and quickly typed a line of words on the phone keyboard. I live in Villa A520 in the West District. Where are you? Today she also saw Frank leaving this villa community and thought he also lived here. When she thought of this, she became a little excited and thought, this is fate. Hitangrui Villa community covers a large area and is divided into 4 areas: East, West, South, and North. Frank is now in the East District. If he wants to get to the West District, it will take him half a quarter of an hour to get there by riding a shared bicycle. What's up? I'm in Building B168, East District. Frank also typed back, Building 168, East District? Yang Mi looked at the familiar address. Wasn't this the villa she wanted to buy before? But at that time, the property management said that several villas nearby had been bought by one person. She also found out who bought the villa, and it was Eve. How did he live there? Chapter 19, this body is too weak. What do you want to talk to me about? If not, I'm going to sleep. Frank was lying on the bed, yawning. He was starting to feel sleepy, but when he saw that she didn't reply to his message, he sent her another message asking, Oh, after the show is finished tomorrow, I want to treat you to a meal. Is that okay? Seeing this, Yang Mi didn't bother to think about the relationship between Frank and Eve and quickly expressed his thoughts. Frank frowned slightly. He had just met her today, but she wanted to treat him to a meal so soon. Did she have other thoughts about him? Sorry, I have an appointment tomorrow. But Frank rejected her. It wasn't that he really had a date, but they were not familiar with each other, and it would be unsafe for him to agree to go out to dinner with her. Who knows if she will take the opportunity to behave badly towards him? After all, this world is different from the world of his previous life. Boys who go out to play with strange women should be careful not to get drained of their bodies. Who did you meet? When Yang Mi received the message, he replied without thinking, and his tone sounded a bit questioning. But she quickly pulled back. Although she had been keeping an eye on Frank, not only did he not remember her, he was even wary of her. By questioning him like this, she seemed to be meddling in other people's affairs. Then when are you free? I can wait. Yang Mi reedited the message and sent it, already thinking about who Lu had made an appointment with. Especially when she thought that Frank might be living in the villa bought by Eve, she suddenly lost her composure. Frank and were divorcing and breaking up 2 days ago. She immediately investigated to find out where Frank had gone. She could also take this opportunity to get to know Frank again, and then once they were familiar with each other, she could be with him naturally. That Frank, whom she had been looking for 2 days, lived in the same community as her, but he seemed to have found Eve first. This made her feel a little annoyed. She should have left him her contact information earlier. Maybe he got divorced and had nowhere to go, so he came to find her first? Sorry, I don't go out to eat with strangers. If nothing else, I'll go to bed first. Seeing that she was still ready to pursue him, Frank didn't care about being polite and tactful and just rejected her directly. After sending this message, Frank no longer paid attention to her. He turned his phone to Do Not Disturb mode turned off the lights, and went to bed. However, Yangmi on the other side felt that the three words stranger on the mobile phone screen were glaring. I didn't expect that she was just a stranger in his heart. Somehow, Yangmi felt very uncomfortable. She typed on her mobile phone, deleted it after writing it, deleted it and rewrote it. After going back and forth several times, she didn't know how to reply to Frank. Ah, so annoying. Yangmi threw her cell phone onto the dressing table next to her and washed her face irritably. She was not in the mood to take a bath, so she picked up a bath towel from the hanger next to her, wrapped it around herself, and walked out of the bathroom barefoot. The snow-white skin still had traces of pink left by the hot water. Drops of water from the ends of her hair dripped onto her delicate collarbone, then slid down her smooth white arms to her fingertips. I don't know how these women take care of themselves, but their skin looks no worse than those of 17 or 18-year-old girls. Frank, Yangmi picked up a photo frame on the dressing table. The photo inside was a selfie she took at her alma mater, the Shanghai Theater Academy. However, when she was taking the selfie, a handsome boy in school uniform passed by on the side of the road, and he happened to look at her. So Yangmi's selfie became a photo of the two of them. Yangmi also cherishes this photo very much, and even uses it as the wallpaper on her mobile phone. Yangmi's white jade hands gently stroked Frank's figure in the photo, and she murmured with tenderness in her eyes. Although I am still a stranger to you, I believe that our relationship will change in no time. Nothing happened that night. Frank got up early the next day, changed into sportswear, and prepared to go for a run. There's no way. He is now 1.75 meters tall and weighs only 46 kilograms. He is so thin that a strong wind can blow him away. So he has to start exercising. Not to mention getting 8-pack abs, but at least he doesn't have to gasp for breath after walking a little. Frank, where are you going? You've also got up early and drove a white Audi out. She also changed into a professional suit. Her shoulder-length hair was tied into a neat high ponytail, making her look more heroic, which made Frank's eyes light up. Sure enough, good-looking people look good no matter how they dress up. He was a little too excited last night. She didn't sleep the whole night and had dark circles under her eyes. But it does not affect her beauty at all. Her temperament is like orchid, and her mature and beautiful face, with a gentle smile, can make him fall in love with her. I'm going for a run to exercise. Sister Yimo, are you going to work? Frank's eyes kept looking at her. If he had stared at a beautiful woman like this in his previous life, he would definitely be accused of being vulgar and a hooligan. But in this world where women work outside and men work inside, the fact that he looks at things in this open and above-board way is the greatest recognition of a woman. So when Eve saw Frank looking at her, she was very happy. I have something to do today. Eve's mouth curled up. It seemed that the special dressing she had done today had paid off. But she has a lot of work to do today. In order to be able to participate in the filming of the Meet You in Music program in the afternoon, she has to go to the company early to finish today's work. Well, go ahead and get busy. Remember to eat breakfast. Frank waved at her through the car window. She must have not had breakfast since she got up so early and went out. So he reminded her to remember to have breakfast. I see. Eve nodded and smiled. After the show tonight, don't leave so fast. I'll take you to dinner and take you home. She had approved leave for Xia Qinglan yesterday. The recording of the show will start at 4 o'clock this afternoon and will definitely not be completed until 9 or 10 o'clock in the evening. It is not safe for a boy like him to go home alone. Yeah, okay. Frank didn't refuse, as it was a good opportunity for him to develop feelings with her. Then I'll go first. You should remember to eat breakfast too. Eve also gave him a few words of advice and then drove out. Frank then went out for a run as well. Hitangrui Villa community covers a total area of nearly 20,000 square meters, with a beautiful environment and shaded trees. There is a road in the villa community. If you run along the road for a few kilometers, you can see Kyoto's famous Grand Canal. There is also a park next to the canal. The scenery there is beautiful, and it attracts many tourists every day. After jogging along the road for half an hour, Frank was so out of breath that he could not run anymore and just happened to arrive at the canal park. This body is even worse than when I was in a hospital bed undergoing chemotherapy in my previous life. Frank didn't expect this body to be so weak. At this time, his face was pale, without a trace of blood, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He also had a feeling of rapid heartbeat and dizziness. Damn, I have hypoglycemia. Frank had just stopped and walked a few steps when he found that he was starting to have low blood sugar. As soon as he finished speaking, Frank's eyes went dark and he fell down in front of the main entrance of the park. At this time, many people have just gotten up and are getting ready for work or school, so there is hardly anyone here. Ah! It just so happened that a young girl who was also jogging past the park saw Frank suddenly fall straight down at her feet, and she screamed in fright. Chapter 20: Power Pills. Bailu's family is not wealthy, and in a prosperous city like Kyoto, she can only live in a slum. So she usually runs to school. Today she got up early and ran to school as usual, and everything was normal on the way. But when she passed the main entrance of the park, a man fainted in front of her, and she suddenly couldn't help it. She is just a senior high school student who is about to graduate. Faced with this emergency, she is hesitant whether to help Frank. After all, recent news reports say that some people with poor character would deliberately commit fraud and then extort money from others. Her family is already poor. What if she is blackmailed? She was extremely conflicted, but when she saw Frank's pale but still handsome profile, she decided to follow the fine traditions of the Dragon Kingdom and helped him up. Frank was so light that she could easily lift him up and even carry him horizontally to sit on the stone bench under the shade of the tree in front. Then, based on the first aid knowledge he had learned from TV, he pinched his philtrum. Ahem! Fortunately, Frank was not seriously dizzy. After Bailu pinched his philtrum for a while, he woke up, but he was still a little dizzy. Seeing this, Bailu quickly took out the breakfast bread from her school bag and gave it to him. Frank hadn't recovered yet and only felt his body craving for food. When Bailu brought the bread to his mouth, he opened his mouth and started eating it in big mouthfuls. Slow down and drink some water. Bailu looked at his chubby cheeks from eating so much and inexplicably found him a little cute, and a smile appeared on the girl's face. Then she took out her water bottle and handed it to him, patting his back with concern. Thanks. Frank ate something and finally recovered, and he didn't feel as uncomfortable anymore. Frank was very grateful to the girl who was standing right in front of him, helping him and caring about him. No, you're welcome. Bailu and Frank looked at each other, and their faces suddenly blushed. The warm sunlight from the rising sun just shone through his soft black hair and onto his fair, delicate face. Coupled with his clean and hearty smile, it immediately touched the girl's restless heart. Are you still a high school student? I'm sorry. I ate your breakfast and delayed your school time. Frank looked at the bag of bread and the kettle in his hands, as well as the girl's blue-collared, white short-sleeved shirt and black trousers. The emblem of a certain middle school was engraved on the left chest of the clothes. The girl tied her hair into a medium ponytail with a red silk ribbon, and her bangs were parted in a 3:7 ratio. Her hair was slightly stuck to her smooth forehead because of sweat. Her face was red because of shyness, showing the girl's innocent and youthful aura. This youthful look is so great. It's okay. The teacher told us that if we meet someone in need, we should try to help. Bailu waved her hands repeatedly to indicate that it was okay. Anyway, I want to thank you. When Frank saw the girl's innocence and kindness, his liking for her sword. This is the flower of the motherland. What a kind child. My name is Frank. I will pay you back for the breakfast money, but I don't have any cash with me right now. Let's add each other on WeChat, and I'll transfer the money to you. Frank took out his cell phone and wanted to add her contact information. The girl helped him, so he had to repay her, right? Ah, well, okay then. Bailu originally wanted to refuse Frank's offer to pay for breakfast, since it was only a few dollars. But looking at Frank's handsome face and the gentle feeling he gave her, she couldn't refuse him at once. The handsome guy wants to add her WeChat. Bailu couldn't help but reveal a happy smile on her pretty face. She took out her somewhat worn-out smartphone. Although it was a little slow, she still added Frank's WeChat. Brother Frank, my name is Bailu. Bailu smiled happily, revealing her two little canine teeth, and she felt a little excited inside. Well, it's getting late. You should go to school quickly, or you'll be late. Frank gave her a red envelope and urged her with a smile to go to school quickly. Ah, yes. I almost forgot that today is the morning reading class of our homeroom teacher. Bailu's pretty face was in a panic, and she just remembered that the head teacher with the nickname Tai was on duty today. Before she had time to receive the red envelope sent by Frank, she quickly put her cell phone in her school bag, said goodbye to Frank in a hurry, and ran away. After running 2 steps, she turned back and said worriedly, Brother Frank, remember to see a doctor later. Yes, I understand. Frank smiled and nodded, waving at her and telling her not to worry. Goodbye, Brother Frank. After Bailu finished speaking, she hurriedly ran towards the school. It's great to be young. Frank looked at the girl's back. Her firm and powerful steps were so energetic, and he fainted after running such a short distance. What a loser. Xiao Xia, my body is too weak. Can you give me some fast-acting tonic? Although Frank really wants to build a good body through his own efforts, his current conditions do not allow it. Moreover, he felt very uncomfortable due to the weakness, and he didn't want to have hypoglycemia again. Yes, but it depends on which one you want. Xiao Xia yawned and floated out, listing 2 tonics to Frank. This is a one-time powerful pill. After taking it, you will be extremely brave for an hour. The powerful pill can make your strength soar. At least you can defeat 3 or 4 adult women in this world. It only costs a few points. This is a permanent strength pill with the same effect and no side effects. It costs 10 points. Which one do you want? Isn't this a bit expensive? You should know that 1 point is worth 1 million RMB, and 10 points are worth 10 million. What medicine can be sold for 10 million? He now only has 3 points in his account. In addition to the 10 million given by Eve, there are 980,000 left in the card as a breakup fee from Annie. Brother, that's permanent. Even if you are reborn and travel through time again, the effect will always be retained, and it can be used cumulatively. If you were my first host, I wouldn't sell it so cheaply. Xiao Xia feels that her selling price is already very low, and she really wants to make her host better. In this way, he can complete the task faster, and it can earn more resources faster, and everyone can achieve mutual benefit and win-win results. Then, let's have a permanent powerful pill. Frank thought about it, and it made sense. Money is just an external thing. What is real is to obtain permanent military force and be able to protect oneself. So Frank went against his own principles and used the 10 million Eve gave him to exchange for 10 points with Xiao Xia, and then exchange for a powerful pill. Alas, I have finally ended up living off the rich and beautiful lady. Frank looked at the blue pill in his hand and felt that the feeling of having a gigolo was really addictive. Chapter 21. If teasing fails, you want to force it? Frank couldn't wait to swallow the powerful pill and immediately felt a force filling his whole body, making him warm all over. Moreover, the weak feeling from fainting just now is gone. Instead, I feel refreshed. Frank could clearly feel the changes in his body, but the loose sportswear failed to better show his changes. Frank reached out and touched his abdomen. It was no longer the soft and flat abdomen. He felt the abdominal muscles firmly, and they were the perfect 8-pack. Vocal. This works so well. Frank's eyes widened in surprise, and when he stood up he found that he seemed to have grown a few centimeters taller, so he was probably at least 1.78 meters tall. In this world where the average height of men is only 1.68 meters, he is considered tall. His shoulders also became broader, and his arms and long legs became stronger and more powerful. Originally, the lines on his facial features were softer and more feminine. But at this moment, he had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. His smooth and fair face was angular. His black and clear eyes were bright and energetic, and he had a touch of masculinity. He is no longer the frail man who would be blown away by a strong wind. Of course, the products produced by the system must be high quality. Xiao Xia said proudly. As he spoke, he circled around Frank and praised him. Well, not bad. This is what you call a handsome man. I wonder how many women will fall for your sweatpants later. Xiao Xia saw the changes in Frank and nodded with satisfaction. Does your powerful pill have a whitening effect? Why do I feel like my skin has become whiter and tenderer? Frank touched his arm, and it felt even more delicate. The white was not bloodless, but a white with a hint of pink, commonly known as white with a hint of red. Of course. Otherwise, how can this powerful pill be worth 10 points? Xiao Xia said, as a matter of course. But why would I, a grown man, need such soft, fair, and rosy skin? Compared to this skin that countless women are chasing after, he prefers the healthy tan skin. Your current appearance, figure, and soft skin are the mainstream of this world, okay? Otherwise, how can those white, rich, and beautiful women chase after you and support you? Xiao Xia really put a lot of effort into Frank. Frank had nothing to refute. That's right. In his previous life, he was adopted by a rich and beautiful lady just because of his handsome face. Because of this, he lived a few more years when he was diagnosed with cancer. It was a pity that he died young, on his 20th birthday. It was such a pity that his beautiful, wealthy sister cried bitterly while hugging his frail body. Handsome guy, can you add me on WeChat? While Frank was lost in thought, many people had already come to the park to have fun. 3 women in fancy clothes and with a sloppy pace came together and just happened to see Frank's handsome and charming figure. Suddenly, they all came over with red hearts in their eyes and asked Frank for his contact information. Sorry, I can't. Frank smiled and politely refused, but when he saw several people staring at him with nympho looks, he knew that these people must be coveting his body. Handsome boy, come on, we won't eat you. I can take you to the movies. eat, and go shopping later. The woman in the lead refused to give in, with a cigarette in her hand. She looked ordinary, but her eyes were full of aggression. She smoked with one hand and put the other in her pocket, looking very ruffian. Song-si took a step forward, stared at Frank with her black eyes, and said, "Sister, I'm not short of money. I just like making friends with handsome guys. But I don't like making friends with strangers." Frank was not panicking. He had just taken a powerful pill and was confident that he could beat them. If they really want to force him, he will naturally not back down. "We are strangers now. If we go out to play with the sisters, we will become acquaintances." "That's right. We are very gentle to boys." The two women who followed nearby echoed Song-si's words, rubbing their hands and approaching Frank with smirks on their faces. "Just follow your sister." Song-si swallowed his saliva, his eyes full of covetousness for Frank's beauty. He couldn't help but reach out to grab him, wanting to take him away by force. "Why can't you just talk nicely? You have to use physical force, right?" Frank's face turned cold, and he shouted in disgust, "Get out!" Frank with absolute force. Unfortunately, they didn't check the almanac before going out today, and met Frank, who had just taken a power pill. Frank is not someone who can be bullied. He kicked Song-si out. After taking the powerful pill, he now has the strength comparable to that of 3 adult women. Song-si was not paying attention and was kicked 2 or 3 meters away by Frank. Her face instantly turned red, then pale, and she curled up on the ground, covering her stomach that was kicked by Frank. "Sister Song." The two followers nearby were shocked when they saw this. They didn't expect that a weak man like Frank could kick their eldest sister away. The two men hurriedly tried to help Song-si, but she gritted her teeth to stop them. She pointed at Frank and said viciously, "Catch him and break his legs." Hearing this, the two looked at each other and immediately took out fruit knives from their pockets and approached Frank. They are not stupid. The fact that Song-si was kicked away by Frank shows that this man has practiced some self-defense skills. But they have knives, so how can they be afraid of him, a man? "Little handsome boy, you'd better obey obediently. The most we can do is break your legs to ask our eldest sister for forgiveness. Otherwise, this knife is merciless. If you get hurt, we won't be responsible." Frank step by step with fruit knives, and at the same time threatened him not to resist. "Oh." Frank replied again with a blank expression. When the two men saw that he refused to accept their toast, their faces turned grim and they stabbed Frank with knives. That Frank took not only increased his strength, but also enhanced his physical and reaction abilities. Faced with the attack from two people, Frank carefully dodged the fruit knife while at the same time fighting back, punching one of them in the face. "Ouch!" The man instantly screamed in pain, covered his face, and stepped back repeatedly, immediately losing the ability to fight back. Seeing this, the other man gritted his teeth and stabbed Frank in the back. At Xiao Xiao's reminder, Frank dodged to the side and then hit her in the chest with his elbow. Crack! The ribs on her chest broke with a snap, and she rolled her eyes in pain and fell to the ground wailing. In just 1 or 2 minutes, the 3 female hooligans who had just been teasing Frank fell to the ground. Passers-by saw that Frank was a weak man and wanted to come up to help, but they didn't expect that he could deal with 3 hooligans by himself. One of them had a slightly collapsed chest due to broken ribs. When kind passers-by saw this, they covered their chests and took a step back. "Oh my God! This handsome and fair-looking man is so cruel. Could it be that he came from Yuchuan? I heard that the men in Yuchuan have the ability to lift their wives' heads off with their hands." For a moment, some women who were attracted by Frank's good looks and wanted to come over to chat with him did not dare to approach him easily. "Huh? Did you notice that he seems to be the Frank from the internet?" Chapter 22. Senior Yang Mi came to visit unexpectedly. After Frank knocked down the 3 female hooligans, some onlookers took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Frank, who sang the original song, "There is a Kind of Love" called Letting Go in the music variety show Meet You on Sound yesterday. The number of online views of this song has now exceeded 10 million. After all, In and I Air You is a nationally famous music variety show, and Frank is handsome. He also created an original song because of his relationship problems, and this song touched the hearts of many people, so he started to become a little famous. That's true. He's much more handsome in person than in the videos and photos. And he looked so fierce when he beat down those 3 female hooligans just now. Brother is so awesome. I decided to be his fan. Brother, actually my sister, is also very powerful. I don't know if his abilities are so powerful. I can't help but want to tear it apart when I think about it. Wow, did I see a star live? The crowd recognized Frank. They immediately surrounded him and started staring at him and talking. Everyone looked excited and started taking pictures of Frank with their cell phones. Seeing more and more people coming, Frank couldn't help but frowning. There were even some brightly dressed men who ran towards him, holding orchids and pointing at them, asking for his autograph, as if they were impressed by his tough, feminine image. Plus, Frank is so charmingly handsome that gender is no longer an issue for them. Frank felt his scalp tingling when he saw this. He turned around and ran away before they came close. Thanks to his long legs and the power pill, he ran at the speed of an international sprint champion and ran away in a flash. Some unwilling fans chased for a while, but found that they really could not catch up, so they had to stop panting. Seeing that no one was chasing him, Frank slowly stopped and took a breath. Oh my God, this is so scary. Boys really need to be careful when they are outside alone. Now when Frank jogs back to the Hitangrui Villa community, he doesn't feel out of breath or his legs are sore. Xiaoxia, it's all thanks to my powerful pills. After Frank returned to his house, he cooked himself a bowl of tomato and egg noodles to calm himself down, and then went to take a bath. Little did he know that the video of him being molested and harassed by 3 female hooligans and beating up the 3 female hooligans had already been posted on an online platform. I have to say that they are really good at attracting traffic, and even the titles they come up with are very eye-catching. Oh my God! A handsome man was raped by 3 female hooligans on the street, accompanied by Frank Bai's handsome and cool picture. That picture alone attracted a large number of lurking female perverts to click on it. So, a handsome man from Chongqing and Sichuan was molested in the street, and he actually lifted the female hooligan's head with his hands. He is worthy of being a Chongqing and Sichuan man, accompanied by a picture of Frank raising his leg and kicking Songxi away. A large number of comments soon appeared under the video. Blogger, please be careful and don't slander us Yuchuan men. We Yuchuan men are all gentle, okay? That's right, I can't even open the bottle cap. To dispel the rumor, the handsome guy in the video is not from Yuchuan. Yuchuan woman, dare not speak. JPG. When Xia Qinglan, who was on vacation at home, saw these videos, she said that the coke she had just drunk sprayed out instantly. Oh my God! Is Frank so good at martial arts? And why do I feel like he has become more handsome? Is it because of the filter? Xia Qinglan quickly put down the potato chips and coke in her hand and immediately called Frank. The user you dialed is currently on a call. Please try again later. It turns out that Frank is on the phone with someone else. In fact, Frank was taking a bath in the bathroom and left his cell phone outside. Eve, who also accidentally saw the video, called Frank to ask if he was hurt or not. Eve couldn't get through, so she called again, but the number still showed that the call was busy. Because besides the two of them, Yangmi, who was playing with his phone at home and taking a rare nap, also saw the video. Then she and Eve happened to call Frank at the same time, but no one answered. Yangmi jumped up from the bed instantly. She was used to sleeping naked, so when she lifted the quilt, the room was full of spring scenery, but there was no one to appreciate it. As a self-disciplined artist, Yangmi has maintained her figure and appearance very well. Perfect body curves, flawless skin. She quickly changed into a home leisure suit, put on a pair of brown slippers, and went downstairs. Then he rode his plum blossom bicycle to the east area of the villa. Half a quarter of an hour later, she found the door of the East District B168 villa she wanted to buy before and rang the doorbell. Frank just came out of the shower with his mobile phone. There were several missed calls and WeChat messages on it, all from Eve and Xia Qinglan, including a call from Yangmi. Just after he replied to Eve and Xia Qinglan's messages, he heard the doorbell outside. Frank walked over while wiping his hair and could see who was at the door from the inside. Is it her? How did she come here? Frank was puzzled. He and Yangmi were not very familiar with each other, so why did she find her way to his house? But seeing that she kept ringing his doorbell, Frank still opened the door for her. Frank! Yangmi rang the doorbell several times and was getting a little impatient. Fortunately, Frank opened the door for her in time. Yangmi was just about to ask him about what happened in the morning, but when she saw the door open, she saw a handsome man who had just stepped out of the bath. She was instantly stunned and speechless. Frank was just casually wearing a white short-sleeved shirt. Because he had taken some powerful pills, his height and weight had increased significantly, and the clothes that had originally fit him now seemed a little tight. In addition, he was wearing a pair of blue shorts, and his skin exposed to the air was white and translucent, especially his long legs, which made Yangmi swallow his saliva. Senior Yangmi, what do you want to talk to me about? Frank had a pretty good impression of her, so when he saw her suddenly visit him, he still greeted her. Chapter 23. Could it be that someone else has gotten there first? Can I come to see you if I'm fine? Yangmi pinched her thighs secretly and came back to her senses from Frank's temptation. Saw Frank calling her senior. She was very happy again and thought that Frank remembered who she was. Yes. After all, we men and women shouldn't touch each other, so it's better to keep a distance. Frank didn't know what Yangmi felt about him, but he felt that it was not a good idea for Yangmi, a movie queen and a big star, to come to him for no reason. If the paparazzi took a picture of him, or if she was attracted by his handsome appearance and wanted to have his body, Frank would find the former troublesome, but he could accept the latter. However, when Yangmi heard that Frank wanted to keep a distance from her, the smile on her face froze and the light in her eyes dimmed. Ah, Frank, you really don't remember me? Yangmi's delicate and beautiful face showed a look of disappointment and some sadness, which made others think that Frank had done something bad to her. Frank looked innocent. Could it be that there was some affair between her and her original self that he didn't know about? Between a married man and a national goddess superstar? Thinking of this, Frank's heart was filled with excitement. He actually took on this melon. I knew it. Ever since you met Annie, you can't tolerate anyone else in your eyes. Young Milo get it herself. Although she was not from the same aristocratic circle as Anne and Eve, she had achieved her current status step by step through her own efforts. But although she was so dazzling in the eyes of others, she was not in his eyes, which made him sad. Could it be that there is some kind of friendship between you and me that I have forgotten? Frank suddenly wanted to take part in the gossip between Yangmi and his original body. Do you still remember the opening ceremony of the Shanghai Theater Academy 5 years ago? I was invited back by my alma mater to give a speech. That was the first time I met you. Yangmi sighed in her heart. Since he had forgotten, she could recall the memory with him. After learning that the original body had saved Yangmi's life, Frank was sure that the melon was ripe. I see. No wonder I felt familiar when I saw Senior. Frank pinched his chin and nodded. Now he has merged with the soul of his original body. But because both of their souls seem to have been damaged, some of the older and less profound memories have long been lost. I'm sorry I didn't thank you in person that year. The thing Yangmi regretted most in his life was that he didn't go to the hospital to thank him, which allowed Annie to get there first. If she could have turned down her work and come to see him at that time, she wouldn't have been thinking about him for 5 years. It doesn't matter. Those things are in the past. Frank waved his hand, signaling her not to be so polite. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. He didn't expect Yangmi to repay him. It's over for you. But for me, it's the thing I regret the most in my life. If I had been bolder at the beginning, you wouldn't have been hurt by that scumbag Annie. The more Yangmi thought about it, the more she regretted it. She was clearly panic-stricken at the time, but the moment he stood up and pulled her into his arms, she was moved. If she had started pursuing him while the opportunity was there, given her excellence, there would definitely be no Annie later. But there is no medicine for regret in the world. Once you miss it, you miss it. Although I have divorced Annie, she has never been bad to me. The only bad thing she has done is that she just treats me as a substitute. Moreover, the original body's love and possessiveness for Annie was too deep, so he made himself so embarrassed. Now I have let it go. Her white moonlight is back, and I shouldn't occupy something that doesn't belong to me. Frank felt relieved and didn't care anymore. You are such a good person. Why does she treat you as a substitute? You must have been wronged during these years with her. If it were me, I would definitely not be like her. I would definitely cherish and love you. Frank with heartache. No matter in the past or now, Frank was the best in her eyes. Oh well, now that it's over, let's not talk about it. It's always better to look forward. Frank touched his nose. Even though he had been single since birth, he could see that Sister Yangmi had feelings for him. But he may not be able to respond to her love, because the target of his mission now is Eve. Seeing that he was intentionally avoiding the topic, Yangmi understood what he meant, but she felt inexplicably pained in her heart. It's okay. I'm a nostalgic person. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can always come to me. But Yangmi didn't want to give up Frank. If she gave up, she would have nothing. 5 years ago, I was unable to thank you in person. Can I treat you to a meal to thank you now? Otherwise, I will feel guilty. Yangmi also invited Frank last night, but he refused. Now that she had the opportunity, she quickly made another invitation. Although Frank is not familiar with her and has no feelings about her now, she believes that love grows over time. As long as she has the chance to be with him, she will be able to move him sooner or later. Okay. Seeing how nervous and expectant she looked, Frank was afraid that she would cry if he refused, so he softened his heart and agreed to her request. It's just a meal, It shouldn't be a big deal, right? Well, I'll make an appointment at the Junjin Hotel tonight. When Yangmi heard Frank's agreement, her dark eyes lit up instantly. She couldn't wait to use her phone to book a hotel, and she couldn't suppress the upward curve at the corners of her mouth. Wait, not tonight. I have an appointment with someone else. Frank immediately interrupted her actions. He had already promised Eve this morning. The smile on Yangmi's face returned to calm at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the hand holding the mobile phone was clenched tightly, showing her inner unrest. Have an appointment with someone? She immediately thought of who that person was. After all, she had checked before and found that the house where Frank currently lived was under Eve's name. Could it be that Frank was beaten to the punch by someone else again? Damn it. Yangmi is so angry that he wants to kill someone. Why is she always one step late, every step late? No, she had to think of a way and take some unusual measures. In that case, how about tomorrow night? Yangmi tucked the hair around her ears and smiled elegantly. Well, okay. Frank thought about it and decided to agree to her request since he was free tomorrow night. Well, it's settled then. Yangmi made the final decision and did not give Frank any chance to change his mind. The program, Ian and I Air You, will start recording at 4 p.m. I don't have anything to do today. I'll come by and pick you up this afternoon. She didn't give Frank a chance to refuse. After she finished speaking, she said hello, turned around, and rode away on her bicycle. Chapter 24, Only Children Make Choices. Adults have to choose everything. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Yangmi and her assistant arrived at Frank's store on time. Frank changed into a simple t-shirt, paired with blue jeans and a pair of sneakers. Especially after he took the powerful pills, his body became taller and stronger. He just stood there with a black shoulder bag on his back, exuding a handsome and sunny aura. Yangmi's eyes lit up. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she felt that Frank looked particularly good-looking and handsome today. His young face still carried a youthful look. Frank, get in the car. Yangmi waved to Frank and asked him to sit in the back seat. The person driving in the front was her assistant Shaoran. Because Yangmi changed into a red slim waist-long skirt, the hem of the skirt covered her ankles without looking cumbersome, but instead made her tall figure more prominent. In addition, her skin is very fair to begin with, and against the red background, it looks even whiter and more rosy, complementing her rosy lips. Her long reddish hair hung casually on her shoulders, with a few strands of hair fluttering in the wind, making her fox eyes even more charming, making people unable to take their eyes off her. Frank's heart started pounding when he saw it. This damn beauty made his face lover trait flare up. Then Frank opened the back door without hesitation and sat next to her. He smelled her sweet but not greasy scent, which lifted his spirits. After Frank got in the car, his eyes fell on Yangmi. He did not hide his admiration for her beauty and temperament at all, which made Yangmi feel elated. So he likes this kind of dressing. Yangmi smiled secretly in her heart, but she remained calm and elegant on the surface. She glanced at Frank from the corner of her eyes and thought to herself, "Little guy, I can't charm you to death. Shaoran, let's drive." Yangmi shook the strands of hair off her forehead, leaned back on the seat with her legs crossed, and asked Shaoran, the young assistant in front of her who was wearing black-framed glasses and pigtails, to drive. Shaoran was actually a college graduate. Thanks to the fact that her aunt was Yangmi's agent, she was introduced to Yangmi as an assistant as an exception. In addition, her work really satisfied Yangmi, so Yangmi kept her by his side. Shaoran glanced at Frank several times through the rearview mirror, and her first impression was handsome, very handsome. Moreover, he has a great figure with long legs and a tall figure. With these conditions, he is definitely a top figure in the entertainment industry that produces handsome men and beautiful women. Even though she was used to seeing handsome guys, she couldn't help but be dazzled by Frank's handsomeness. But she also understood that her boss seemed to be interested in Frank, so she didn't dare to make any moves on Frank. So she just secretly admired his looks. Today's Encounter With You program is being recorded with a voting elimination contest. How are you preparing? Slid over to Frank's side without leaving any trace. Good. When Frank's arm accidentally touched her arm, the delicate feeling made him shudder. He wanted to move to the side, but found there was nowhere to move. What? Are you nervous? Frank, who was a little nervous, and looked at his handsome profile with a smile on her lips. No. Frank shook his head but didn't dare turn around to look at her. If he turned around, he would definitely bump into her. She was too close. Why are you tensing up without me? Relax a little. Yangmi raised his hand and stroked his back to comfort him, speaking softly. Shaoran occasionally glanced at the rearview mirror and then she saw that her boss was like a big-tailed wolf, grabbing the weak boy and wanting to eat him. Frank shrank back as if he had touched a hot potato, with a look of discomfort on his face. Oh my God, I didn't expect her to be so big. He must have made a mistake. Yangmi looked a little embarrassed. After all, she was also a person who needed to save face. But when she saw Frank lowering his head and rubbing his fingers together in confusion, as if he had done something wrong, she showed a triumphant smile of the big-tailed wolf. This boy is still so innocent and cute. Yangmi slowly sat back a little to give Frank a chance to catch his breath, but her eyes were still fixed on him, and she licked her lips unconsciously. To be honest, she really wanted to taste him, but he was still wary of her, so she couldn't act too hastily. Frank felt the increasingly fiery gazes around him and felt uncomfortable all over. He turned on the air conditioner to 17 degrees, but sweat still broke out on his forehead. Xiaoxia, does she have any idea about my body? Frank crossed his legs and leaned against the car door, secretly talking to Xiaoxia in his heart to distract himself. Be more confident and remove the yes and question marks. Xiaoxia was sitting in the passenger seat and said with certainty, Hiss, so tell me, if she asks me out for dinner tomorrow and wants to do something to me, should I accept it or not? Frank suddenly said with some anticipation and worry. TSK, if that were the case, you would probably wake up laughing in your dreams. Xiaoxia rolled her eyes at him in disdain, even though her body was so honest. That won't work. Wasn't our original target Eve? Frank glanced at Yangmi beside him. In terms of figure and appearance, she was not much worse than Eve. As a normal man who doesn't like beautiful women. I never said that. Anyway, I only pursue the result. It doesn't matter who you are with as long as you can complete the task, Xiaoxia said indifferently. Besides, why are you agonizing so much? Don't you always say that adults don't make choices? What's wrong with both of them? 3 or 4 will do, it just depends on whether his kidneys can handle it. Come to think of it, the powerful pill it gave him today seemed to have one more ingredient than the previous version. While this medicine improves his physical condition, it will make him emit a body fragrance from the inside out, which is extremely tempting to women. And it only works on women, and the more beautiful the woman, the more obvious the effect. Frank about this because it wanted to see what would happen when Frank was deeply involved in it. Maybe in the end, in order to replenish his body, he will spend a lot of points to exchange it for powerful pills or kidney treasures. Then wouldn't its business be good? The more Xiaoxia thought about it, the better she felt it was, so she decided to support Frank in choosing both. Chapter 25. See Bailu again. Hello. Please stop at the next intersection. I can walk the rest of the way by myself. Frank pointed to the intersection ahead and said to Shaoran in front. This place was not far from the recording location of Meet You with Music, but the car he was sitting in now was Yangmi's. If her fans saw him and are coming in the same car, wouldn't that cause a lot of trouble? However, Shaoran did not listen to Frank directly. Instead, she looked at her boss Yangmi to see what she had to say first. Just listen to him, Yangmi said lightly. She also knew what Frank was worried about. Although she didn't mind having some rumors about her and Frank, even if they were true, she still had to take Frank's thoughts and feelings into consideration. Obediently stopped the car at the intersection ahead. Frank said thank you to Yangmi and got out of the car. Frank! Yangmi suddenly rolled down the window and called Frank, then leaned against the door, staring at him with her beautiful eyes. What's wrong? Frank, carrying his own backpack, looked back at her questioningly. Nothing. You lost your ID card. Yangmi held his ID card in her slender hand and handed it to him. Oh. Thank you. Frank felt his pockets. How did his ID card fall out? His belt was so tight. However, he still took the ID card from her and thanked her again. You don't have to be so polite to me in the future, understand? Frank's hand without leaving a trace and smiled faintly. Watching the rear of the car leaving, Frank looked down at his ID card. When had she reached into his trouser pocket and taken his ID card? Frank put his ID card back into his pocket and adjusted its position. He couldn't understand her method, shook his head, and walked towards the art center with his long legs. Little did he know that in a cart in the distance, there was a figure holding a camera, taking several photos of him as he got out of Yangmi's luxury car. When Frank arrived at the recording location of the Meet You With Me program, the same staff member from last time took him into the reception room. However, the reception room that seemed crowded yesterday is much more spacious today. Because hundreds of amateurs came for the auditions yesterday, only 28 people were able to enter the first 2 rounds, and the elimination rate was very high. Moreover, these people are almost 18th-tier celebrities signed with certain studios. There were also 4 other people in the exclusive reception room. Those 4 people were either signed to Xingyu or were artists of Xingyu Entertainment. They all had a certain fame in the entertainment industry. Xingyu Entertainment and Xingyu Entertainment are the 2 biggest giants in the entertainment industry and are the companies that countless people who want to be stars have long dreamed of signing with. Just look at the treatment of artists under their companies, and you'll know that if you're lucky enough to sign with one of these 2 companies, your chances of becoming a big hit will be greater. Today's competition will be conducted by voting. Your performance will not only impress the 5 mentors, but also the audience. The 8 people who receive the most votes will advance to the next competition. The staff came over to introduce the rules of today's game, and then used a draw to determine the order of appearance. This time, Huayu and his team also participated in the draw. From now on, even if they are artists from Xingyu and Tianyu, they will no longer have special privileges for advancement. This competition depends on the individual's true talent. However, their strength should not be underestimated as they were signed by 2 giant companies, Xingyu and Tianyu, and received special invitation and recommendation. In the end, Frank drew number 32 and was the last one to appear. Well, if he is unlucky and is the last one to perform, he will have to wait until the 31 people before him finish their performances and he finishes his final performance before he can leave. If he had drawn a line earlier, he could have left immediately after the performance. After all, the championship match of the quarterfinals is tomorrow. Brother Frank? Frank found an inconspicuous place to sit with his lottery number. But a pretty figure also followed him and called out to his back uncertainly. Frank looked back and was also a little surprised. "It's really you, Brother Frank." Frank with a look of surprise on her face. She had noticed Frank's figure just now, but she was not sure if it was him. Frank now seems to be much stronger and taller than his frail appearance this morning, and he looks more handsome and good-looking. Therefore, when he appeared, most people here noticed him. But Frank was always immersed in his own world and automatically blocked himself off from the outside world's sight and observation. "Bai Lu, why are you here too?" Frank was a little surprised to meet her here. She was still wearing her school uniform. "Well, my music teacher recommended me to participate in the Encounter with You competition. Bai Lu's overall performance in school is only average, but her musical talent is quite good. Her music teacher also noticed her musical talent, so he recommended her to participate in this music competition. And if she has the chance to enter the top 8, it will add points to her choice of art exam. Because my grades were not good, my teacher recommended that I take the art exam. Another point is that her family is very poor. With her current grades, she can barely get into a good university, but tuition fees are a problem. There is a bonus for entering the top 8 of the Meet You program, so Bai Lu chose to participate in the Meet You competition just before the college entrance examination." "Oh, so that's how it is? Then you have to work harder." Frank nodded to show that he understood, but the players who remained now were not as uneven as they were yesterday. Those who were able to stay all had certain strength. Bai Lu seems to have no experience and is just a high school student, so it is difficult for her to enter the top 8. "Yeah, Brother Frank, you have to work hard too." Bai Lu looked at Frank's handsome profile and the faint body fragrance coming from him, and she rubbed her little finger shyly. "That Frank looks a little bit attractive now, but with Brother's ability, he will definitely be able to enter the top 5. Bai Lu also remembered that Frank was the contestant who sang the original song. "There's a Kind of Love called Letting Go yesterday." That song seems to be very popular on the internet now. Even the number of followers of Frank's social media account increased by hundreds of thousands in just one day. Frank with some admiration. He must have great musical talent to be able to write original works of such high quality. Coupled with his good looks, she firmly believed that he would become a top star in the future. Chapter 26, Am I Proud? While Frank and Bai Lu were chatting here, the contestants on the other side had already gone on stage to sing. Especially when the recently popular singer Huayu appeared on stage, the audience in front of the stage burst into thunderous cheers. Frank in the backstage could even hear the audience cheering. At the same time, Frank also heard Huayu's singing performance, but the explosive high notes and rap, singing, and dancing sounded very exciting and full of personality. But Frank couldn't appreciate it. He always felt like it was a ghost howling. Maybe it's because of different personal aesthetics and appreciation angles. Some people don't like his exaggerated performance, but some people like his eccentric personality. All I can say is that everyone has their own aesthetic. After Huayu finished singing, several staff members immediately went to the backstage stairs to pick him up. This is his style. When Huayu was passing by the reception room, surrounded by several staff members, his eyes immediately caught sight of Frank in the corner, and he glanced at him provocatively. "See, this is the difference between you and me." Although Frank and Huayu are both artists of Xingyu Entertainment, Hwayu's status as a star is much higher than Frank's. Frank didn't care. There was no need for him to waste time comparing himself with an arrogant person. Now Frank is only thinking about how to make some money or complete the task as quickly as possible to earn more points. Because he found that Xiaoxia's store had a new product, health and longevity pills, priced at 10 points. After taking this health and longevity pill, not only will you not get sick for the rest of your life, but you can also add 1 year to your lifespan, which can be accumulated infinitely. Then he has the chance to earn hundreds of billions or trillions, and if he exchanges them for points, he can buy hundreds or thousands of longevity pills and live longer than a turtle. Brother Frank, it's my turn. I'm going first. Bailu looked at the number 28 in her hand, and before she knew it, it was her turn. Well, go ahead, come on. Frank nodded and cheered Bailu on. Who, come on? Bailu stood up, took a deep breath, and under Frank's encouraging gaze, stepped firmly onto the stage. Frank has been sitting here chatting with Bailu and playing with his phone for 2 or 3 hours. He felt his bladder was a little tight, so he got up and went to find a toilet. However, when he came out of the toilet just now, he almost bumped into a beautiful figure. Ah, sorry. Excuse me. Frank reacted quickly, took a step back in time, and subconsciously said sorry. That person also said sorry at the same time, and the two of them looked at each other in tacit understanding. Both of them were stunned. Frank in front of her, her almond-shaped eyes lit up slightly. It was obvious that she knew Frank. After all, she is also an artist of Xingyu Entertainment Company. Since Frank started to become popular on the internet yesterday, she has paid more attention to him. Who are you? Frank looked up and down at the young woman in front of him, who had a beautiful oval face. Her almond-shaped eyes were large and bright, seeming to sparkle with wisdom. Her nose was straight, her lips were rosy, her skin was fair and smooth, without any blemish on her face. Moreover, she has a slender and well-proportioned figure, with beautiful hips and waist, but she is only about 1.7 meters tall. But this height is considered short compared to the heights of women in this world. However, her every move was generous and decent. Her temperament was elegant, giving people a feeling of comfort and ease. But Frank had never seen her, and he was not a fan, so he didn't know that the Zhou Huimin in front of him was one of the 4 new actresses. I am Zhou Huimin, and I am also an artist of Xingyu Entertainment Company. Zhou Huimin looked at this man who was the same age as her, not knowing whether he really didn't know her or was pretending not to know her. But it didn't matter, since he was so handsome, she didn't mind. Oh, it's you, senior sister? I'm a rather ignorant person. I'm so sorry I didn't recognize you. Frank scratched his head embarrassedly. They all came from the same company, but he didn't know them. It was so embarrassing. It doesn't matter. Zhou Huimin waved her hand nonchalantly. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but when she almost bumped into Frank just now, she smelled a scent of her favorite gardenia, as if it was coming from him. She subconsciously wanted to move closer and carefully check whether it was her illusion. Oh, what's wrong? Frank looked at her suddenly approaching him and leaned back awkwardly. He had just come out of the toilet. Although the toilet here is very clean and tidy, and there is no other strange smell, he always feels that something is weird. Nothing much. Where did you buy that gardenia perfume you're wearing? Joey Wong confirmed that Frank did indeed have the scent of gardenia on him, and it was fragrant but not greasy and refreshing. She also wanted to buy this perfume. Ah, I didn't wear any perfume. Frank smelled his body, but there was nothing. No. Zhou Huimin frowned slightly. How could she smell the fragrance without spraying perfume? Obviously, she didn't really believe it. After all, what man doesn't like to wear perfume? Really not, I don't like that stuff. Frank said firmly. He's a grown man. Why would he wear perfume? Well, forget it then. Seeing Frank deny it, Zhou Huimin had no choice but to give up asking further questions. And it was almost her turn to perform, so she had to go to the bathroom and get ready. When Frank returned to the reception room, Bailu had already returned from singing. How about it? Frank asked curiously, and Bailu said uncertainly, it should be fine. She covered a song recommended to her by her teacher, and judging by the comments from the audience and mentors, it was pretty good. It's okay. I believe you can do it. Frank patted her shoulder encouragingly. Oh, Brother Frank, what song are you going to sing? Bailu glanced at Frank's hand on her shoulder and found that his hand was also slender and well-proportioned, with distinct joints, which was very beautiful. She wanted to hold it and caress it and play with it, but she quickly shook off the thought in her mind in shame. How could she have such a dirty thought? Can you still sing original songs? Frank with some anticipation, since he was able to write yesterday's exquisite original song. There is a kind of love called letting go his talent must be more than just one original song. I think so. Although Frank listened to a lot of songs in the files sent by Eve, cover songs could never make him look better in front of Anne. And he already had a list of songs to sing next. Brother Frank, you are awesome. Bailu looked at Frank with stars of admiration in her eyes. It's okay. Frank waved his hands, feeling a little embarrassed by Bailu's praise. After all, he was just covering songs from his original world. TSK, what are you embarrassed about? Are you being shameless again? Xiao Xia could sense what Frank was thinking and felt disdainful of his modesty. What do you know? Pride makes people fall behind. Humility is the fine tradition of our Longhua country, okay? Frank also rolled his eyes at Xiao Xia. He had a naturally unique voice. Moreover, he can sing in opera, bel canto, pop, folk, and other styles. Is he proud of it? Chapter 27, he actually smiled so sweetly at others. Frank didn't bother too much with Xiao Xia, a little furball. After all, it was just a child and didn't know anything about fine traditions. And it's his turn to appear next. He had followed the previous staff member to the back of the stage. Unexpectedly, the person in front of him was Zhou Huimin, whom he had just met. And she sang in Cantonese. Although Frank can't speak Cantonese very well, he can listen. He can say that Zhou Huimin's Cantonese singing is very standard. An original song, Infatuation for Deep Love, made 4 of the 5 mentors light up and arouse the passion of the audience. There is no doubt that Zhou Huimin has no problem making it into the top 3. Frank also liked this song very much. Most importantly, when she walked towards him with her long, white legs, he secretly compared her legs with those of Eve, Yangmi, and others. Hiss! Incredible! Incredible! They are all the most beautiful weapons in the world. If he could hug this beautiful leg, Xiao Xiao would give him 100 kidney pills, not too much. It's your turn, Frank, come on. Zhou Huimin also saw Frank. Seeing him looking at her long legs with such amazement, she actually felt a little shy. Oh, okay. Thank you. Frank looked away reluctantly. You say that women in this world are inherently stronger than men, but it's really unbelievable that they maintain such good figures and looks. Huayu had just seen Zhou Huimin finish her singing and was about to come over to praise her in order to bring them closer. But when I came over, I found that Zhou Huimin was actually smiling at Frank, and her smile was so sweet. Huayu signed with Xingyu 2 years earlier than Zhou Huimin and had more experience than her. So when Zhou Huimin signed with Xingyu, he was attracted to the pure and cool girl at first sight. He expressed his feelings to her many times, but Zhou Huimin had no feelings for him and was always cold to him, let alone smiling at him. So when he saw her smiling at Frank, his hostility towards Frank grew stronger and stronger, and he couldn't help but say sarcastically, "Oh, Huimin, she's just a newcomer who became a little famous with a song she bought from who knows where, but she'll be forgotten soon. Huayu, you have to have a basis for what you say. What right do you have to deny Frank his ability?" Very unhappy with Huayu's belittlement of Frank. What real talent does a person who comes from some remote place have? He is just relying on his looks to make a living. Seeing that Zhou Huimin was still speaking for Frank, Huayu became more jealous. He remembered that it was Eve who asked Frank to sign a Class B contract with Xingyu. This meant that Frank must have seduced Eve. At this point, Huayu looked at Frank, who was actually a head taller than him without him noticing, and had a face more handsome than his. He thought jealously in his heart. Frank must be wearing height-increasing shoes and had plastic surgery. He must be a fake. Huayu. Zhou Huimin's voice turned cold. She had always been afraid that Huayu had a CEO mom behind him. She would just ignore his intentional or unintentional hints of affection or threats, and had never shown her dislike for him like she did today. Zhou Huimin, you're actually being mean to me because of him. Frank hatefully. Frank. This Twin City Art Center is not your home or Xingyu Company. Are you still going to make trouble here? Zhou Huimin glanced at the puzzled looks from the staff around her, left this sentence, gave Frank an encouraging look, and left. Hateful. Huayu gritted his teeth, stared at Frank with resentful eyes, and whispered, "I will make you regret provoking me. TSK, Mr. Hua. Do you really think you can do anything in this world?" Frank put his hands in his pockets, not caring about Huayu's threat at all. Looking at his face that was distorted by anger, he said disdainfully, "You know nothing about my strength." After that, Frank no longer paid attention to Huayu. He is just an arrogant man who was spoiled by his parents and thinks he is the biggest and most powerful person in the world. Without the capital behind his mother, Huayu is nothing more than that. Although Frank doesn't have a capital mother, he has a system. When Frank came on stage again, there was thunderous applause from the audience. There were even many women screaming, Frank's handsomeness made them crazy involuntarily, causing quite a stir for a while. It's Frank. I've been waiting for 3.5 hours, and finally he shows up. Ah, have you noticed that Frank seems to be more handsome today? Is my male Gotti? Wow. I listened to Frank's song yesterday. I finally said goodbye to him whom I had a crush on for 10 years, but I'm still sad now. Why? The lady above, you are still a dog licker. It will be fine after a while. Please be quiet and don't disturb me from listening to music and looking at handsome guys. Even in the live broadcast room of ENIU, there are many more barges and the picture can't be seen. Upon seeing this, the director quickly took the microphone and talked to the 5 mentors in front so that they could start appropriate conversations with Frank. This all brings traffic. Frank, you look different today, more handsome. Have you prepared any songs for us this time? As the director's man, Louis cooperated with the director's arrangements and started a chat with Frank. Frank smiled at Louis and said calmly, "Well, yes, I will bring you another original song today." When Louis saw Frank's handsome smile, even though she was used to seeing handsome guys in the entertainment industry, she couldn't help but be dazzled. It was Zhou Xing who reminded her in time not to be obsessed with him. Louis's ears turned red, and he coughed lightly and said, "Really? Then I look forward to your performance." "Oh, so your original song this time is still about your ex, just like the one yesterday?" And who was sitting in the middle, leaned back in her chair and stared at Frank with cold eyes. She had some bruises on her cheeks yesterday, but after taking medicine to reduce the bruises and redness, she put on some exquisite makeup today, so no one could tell that she had a bruised face from a fight with someone yesterday. But she also noticed the changes in Frank at a glance. After all, she had been with him for 3 years, and no one was more familiar with Frank's body than her. So she could see the changes in Frank at a glance. He seemed to have become more handsome and more confident, and she didn't know if it was her illusion. Frank's voice, appearance, and smile seemed to be more and more in line with the image of the white moonlight in her mind. That's about right. This song is just a commemoration of me saying goodbye to the past. I hope we can live well from now on. Frank smiled with relief, but in the eyes of others, he seemed to be in unspeakable pain. Eve and Yangmi standing by, they felt distressed. How badly their boy had been hurt by this scumbag Annie. I must compensate him well in the future and comfort his wounded heart. Frank, it's better not to dwell on the past. I believe you will find someone who loves you the most in the future. Eve also encouraged. Wow, I saw Eve actually smiled at Frank. Are they having an affair? Go away, my father. Our Eve is beautiful on her own and will never enter the grave of love. The brother above, please don't be so absolute. I heard that Eve will be participating in the love variety show Heartbeat in a month. You're talking nonsense. I don't believe it. How could our Eve possibly participate in a dating variety show? That's right. Just because Eve smiled at Frank, people on the internet started making all kinds of wild guesses. Yeah, I think so too. Frank smiled back at Eve, a more genuine smile, and his words echoed her words. Eve looked at Frank's smile and thought of what Frank said to her last night. Her heart started pounding again, and her face turned slightly red. Yangmi glanced at Eve's changing expression, then looked at Frank and gritted her teeth slightly. Eve is really going to steal the show, but it's impossible to ask her to give up, and glanced at Eve out of the corner of her eye and felt inexplicably unhappy. He actually smiles so sweetly at others. Chapter 28 Who? So Frank, are you ready now? Zhou Xing noticed that the atmosphere between them was a bit weird, but he had no choice but to ask Frank if he could start singing. After Frank is done, he will vote to select the 16 contestants to advance, and then he can go home and rest after work. Well, a song of who for everyone. Frank nodded, and under everyone's gaze, he calmly took the guitar he asked for from the staff. With Xiao Xia's versatile ability in playing musical instruments, he sat down on a chair and began to play the prelude of Who. The slow and slightly sad prelude made everyone quiet down and listen. I don't ask you to understand, and I don't need your compassion. False concern doesn't comfort me, but makes me cry. The closer I get, the more my heart becomes like a hedgehog, never letting down its guard. It would be better to push me out and crush me completely. It was just a few simple sentences sung in a low voice, but every word was clear and pleasing to the ears. Listening to these infatuated lyrics, a picture emerged in everyone's mind. He loved her, but she loved someone else in her heart, but she did not reject his love, and could tell that Frank was blaming her. Why did she get close to him if she didn't really like him in the first place? Do you have to hurt him so ruthlessly just to find a substitute by your side? Eve and Yangmi clenched their fists. They couldn't imagine how much injustice Frank had suffered from, and over the years. For a moment, the two of them glared at, and tacitly and implicitly. If it wasn't in public now, they would definitely beat it up. Who am I in your eyes? Who do you want me to replace? The one who loves the most always cries first. The feeling of monopolizing love hugging makes you so tired. Frank made some changes to the song, to make it more consistent with the original person's experience of being used as a substitute by Anne. Very sad and upset. Within day and night, the original body was also aware of Anne's hypocritical feelings for him. In fact, she was with him only because he looked like someone, but she didn't want to believe it. Wow, brother, this scumbag girl has deceived your feelings. How pitiful. Vocal. What kind of scumbag could have the heart to do such a scumbag like Frank? If it were me, I would definitely treat him as my treasure. That's right. I'm suddenly very curious about what kind of man did that scumbag girl abandon a man as talented and handsome as Frank for. Dear, come to your sister's arms. I promise I will love you well. Anyone who would abandon a handsome man like Frank is most likely blind. Richard sat in front of the TV, watching the comments that were speaking up for Frank. He was so angry that his teeth ached, but he also felt inexplicably relieved. No matter how good or powerful Frank is, he is just his substitute. Anne divorced Frank for him, proving that he was the one she loved more. But after seeing Frank becoming better off after leaving Anne, Richard couldn't stand it anymore and still felt a little jealous. I'm obviously his substitute, so why can I live a better and more glorious life than him? Humph! He would not let Frank live better than him. Since Frank's stand-in could become a little famous, there was no reason for him to live worse than Frank. Besides, he is a student studying in the United States. He is much better than Frank, who has not even graduated from college. Tomorrow he will act coquettishly with and ask her to arrange a show for him to debut on. He firmly believes that he will do better than Frank by then. Back to the topic, Frank's songs soon came to an end. Who am I in your eyes? Who do you want me to replace? Loving you always makes me cry. As the last note fell, Frank had sung the song, Who perfectly. Frank put away his guitar and bowed 45 degrees to everyone to thank them for their support. Pa, pa, pa. The next moment, thunderous applause came again, accompanied by screams and a few words of comfort from the audience who felt sorry for Frank. Really, I'm going to cry to death. The person I like doesn't like me, and the person who likes me I don't like. What a sin. Sister above, you should be more open-minded. Maybe there is no one who likes you at all. After listening to this song, I decided not to be anyone's substitute. But when I forced myself to let go, it was sadder than ever. Frank must have been sad too when he chose to let go. After Frank finished singing, the 5 judges all looked at him quietly, and no one spoke for a while. Eve and Yongmi both heard the grievances that Frank had felt when he was used as a substitute by Anne. This made them feel distressed, and they were thinking about how to comfort his wounded heart. Anne also heard that the song Frank was singing was accusing and questioning her. If you didn't love him, why did you provoke him in the first place and now abandon him for someone else? But after Frank finished singing this song, he felt an inexplicable emotion in his heart, as if he was relieved. People are born unique, and the original body does not want to be a substitute for others. Now that Frank sings this song for him, the depression hidden in his body has dissipated. Frank stroked his chest and smiled with relief and brightness. Thank you, everyone. Frank bowed politely to everyone and thanked them for their support. Finally, after the audience's applause died down, Liu Yi and Zhou Xing saw that seniors like Annie Eve had no intention of speaking. The two looked at each other, and Liu Yi had no choice but to speak first. Frank, this song is well written, both in terms of melody and lyrics, and the emotions are sincere and touching. And compared to the lack of breath when you sang yesterday, your performance today can be said to be very good. Liu Yi gave a very positive evaluation. Yesterday, Frank looked very thin and frail, as if he could be blown away by a gust of wind. So when singing, it seems like I am lacking breath, and some parts are not sung well enough. But today, Frank seemed like a different person. Not only was his step steady, but his singing breath was also steady. The most important thing is that the thin figure seems to have become stronger and more attractive. Thank you, Mr. Liu, for your support. That's right. After taking the powerful pills, Frank no longer felt shortness of breath or chest tightness. Frank, your voice sounds very open-minded. Have you ever practiced other singing styles, such as bel canto or opera? Zhou Xing's voice is relatively neutral, and his timbre is very open, making him suitable for singing all types of songs. This is why he is called the lark's throat. I know a little bit. Frank was still modest. Can you show us how to do it? Zhou Xingdao said with great interest. Frank glanced at Eve, smiled, and said, sure. Receiving Frank's gaze, Eve nodded impeccably, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and her eyes were full of Frank's figure. However, the seemingly unintentional eye contact between Frank and Eve made Anne, who had her eyes on him, frown. What? I asked you to show me, but why are you looking at Eve? You don't even look at her? For a moment, she felt inexplicably jealous. Her face was as cold as an iceberg when she saw Frank flirting with another woman, right in front of her. She felt like she was cuckolded. Chapter 29, Top 8. Frank glanced at Anne, who looked unhappy, and he no longer cared. But Xiao Xia was happy when she saw the task progress bar making progress. Ahem. Frank cleared his throat, and under the expectant gazes of Eve and Yangmi, he sang a passage from an opera. He sang, I met an old friend in my hometown. Every step and every word was filled with longing. The people below the stage have their names on the list, but they don't recognize the old acquaintances on the stage. When she talked about the wedding night, everyone congratulated the handsome man and the talented woman. I haven't heard a word of sighing in the play. There is a lovesick man. Vocal. Is this the opera we are familiar with? Why does it sound so strange? Yeah, I thought only my grandma's generation liked opera, but now when I hear Frank's accent, I get goosebumps. Opera is a culture that has been passed down in this world for thousands of years. However, with the development of the times, many young people today are impetuous, and it is difficult for them to calm down and appreciate what their ancestors left behind. Therefore, with the promotion of pop music, opera has become less and less valued. Therefore, adding opera singing style to pop music has not yet become popular in this world. Now Frank's song with the melody of opera and the rhythm of pop songs is refreshing. Even the 5 mentors were shocked. Can opera be sung like this? Frank, you've incorporated modern music elements into opera. Zhou Xing couldn't help but admire Frank. He had studied Peking opera, so he quickly recognized the novelty of Frank's singing style. Young people did not understand the previous Peking opera singing style, but by combining Peking opera with elements of modern pop music, even people who have not studied Peking opera can understand it and find it easier to appreciate and accept it. This is an innovation, isn't it? And it's an innovation worth affirming. Frank, your singing style has both the charm of Peking opera and elements of modern music. It really brightens my eyes. Yangmi is a native of Kyoto and has listened to Peking opera with her grandmother since she was a child. At that time, she did not understand it, but she felt that it had a unique charm. Now when she heard Frank's operatic singing style, the genes in her body made her fall in love with this singing style at once. He is indeed the man she likes. What a surprise. Frank, did you write this song yourself? Eve also asked the question that many netizens wanted to ask. Frank's singing style has never been seen in the entire Dragon Country music scene. Yeah, Frank didn't expect them to react so strongly, and he only understood from Xiao Xiao's explanation. It turns out that due to the cultural differences in the world, no one in this world has ever tried to sing pop songs in an opera-like tone. Anne had a complicated look at this time. She didn't expect Frank to have such talent. Several mentors highly praised Frank's performance and musical talent. Why hadn't she noticed how good Frank was before? In her impression, Frank is the canary she raised, and everything can only be done with her help. Why is it that now that Frank has left her, he has become more and more outstanding? There was a cold flash in Annie's eyes, and she clenched her hands on her legs. It turned out that he had been deceiving her all along. What is this song called? Is there a complete version? I want to know too. Director, let Frank finish singing that song. I want to hear it all. +1. The director looked at the audience who tagged her and did not satisfy them. Instead, she asked other contestants to go on stage together and then let the audience and mentors vote. In order to ensure fairness, the director even randomly placed 1,000 voting spots online. Fuck, I originally wanted to vote for my Hua, but I changed my mind now. Frank has to stay and finish singing this song for me. Me too. I thought I would support my goddess Mimin. Sorry, Mimin. I've already started to like Brother Frank. Since you all voted for Frank, then I'll vote for him too. For a moment, everyone on the stage looked at the voting data on the big screen behind them. Some were in disbelief, some were disappointed, some were angry, and some were happy. Their expressions were complicated and varied. Frank's votes seemed to have skyrocketed, and he was far ahead, with more than 500 votes more than the second place Huayu. This almost broke Huayu's glass heart, which had always been so proud and arrogant. If this wasn't a live recording with the whole country watching, and the votes weren't fairly recognized, he would have wanted to question whether Frank had been bribed or seduced. In the end, Frank secured first place with 998 votes. Zhou Huimin came from behind to take second place with 261 votes. Huayu took third place with 250 votes. Bai Lu took eighth place with 66 votes. In order to avoid embarrassing the contestants who received 0 votes, the director asked the staff to silently cast 1 or 2 votes for them. Congratulations to Frank for winning first place in this competition with 998 votes. At the same time, we also applaud Zhou Huimin, Huayu, Bai Lu for advancing to the quarterfinals. After the host came on stage to announce the rankings, today's competition was considered over. The championship final will be held at 6:30 p.m. tomorrow. All viewers are welcome to watch. After the staff finished their speeches, it was time for commercial breaks. After Frank left the stage, Bai Lu ran to Frank with a smile on her face and congratulated him. Brother Frank, you are amazing. You won first place. You're also very good. You have successfully advanced to the quarterfinals. Seeing how cute and lovely she looked, Frank reached out and touched her head and smiled. That's my good luck. I don't know what will happen tomorrow. There will be bonuses for those who make it to the quarterfinals, and the bonus for the 8th place is 80,000. She had saved enough money for a year's college tuition and achieved her goal. It's okay, just do your best. Frank was quite fond of this beautiful girl who looked youthful and lively. Zhou Huimin also slowly walked up to Frank, smiled sweetly, and said, "Congratulations, Frank." "Thanks." Frank responded politely, ignoring Huayu's resentful and jealous gaze behind Zhou Huimin. Frank said goodbye to Bai Lu and the others and left alone, because Eve had sent him a message saying she was waiting for him. However, just as he was leaving the Twin Cities Art Center in Eve's car, Yangmi and Annie, who were following behind him, both saw Frank getting into Eve's car. However, before they could catch up, a group of fans who were still waiting for them gathered around them. Fortunately, Eve and Frank left a few minutes earlier, otherwise they would have been drowned in the crowd of fans with Yangmi and the others. Frank singing opera suddenly began to circulate on the internet. With the promotion of some marketing accounts, it even directly became the #1 hot search. The collision of traditional opera and pop music is so beautiful. Frank sang the new original song, and won the first place in the top 8 of Music Meets You. Frank's fans exceed 1 million. A famous Peking opera professor paid attention to Frank and praised his opera singing style. All of a sudden, most of the top 10 trending searches on the internet were about Frank, and all kinds of comments came flooding in. "Sisters, this morning there was a video about Frank showing off his skills and being extremely brave. Did you watch it?" "Oh, what video? I won't watch it if it's not exposed. If it's the kind of video I want, please send it to me privately." Chapter 30 was popular, but he accidentally got drunk. When a certain netizen posted a link to a video that looked abnormal, the internet police who had been paying attention to the network situation immediately became alert. Seeing such an irregular video link, they thought it was a train video. Just when they were about to block access, they accidentally clicked on it. The first thing that catches your eye is a pair of long legs. Vivta. But the next scene flashed by soon, and the pair of long legs actually kicked out a tall woman over 1.8 meters tall. When the pair of long legs were retracted, everyone could see clearly who the owner of the strong long legs was. Frank's cool and handsome face appeared in the screen, and before they could react, 2 young women took out fruit knives and approached Frank. Just as they were worried about Frank's safety, Frank nimbly dodged the attack and even slapped the 2 gangsters aside with his backhand. The video is only a few seconds long, but it shows Frank knocking down 3 strong women with his bare hands. Frank beating down 3 women who tried to tease him in Canal Park this morning. Although this video became a minor hit after being released, its traffic was restricted because the fighting video had a bad influence. Only a small number of people saw it, but now it has been reposted by a certain netizen and posted on the entire internet, almost completely exposed to the eyes of people all over the country. In just a few seconds, it received tens of millions of hits, successfully sending this video to the 10th place on the hot search list. "Daddy, my brother's legs slurp. If I could hug these legs, I would give you everything you want." 666. I didn't expect Frank to be so strong, even though he looked so weak and easy to be pushed down. So, is he going to take the top position? My brother is so cool and handsome. I love him so much, but what should I do since I am also a man? Brother, who knows? I'm also a man. Why don't we go to Taigua? Frank has really become more popular this time. His video stories are circulating all over the internet, and his fans are increasing like a rocket. Overnight, he surpassed 95% of the new stars in the entertainment industry and became a top-tier star. Seeing these data, Xia Qinglan would wake up laughing in her sleep at night. Frank, she went from being a newcomer to a gold medal agent overnight, and the agent who was unwilling to work with Frank before regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Who knew Frank would develop so rapidly? It was simply a fantasy, an incredible existence. On the other side, Frank didn't know that he was extremely popular. Under the guidance of Eve, he came to a five-star luxury hotel called Kimmy for dinner. When Eve saw this video again, she looked Frank up and down. When did Frank become so awesome? And she even squeezed Frank's arm and touched his back and found that he seemed to have become stronger. When she saw the comments from netizens, her eyes moved down uncontrollably. For a moment, Eve didn't know what she was thinking about, and her delicate face turned red. Sister EMO, what's wrong with you? Frank sat next to her and followed her gaze to his lower body, and he understood instantly. At the same time, he felt speechless. After the gender reversal in this world, although women have become more daring and hungry, she doesn't have to be so impatient. This is a hotel, not her home. Even if she wants to, she has to wait until she gets home. It's okay. We've been recording the show for so long. You must be hungry. Let's eat first. Eve was caught by Frank acting like a nympho and a pig, and she was so embarrassed that she could have dug out a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment with her feet. Fortunately, the waiter brought the dishes in time, and she quickly changed the subject and asked Frank to eat more. Frank, what's wrong with you this morning? Eve asked again with some confusion. Frank just checked his phone and saw the picture Xia Qinglan sent him, which showed that he was on the hot search list. As for what Eve mentioned about this morning, it was probably about the fight between him and those 3 female hooligans who came to tease him. They saw that I was handsome and wanted to take advantage of me. But luckily, I was born with supernatural powers, and I knocked them down in one go. Frank replied calmly while eating the expensive and delicious food in front of him. If another man said this, she would definitely not believe it. After all, it has been a long time since men have been weaker than women. Even if they are stronger, they can never be stronger than a tall and strong adult woman. And those 3 women were carrying knives. It was incredible that Frank was able to defeat them. So now there are still people on the internet who are envious and jealous and say that the video is staged and fake. You don't believe it? Seeing that she didn't believe him, Frank immediately sat down next to her, propped up his arms on the table and said, "Come on, let's have a fight." Eve looked at Frank's smooth arm. It looked soft, but some muscle lines could be seen. Her face slightly blushed, and she put her elbow on it. It's not that she doesn't trust Frank, nor does she want to take advantage of him on purpose. It's just that he has come to her door, and if she doesn't cooperate, it will undermine his self-confidence. So Eve cooperated with Frank, and the two started an arm wrestling competition. Frank was originally full of confidence. With the strength he had gained from taking the powerful pills, he would definitely be able to defeat her. But the result left him dumbfounded. He tried his best, his face flushed red, but he still lost to her? Frank looked at Eve's white and slender arms in disbelief. When she exerted force, he could see the tight muscle lines, which showed that she was very strong. But, Xiaoxia, didn't you say that the powerful pill can give me the strength to rival 2 or 3 adult women in this world? Why can't I move Eve? You are not lying to me. Frank began to doubt whether the item Xiaoxia bought from him was a fake. I have always run my business with integrity. Didn't you feel the effect of the powerful pills this morning? Xiaoxia refused to admit that she had taken medication for fake diseases. Then why can't I move Eve? Is there a possibility that Eve is not an ordinary adult woman? What do you mean? It means literally. Eve has practiced martial arts since she was young. Her strength is not comparable to that of an ordinary adult woman. With her current strength, she can easily fight against 100 people alone. Xiaoxia said calmly. So if you want to beat her, you need to buy 34 more powerful pills. Hearing that Eve could fight 100 people alone, Frank withdrew his little arm in disappointment. Seeing that he looked like he was hit, Eve smiled dotingly, reached out and touched his head to comfort him. You are really strong. I believe in you. Frank felt even more devastated. What good was it even though he was stronger? He still couldn't beat her. Okay, if you practice more in the future, you will be able to surpass me, Eve encouraged. Well, Frank didn't know that Eve was lying to comfort him. If Frank really wants to surpass her, he has no other chance except to buy the power pills from Xiaoxia. 34. That's 340 million. Oh my God, when will he be able to earn so much money? Depressed Frank grabbed the red wine on the table and drank it. After drinking one bottle, he still felt unsatisfied, so he ordered another bottle. After drinking half of the second bottle, the red wine started to take effect. He had never drunk much alcohol in his past life or this life, and his alcohol tolerance was very poor. Once the alcohol took effect, he got drunk and was about to fall down. Seeing this, Eve immediately supported him as he was about to fall. She also didn't expect Frank's alcohol tolerance was so poor that he got drunk after just one bottle of red wine. For those northerners in Kyoto, this amount of alcohol is just like playing house. Frank, how are you feeling? Eve saw him blushing, twisting, and turning in her arms, and even trying to tear off his clothes. She was so shocked that she didn't know what to do. It's a bit hot. Frank was already beginning to lose consciousness, but he still instinctively felt a little hot. Chapter 31 Eve. I'll just try what it tastes like. It should be okay, right? Eve originally wanted to send Frank back home, but she had drunk a little and couldn't drive under the influence, so she booked a double suite in the hotel with Frank. Actually, she wanted to book 2 rooms, but seeing Frank so drunk, she was worried, so she booked a double room and took good care of him. Eve considers herself a decent lady, and she would not do anything to Frank when he is drunk. But when she helped Frank to the luxurious double suite on the top floor, she hadn't yet put him on the bed. Just because Frank struggled restlessly, he pulled her down to the ground. It was Frank's first time getting drunk, and although he didn't make a big noise, he felt very uncomfortable, with his handsome brows furrowed. Gurgle! Eve swallowed reluctantly. With a handsome man in her arms, what should she do to keep her mind calm? In the past, when filming movies with ambiguous scenes, she was very resistant and always used a body double. Although others say that kissing between lovers is a normal experience, she finds it difficult to accept. But now seeing Frank's seductive look, she is not repulsed. Instead, I am eager to try what it feels like to kiss for the first time. Why do so many people like it and say it is addictive? Gurgle! Eve looked at Frank, who was unconscious in his sleep. She will try it. There should be no problem with the taste. Eve was a little nervous. After all, this was her first time being so close to another man, and she was the one taking advantage. However, just when Eve was taking advantage of Frank, the waiter who had just checked her and had already called his boss, and privately owns 50% of the shares of the Junjian Hotel, and the waiter had been seen before. She brought Frank here to eat and stay. In addition, Anne's sisters would occasionally come here to gather, eat, and drink, and Frank was once brought by her to a party. The waiter also remembered Frank deeply from that incident. After all, he was his boss's husband, and thus half of his boss. But he didn't know that Anne and Frank had divorced. When he saw Frank coming here to eat with another woman, he thought he was seeing things at first. But when Eve came to check in with the drunk Frank, and they checked into the same room, he suddenly realized that his boss was about to be cuckolded, so he immediately called Annie to explain the situation. When Anne received the notification call, she was still upset about Frank leaving in Eve's car, so she immediately grabbed a coat and went out. Even when Richard called her and asked her to come over to talk about something, she forgot about it. The only thing left in my mind was the words left by the waiter. Boss, I saw Frank drunk and being taken to a hotel by a woman. Frank, you were trying to make trouble for me on purpose. Annie stepped on the accelerator and drove quickly towards the Junjian Hotel. Her delicate face was filled with rage, and her eyes were red with anger. His father can't drink much. Why are you drinking with other women? She knew Frank's alcohol tolerance. He could get drunk after drinking a bottle of beer. And when Frank is drunk, he will unconsciously do things that make her want to bully him severely. Damn, man. Annie's back teeth were almost broken, and the speed of the car was so fast that she reached 120, which soon attracted the attention of the traffic police. When Annie arrived at the Junjian Hotel, the waiter who notified her came over immediately and took her to room 521 on the top floor. Boss, this is it? They've been in there for 15 minutes. Han Jie glanced at his boss, who had a cold face and a murderous aura, and took out the key with trembling hands. She suddenly regretted informing the boss. Seeing the boss was so furious. Would he kill someone? Okay, you can leave now. By the way, go and deal with the traffic police down there, and said calmly. But in her hand, there was a dagger emitting a cold light. Boss, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. Han Jie panicked when he saw this. But before he could finish his words to dissuade Annie, she glared back at him with a murderous look. Han Jie shuddered, didn't dare to say anything more, and ran away quickly. No, he couldn't let his boss kill someone here. Otherwise, he would lose his job, which he had managed to secure with great difficulty. Just then, the traffic police and police who were chasing after him arrived, and he had to call for help to stop Annie. Even the room had finished. After washing Frank's face and feet, she took a cold shower to cool down. Then she sat quietly beside Frank's bed looking at him tenderly with her black eyes. She's a principled person and would never do anything to take advantage of someone in distress. In order to stop his indecent behavior, Eve had to roll him up and tie him up with a sheet like a caterpillar. Fortunately, she has principles and bottom lines. If it were another woman, she would have eaten him up long ago. But, as long as he is willing, she can take him to get the notarization tomorrow. However, before she could quietly appreciate Frank's beautiful sleeping face, the door behind her was suddenly opened. Who? Eve immediately stood up alertly and looked at the person coming at the door with cold eyes. Chapter 32. Annie is jealous. Is it you? Eve looked at the person who came with some surprise but more annoyance. Annie, what are you doing here? Don't you know that breaking into someone's house is against the law? What's wrong with me coming to inspect the work in my own hotel? And said coldly as she walked towards them. Especially when she saw Frank curled up like a dumpling on the bed, she looked at Eve with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. Especially after seeing Eve had taken a shower and changed into a bathrobe. Annie felt like there was a green grassland on her head. Eve, you're looking for death. And was breathing heavily with anger, her chest heaving, and she stabbed Eve with the dagger in her hand without hesitation, and admitted that she was angry and jealous. Even if she and Frank divorced and broke up, she still couldn't tolerate Frank having an affair with another woman. In her heart, Frank has always been her property. She can give him up, but she can never let anyone else get him. Faced with Anne's angry killing move, Eve cautiously dodged to the side, and was also an experienced person, so she immediately changed the hand holding the dagger and slashed towards Eve's neck again. Annie, are you sick? You've divorced Frank. What else do you want by coming here? Eve dodged an attack and jumped to the nearby guest table. She picked up the fruit knife on the table and blocked an attack. Sizzle. When the fruit knife and dagger collided, there was a sharp metal collision sound and sparks flew. Eve used her wrist to block an dagger, then used the guest table as a support point and kicked and back 7 or 8 steps with a clean and powerful spinning kick. Frank and I divorce. He will still be mine. And face looked very ugly, even a little ferocious. The veins on the hand holding the dagger were bulging, and her pair of red eyes were staring at Eve. Oh, Frank doesn't belong to you. From the moment you abandoned him for your white moonlight, he has the right to pursue his own happiness, and you no longer have the right to interfere in his life. Eve sneered. And I will take him to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register for the marriage certificate tomorrow. I will make him the happiest man in the world. Ha! Eve, there's no way he'll marry you. Anne's eyes were full of disdain for Eve. Don't forget, in Frank's heart, the person he loves most is me. Really? But he confessed to me last night that he wanted to be with me. And I believe that love grows over time. As long as he is with me, one day I will make him fall in love with me. Eve showed a confident and elegant smile on her pretty face. She was determined to have Frank, and saw her confident look, and the huge jealousy and anger in her heart challenged her reason. Eve, I'll kill you, and stabbed Eve with the dagger again. But Eve's fighting power was obviously stronger than hers. Eve quickly knocked the dagger out of her hand, then kicked her to the ground. Damn it, what a shame and humiliation, and had never been so embarrassed and angry since she was a child. After gritting her teeth and standing up, she wanted to fight Eve to the death. The hotel manager on the other side was a middle-aged woman with a big belly. When she saw Han Jie stupidly bringing the policewoman into the hotel, she frowned and hurriedly went up to stop them. After a brief coordination with the police lady to understand the situation, she really wanted to slap Han Jie a few times if he was not her lover in private. Who would bring a policewoman to their own hotel? It would have a bad impact if it got out, and it was about their boss. The police officers also knew that the boss behind the Kimi Hotel was not an ordinary person, so they did not conduct a forced search or arrest anyone. But they're all here and in public, so there has to be some explanation, right? So the manager had to go to the top floor to find her boss. But when she saw her boss being knocked to the ground by Eve, her head was buzzing. Boss! Seeing his boss's furious look, the manager quickly went up to Annie and told her the following situation in her ear. You're useless. You can't even handle such a small matter. Annie slapped the manager directly on the face and yelled, Boss, I. The manager was also in tears. Who knew Han Jie was so stupid? It was originally just a small matter of her boss speeding and running a red light. He just needed to pay the fine and then talk to the Ministry of Transport. But that idiot Han Jie insisted that her boss was out to catch the adulterer and maybe someone would die. Once Han Jie got involved, the situation became serious. Eve, just wait for me. I won't let you have your way. And glanced coldly at Eve and the still unconscious Frank, then left with a grim look on her face. He Seeing Anne's unwilling and angry look, Eve just sneered and ignored her threat. Others are afraid of the Chun family's power, but her and family is no pushover. After closing the door again, the whole room became quiet. Annie came to make trouble once, and no one will come to disturb them again tonight. So Eve took off her slippers, lay down next to Frank, and just looked at him quietly. Frank, I won't give you to anyone else again. Eve reached out and stroked Frank's handsome face, murmuring softly. Perhaps because she experienced good feelings with him, Eve felt that she had become selfish. She wanted to monopolize all of Frank, and this idea quickly filled her heart like a shot of growth hormone. However, when Frank woke up the next day, he found Eve lying next to him, and his eyes widened. Xiao Xia, was I slept with? Frank called out to Xiao Xia anxiously. He remembered that he was drunk last night and almost fainted, so he had no idea what happened next. Now seeing Eve's beautiful face so close to him, he was shocked. Did Eve take advantage of him being drunk and do it to him? Damn it, he didn't feel anything at all. What a pity. Frank felt that he was slept with by Eve, and he was fine, but this was his first time, and he didn't feel anything at all. He was at a loss. Indeed, she slept with you through the sheets. Xiao Xia looked at the two people's strange postures and shook her head speechlessly, although it was impossible to distinguish the head and body. Well, Frank looked at the sheets rolled up around him, and his clothes were intact except for a tear in his shirt. Alas! Frank's mood instantly changed from pity to speechlessness and disappointment. Chapter 33 Scandal. Xiao Xia comes out to work. This was served to her door, but she refused to eat it. Is she not capable of this? Is it possible that you were too drunk to stand up straight? Xiao Xia said calmly. Frank was so shocked by Xiao Xia's words that he was socially frustrated. This is impossible. He must be able to do it. It's just that Eve is too kind to take advantage of others in distress. She's just a decent lady. Frank, are you awake? Are you feeling unwell? Eve also woke up quickly, and seeing that she had fallen asleep next to Frank, she quickly stood up with a slightly blushing face and expressed concern. I'm fine. Last night Frank shook his head and tried to move, but found that he was wrapped a little tightly. I saw you were drunk last night, so I booked a room here for you to stay for a while. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. I just wrapped you in a sheet. Eve hurriedly explained that she did not take advantage of anyone's misfortune last night, fearing that Frank would misunderstand her as a hooligan who was attracted by women. But if she doesn't eat it now, and someone else gets there first, it will be too late to regret it. Okay, I understand. Please untie me first. Frank squirmed and quickly motioned for her to untie the sheets on his body, as he needed to go to the bathroom. Oh, okay. Eve hurried forward to untie Frank, but when she untied the sheets, she accidentally touched something she shouldn't have touched, and her pretty face turned red again. Frank was also shocked by her wild behavior, but he didn't have time to ask about these sensitive topics. He jumped out of bed, bent his waist slightly, and rushed to the bathroom to start flushing. When Frank came out, Eve had changed back into last night's clothes and had returned to her usual calm and composed self, except that her ears were still a little red, showing that she was feeling uneasy. She handed Frank a coat and said, "Put it on first. I'll take you home." Frank also silently took the coat and put it on because his t-shirt was torn from the armpit to the end. When he raised his hand, a large area of snow-white skin was exposed, and his 8-pack abdominal muscles could be vaguely seen. Eve's mouth went dry every time she caught a glimpse of the alluring sight. Let's go. Watching Frank put on his coat to cover the exposed parts, Eve took Frank out of the guest room. However, when she and Frank checked out at the front desk and were about to leave through the front door, they were stopped by the manager from last night. "Missin, I suggest you leave through the side door. There are reporters and paparazzi everywhere outside. If you leave like this, it will not be good for you and Frank." Because of what happened last night, many paparazzi who came here smelling something discovered an incredible secret. So they started doing things overnight using marketing accounts. In addition, the protagonists of the incident were the presidents of two giants in the entertainment industry, and an Eve, which immediately attracted the attention of countless netizens. Someone even took the opportunity to release a photo of Eve and Frank entering the Kimmy Hotel together, and rumors about the two spread online. However, the more explosive news is yet to come. Someone revealed that Anne and Frank were husband and wife and were divorced. Smart netizens quickly linked it to the fact that Annie showed up at the Junjian Hotel last night, probably intending to catch someone cheating. Some people also used marketing accounts to take advantage of this wave of traffic to slander Frank, saying that and divorced him because he cheated on her. And the person he cheated with was Eve. For a time, rumors spread all over the internet. Although the public relations departments of Xingyu and Tianyu handled the matter in a timely manner, the impact is still quite large. Therefore, before daybreak, reporters and paparazzi were already squatting outside the Junjian Hotel just to find out whether Eve and Frank had booked a room last night. Eve frowned and felt very angry when she learned that so many things happened overnight. But she was well aware of the influence of the media and the internet. So she took Frank and followed the manager's advice, secretly leaving the Junjian Hotel through a side door. Frank, don't go out by yourself for the next while. If you have any questions, call me. I'm going back to the company to take care of some things now. After Eve sent Frank back to the Hitangrui Villa district, she told him not to run around at home. At the same time, she did not forget to remind the security personnel of Hitangrui Villa district not to let any suspicious persons in. Then she rushed back to the company to deal with the matter. Frank looked at Eve's hurriedly leaving back and thought that it was only one night and such a big scandal had arisen on the internet, and he was part of it. However, compared to the enthusiastic onlookers online, Frank was calm and went back to the house to charge his dead mobile phone. When he turned on his phone, it immediately started ringing. Frank didn't care about it. He slowly found some clothes and walked to the bathroom. After he finished washing up and came out, his phone stopped ringing so much, but he still received a lot of WeChat messages. Frank picked up his phone and checked it. There were over 99 missed calls and messages, most of which were from Xia Qinglan and Yang Mi, a small number from Bai Lu, and a few scattered messages from Zhou Huimin. Frank, where did you go last night? Did you disappear from my life? Are the gossips on the internet true? Are you really Annie's ex-husband? Did you cheat on Eve? You guys went to a hotel last night. While Frank was checking the messages, Xia Qinglan called. When the call was connected, she started talking like a machine gun, blah, blah, blah. Frank hung up the phone immediately, and then Yami called again. Hello? Frank, did Eve sleep last night? Before he could finish his words, Frank hung up the phone. It's useless to say too much to them because of the impulsive tone they sound. Frank sat on the edge of the bed, holding his cell phone, and began to browse the internet about the gossip between him and Eve. He was watching with great interest. TSK, just one night, and I've become a sinister and despicable man who can be slept with by anyone. Frank found it funny when he saw the keyboard warriors online constantly attacking and slandering him on his social media accounts. You are a shameless man. You are not worthy of Annie. That's right. I really don't understand how Eve could fall for such a cheap guy. This cheap man who relied on his good looks to climb into the bed of our CEO, Achin deserves to be abandoned. Frank looked at these keyboard warriors and passionately said that he was shameless and that he deliberately took the opportunity to climb into Annie's bed. He also used this to force the responsible and kind, and to marry him. Now that Annie's favorite white moonlight is back and he has been abandoned, they are very happy. And those little black guys slandered him, saying that he married Annie just for money. After he was abandoned, he shamelessly used his beauty to seduce Eve. He is simply a disgusting, insidious, and despicable man. As a result, the entire internet is boycotting him, and some people even want to dox him and threaten him to leave Eve, or they will send him razor blades. Frank, what do you think now? Seeing Frank's reputation becoming increasingly unpopular, Xia Qinglan calmed down and called again to inquire. Sister Lan, there is a saying that goes like this. Those who are innocent will be innocent. You don't have to worry about what those trolls on the internet say. Of course, if those who deliberately slander and defame me damage my personal interests, I will show them a lawyer's letter as usual. Frank originally said that he didn't care, but he was not the kind of person who liked to be wronged. He will definitely not tolerate those who deliberately slander and insult him, or even those who fabricate false facts to frame him. So Frank called out as usual. Xia, come out to work. Chapter 34 Rights Protection Agency. Xiao Xia is awesome. You've also seen that those people on the internet are deliberately slandering and defaming me. I have to do something to restore my image, or to frustrate some people's bad intentions, right? Frank called Xiao Xia out and asked it to do something. In view of the unexpected situation that affects the host's progress in completing the task, the system temporarily provides a rights protection agency free of charge. Xiao Xia was also very helpful and directly arranged a professional rights protection agency for Frank. And this agency will help Frank deal with all the unfavorable things that happen to him on the internet. Frank in front of their keyboards, whether they're following the trend, doing it on purpose, or being paid. Anyone who makes remarks that deliberately slander or defame Frank or deliberately cuts out the beginning and end of some videos or photos to frame Frank, will receive an official lawyer's letter of warning. Vocal. That bastard Frank actually sent me a lawyer's letter. I got it too. +1. TSK. He can't even fake it, and he still wants to send a lawyer's letter to warn us. He just hired someone to send it to threaten us. I'm not afraid. That's right, I just don't believe it. There are tens of thousands of Dragon Country netizens. Can he send a lawyer's letter to warn every single one of them? You can tell it's fake at first glance. I'll scold him until his ancestors' graves start to smoke. However, those little black fans and keyboard warriors never expected that the rights protection agency Xiao Xia provided was not a simple agency. This rights protection organization is global and has ridiculously high authority. Its staff includes not only top rights protection lawyers, but also a group of top lawyers. There are also top public relations personnel, and even top hackers who can accurately identify any trolls and keyboard warriors who slander and defame Frank. When the black fans, keyboard warriors, and marketing accounts received the official warning letter from a lawyer, and when CCTV came out to say it was true, the whole network was buzzing. But there are still some people who are not afraid of death. They rely on their own abilities to hide their IP and continue to attack and slander Frank. When the police lady and the lawyer took them away, they regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. At the same time, the public relations personnel of the rights protection agency provided by Xiao Xia quickly clarified the facts for Frank on the internet. They thought Frank had deliberately seduced and shamelessly climbed into Anne's bed. In the end, it turned out that Anne was the one who took the initiative to pursue him, and it was also she who proposed to officially register for marriage with him. It is even more nonsense to say that he cheated on his wife. Instead, it was Annie who forced him to divorce for no reason after her white moonlight returned to China. If anyone was guilty of cheating, it was Annie. As for seducing Eve, Eve came out publicly to clarify. She only pursued Frank after Frank and officially divorced. Since she is unmarried and he is single, and they are in love with each other, why can't they be together? So, for a while, all the negative influences about Frank on the internet receded like the tide. The main thing is that they found that as long as they deliberately slandered Frank, they would receive a warning letter from a lawyer. If you don't heed the warning, the police and lawyers will come to your door. From this incident, smart people have guessed that Frank might not be as simple an orphan as he claims to be. After all, what orphan can stand up to all the netizens? How much wealth and power does it take to do that? Even the Chun family and the Yin family don't have such power. Frank was so shocked that he was speechless when he saw the network suddenly become clear. Xiao Xia, your rights protection organization is awesome. Frank couldn't help but give Xiao Xia a thumbs up. He thought that the rights protection machine Xiao Xia mentioned was just to help him temporarily suppress the negative impact. As a result, in just half a day, this rights protection organization solved the problem so perfectly. It's incredible. Of course, the products of the system must be the best. Even if you want to blow up the earth, I can do it to you. Xiao Xia held her head high and said proudly. After all, this world is just a story-level world to it, and it still has the authority to deal with it. Awesome, awesome, so awesome. Frank applauded. He now felt very close to Xiao Xia. Frank, how did you do that? Xia Qinglan was so shocked by the sudden reversal on the internet that her jaw almost dropped. On the other side, Eve also wanted to suppress the negative public opinion against Frank. Although she had the ability to do so, she could not do it so quickly and thoroughly. Seeing this new situation, she was also shocked, wondering which force had such power. At the same time, she was also somewhat puzzled about Frank's origins. Was he really the innocent boy she remembered? What? I don't know either. When Xia Qinglan and Eve took turns calling to ask questions, Frank just played dumb and said he knew nothing. Frank also took a bag of melon seeds and sat in the living room early to watch the soap opera of this world. Little do people know that there has been considerable turmoil, not only on the internet, but also in the entertainment and high-class circles behind the scenes. Countless people began to investigate Frank. Upon checking, it turned out that Frank's background was so clean that it made people doubt whether the rectification process on the internet just now was just an illusion. Damn it, how could that bitch Frank have such ability? In Huayu's private studio, he watched the negative influence on Frank on the internet disappear completely, and even comments began to appear online expressing sympathy for Frank's being cheated on and encouraging Frank. Moreover, Frank's fans have grown exponentially, directly breaking through 50 million. And there is even a trend of continuous increase. Huayu is a top pop singer who has debuted for several years, but his number of fans is actually less than Frank's. He even discovered that all his fans had switched to following Frank. This made Huayu so angry that his face twisted and ugly. He wanted to buy some marketing accounts to follow suit and slander Frank. Unexpectedly, not only did the money go down the drain, but Frank also took the opportunity to become an internet celebrity. As the saying goes, black and red are also red. After a night of being in the dark, Frank has become very popular after proving his innocence. Compared to Huayu's jealousy, Richard on the other side also watched himself work hard to hire people to collect gossip about Frank and other women, as well as marketing accounts that slandered Frank. Not only did he fail to kill Frank, but he also took this opportunity to make Frank famous and successfully caught the eyes of the people of Long Country. There are only good comments about Frank on the internet now. He is so angry that he is about to vomit blood, and was also watching this incident. She didn't want to see herself and Frank being slandered like this, but she didn't have time to take action to deal with it. A force that came from nowhere helped Frank to handle the matter cleanly, and even did a better job than her. Her first guess was that it was Frank who was helped by Eve, but she knew very well that Eve's ability was comparable to hers, and she could never be so perfect. For a moment, she had to re-examine Frank's background. At the same time, she saw Eve publicly announce that she was with Frank. In particular, Frank's social media account also posted an announcement that he was officially dating Eve. She just felt an inexplicable pain in her heart, as if she had lost something important and could never find it again. Chapter 35. Once you become famous, you will be surrounded by good people. On the other side, Yangmi also saw the news that Frank and Eve announced their relationship on their social media accounts. She was devastated and sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of her house, looking at the scenery outside with lifeless eyes. Woo-woo. Finally, she couldn't help crying out of grievance, with her long hair loose and her head down, crying while hugging her snow-white legs. Now her heart felt like it was cut by a sharp knife. The pain was unbearable. Did she miss the boy whom she once missed so much? Yangmi buried her head on her knees, tears streaming down her face like a kite with a broken string, blurring her eyes. She clearly still remembered the feel of his embrace and the boy's bright and brilliant smile, which was like a beam of bright light shining into her world. But the things she once missed, commemorated, and wanted to obtain are getting farther and farther away from her. Woo-woo God, you are so unfair. Yangmi couldn't help but curse the heavens. She had tried so hard to get close to him and protect him, but in the end, God made her lose so completely. However, Yangmi has always been a person who refuses to admit defeat since he was a child, and after crying to vent his emotions. She firmly believed what someone said: as long as the hoe is wielded well, even the corner of the wall can be knocked down. Even if it's destined, I won't accept it. Yangmi's eyes were red as she looked at the blue sky and white clouds. Wanting her to accept her fate? Impossible. Yangmi wiped away her tears, cheered herself up, her eyes flashed, and she picked up her phone to ask a doctor friend of hers for something. After hanging up the phone, Yangmi clenched his fists and said to himself, "Frank, you are mine." Frank didn't know that Yangmi was still obsessed with him. When Xiaoxia shared with him that the task was 60% completed, he was in a very happy mood. So, Annie has begun to regret it? Frank looked at the screen Xiaoxia gave him, which showed that 60% of his task had been completed, which meant that Annie was now beginning to regret breaking up with him. Yes, her emotions changed after you and Eve announced that you were together. Xiaoxia was also happy and continued to encourage Frank. "Keep up the good work. I understand." Frank nodded. He believed that the task that would make and regretful would be completed in no time. Seeing that the time was almost up, Xia Qinglan followed the address Eve gave her and found building B168 of the Hitangri Villa community, where Frank lived. "Frank, please tell me what's going on between you, Eve, and Annie?" Xia Qinglan was driving Frank to the Twin Cities Art Center to prepare for the recording of tonight's Meet You with Music program, while asking him gossipy questions. Didn't the internet say that? Frank yawned, thinking that he could finish recording the show today, and his small goal this time would be accomplished. "Annie divorced you for her white moonlight. Are you sad?" Xia Qinglan remembered that a few days ago, she took an order for a DD car because she was bored. That was also the first time she met Frank. At that time, Frank's eyes were red, and he looked pitiful, alone, and empty-handed. It was obvious that he had been crying. It turned out that he had divorced Anne. "I was quite sad at the time, but I've thought it through in the past few days. And never loved me. So why should I be sad for her? Besides, I am still so young. What kind of good woman can I not find in the future?" Frank calculated all the details. He died at the age of 20 in his previous life, and his original body, who just traveled through time, was only 23 years old. He is still in the prime of his youth. He also got to know the world these days, because the older generation has a serious concept of favoring girls over boys. The current gender ratio is extremely unbalanced. The male-to-female ratio is 3 to 5, and the total population of the entire dragon country is close to 1.6 billion, which means that there are only 600 million men among the 1.6 billion people. With Frank as conditions, he is definitely one of the top male gods. Even if he is divorced, there will be countless outstanding women pursuing him. There is no need to worry about being alone for the rest of your life. It's good that you think so. Xia Qinglan glanced at Frank for a while. His handsome looks and perfect body alone were enough to attract countless outstanding women. Not to mention that Frank also has talent for music creation. It is hard for women not to love such a handsome and talented man. To be honest, if she hadn't seen Eve announce that she was together with Frank, she would have wanted to hit on Frank. Alas, what a pity! Xia Qinglan sighed inwardly, although she thought she was already good enough. But compared to Eve and Annie, she is still far behind. Forget it. Now you have become famous overnight. What are your plans after participating in the program Encounter with You? Frank S. agent now. It would be nice if she could stay by his side in the future and appreciate his stunning beauty. Make money. Frank's first thought now is to make money and then exchange points with Xiao Xia to buy powerful pills. When he is with Eve in the future, he will strive to be the one mentioned above. Thinking of this, Frank suddenly felt that the task points given by Xiao Xia were too few. Brother, that's not a small amount, okay? I only assigned you such a simple task because I saw that you are a novice. The mission is simple, so the reward will be less. When you take on more difficult missions in the future, the reward points will naturally increase. Xiao Xia noticed that Frank was criticizing him for being stingy and immediately retorted to him. It is the most just, fair, and best system for the host. Yes, my Xiao Xia is the most generous and the best. It's me who is too incompetent and can't accept higher-level tasks. Frank didn't say anything bad about Xiao Xia, even though he got less points for this mission. But at the critical moment, the help Xiao Xia provided was not only free but also very helpful. He loved it so much. Humph! Of course! Xiao Xia snorted and glanced at Frank proudly with her little eyes as big as green beans. I received several invitations today. One of them is the popular variety show Running Man. They want to invite you to participate in the recording of an episode. And the famous director Zhang Yimou wants to invite you to play the third male lead in her new movie. There is also a love show, Xiangru Emo, recorded outdoors, which was invested by Eve. I heard that the recording will start in mid-June, and our Eve will also participate, so the production team there would like to invite you to participate as well. Told Frank about the invitation she suddenly received today. Now many program teams want to invite Frank to participate to increase the popularity. These programs are quite popular in China. I think you can give them a try, Xia Qinglan suggested. How much is the appearance fee? Frank is a worldly man, and he puts money first. Both the Running Man production team and director Zhang gave out 500,000 yuan, and the love variety show Xiangru Emo gave out 300,000 yuan. After all, Frank has just made his debut, and the reason he has such a high appearance fee is because this incident has brought Frank considerable popularity. And some people want to know the big boss who helped Frank solve this matter. Someone who doesn't know the situation would think that Eve solved the problem for Frank. But those who know understand that even Eve does not have the ability to get the country's cooperation to deal with these millions of netizens. After hearing the appearance price, Frank was a little surprised. How could he deserve such a high appearance fee? He thought that tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands would be high enough, but he didn't expect it to be so much. It seems that Frank doesn't have a clear understanding of his current worth. If what happened last night and today hadn't happened, Frank would still be a small-time celebrity and wouldn't be able to get a role in such a big-budget variety show or movie. Oh, never mind. After I finish recording Encountering You with my voice, I'll go watch the love variety show, Xiangru Emo. Frank thought about it and reluctantly refused the 500,000 appearance fee. He decided to participate in the dating variety show invested by Eve. After all, Eve participated in person, and even though dating variety shows are also part of acting, he is her official partner now. Even if it was just acting, he couldn't accept other men getting close to her. Frank is also a very possessive person. Actually, I saw that the upcoming episode of Run, Sisters was also recorded in the city where the love show Love Together is also being recorded. Eve then, it's okay to take a day or two off to record Running Man. After all, the appearance fee is 500,000. Moreover, The program can be recorded in 1 or 2 days. It's easy money, so don't refuse it. The main thing is that she can also earn commission from it. So she suggested that Frank could take on both variety shows at the same time. TSK. Sister Lon, you are really thoughtful. Frank couldn't help but admire her idea and gave her a thumbs up. If you think it's feasible, I'll go talk to their director. You are my agent, you can do whatever you want. Frank didn't care. Of course it was good to make money. Oka. Xia Qinglan nodded repeatedly, smiling with her eyes curved. While the two were chatting, Xia Qinglan quickly brought Frank to the entrance of the Twin Cities Arts Center. At this time, there were already many reporters and fans gathered there, and when they saw Xia Qinglan appear with Frank, those people seemed to smell something and were shocked. All eyes turned to them, and then they rushed towards Frank in a swarm. Frank, did you live with Eve after you divorced? Frank and Xia Qinglan had just gotten out of the car when a microphone was thrust directly into Frank's nostrils, and he started asking all these questions. Eve go to the Junjian Hotel to get a room last night? Why was Mr. Chen also at the Junjian Hotel? Can you tell us a little bit? Frank, I'm your fan. I love you. Ah, handsome brother. Come to your sister's arms. Frank. Xia Qinglan quickly protected Frank. But how could she stop them alone? What about these crazy reporters who were looking for gossip headlines and Frank's fans? Soon she was pushed aside by others. Frank also felt uncomfortable being surrounded by them, and some old sluts even took the opportunity to touch him. Get out of the way! Fortunately, the security personnel of the Meet You with Music program team arrived quickly and pushed those reporters away with difficulty. Seeing an opportunity, Xia Qinglan grabbed Frank's wrist and ran quickly to the scene. The reporters did not get the answers they wanted, and when they tried to chase after them, they were stopped outside by the tall and strong security guards. Xia Qinglan brought Frank inside. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that there were no reporters and fans chasing after them. Oh my God! Frank, you better be careful when you go out next time. Xia Qinglan patted her chest, which was heaving. Now Frank was also considered a famous star. But it seems that only a small number of his fans like him because of his music, while most of them like him because of Frank's good looks. Frank encounters some fanatical fans in the future. His personal safety will be in danger. It's okay. I have you here. Frank was relaxed. As long as he didn't meet a woman like Eve who was well-trained, he could handle 3 of them at once. Alas, my 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Xia Qinglan looked at Frank's tempting look and repeated the heart-cleansing mantra several times in her heart. If she wasn't a person with good willpower, which woman could resist his beauty? She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she always felt that Frank was becoming more and more handsome and attractive. When she first met him, although she was somewhat surprised by his appearance, she was able to control herself. And now, whenever she saw him, her heart would beat faster. He always had a faint fragrance that attracted her and made her want to have a kiss. At worst, I'll just go out less in the future. Frank himself is not the kind of person who likes to hang out. Miss Xia, Frank, you are here. Please come this way. Today, staff from the program team came to greet us. The staff took Frank and Xia Qingxue inside, but she kept looking at Frank from time to time with a look of greed for his beauty in her eyes. Xia Qinglan looked at the staff vigilantly while standing in front of Frank, like an old hen protecting her calves, not letting others even look at her. The staff quickly took Frank and the others to a special reception room inside, instead of the public waiting room outside. Miss Xia, Frank, you two should take a rest here for a while. The recording of the program will start in 40 minutes. The staff member explained something to Frank and the others. They looked at Frank reluctantly before leaving to do other things. This special reception room is really nice, with soft sofas, air conditioning, fruit snacks, and tea. Frank looked around this special reception room, which was only about 20 to 30 square meters, but the things inside were truly incomparable to the waiting room outside. Of course, that's how the entertainment industry works. The higher your status, the better your treatment. Xia Qinglan had a clear understanding of the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry. When you become famous, everyone around you is a good person. If you collapse, everyone will want to step on you. Chapter 36. Bad Luck Charm. Poverty limits my imagination. Frank had just sat down when other people came in from outside. Brother Frank. The girl who pushed the door open was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, plain jeans, and a pigtail. She had a happy smile on her young face and skipped towards Frank. Bailu, you look very energetic today. Frank saw the person coming and responded with a smile and gave her half a tangerine. Today is Saturday. Because I have a competition today, the teacher didn't ask me to go to the classroom to review, so I slept in. Balu stuck out her tongue playfully. It was so nice to be able to sleep in on the weekend. You will take the college entrance examination in half a month. Have you decided which university to apply to? Are you sure? Seeing how well-behaved she was, Frank couldn't help but reach out and touch her little head. Balu didn't mind Frank touching her head. Instead, she blushed a little out of shyness. Brother Balu, I heard that you were admitted to Shanghai Theater Academy, right? Frank on the internet last night. She couldn't sleep all night, looking through all the information about Frank that others had dug up, some true and some false. When she saw Frank being called a shameless man, she was the first one who didn't believe it. Even though she had just met Frank, Frank didn't give her the feeling that he was that kind of man at all. But her phone was too old and slow, so she was unable to speak up for Frank. It wasn't until the next day when Frank's affairs took a dramatic turn that she was sleepy enough to fall asleep. She also slept until 4 or 5 in the afternoon and immediately rushed to the Twin Cities Art Center to record the show when she woke up. Yes, but I was too young and hot-headed at that time, and I wasted such a good opportunity. Frank felt a little regretful. After all, Shanghai Theater Academy was one of the best art academies in the country, and all the outstanding students who graduated from it were doing well. But the original body gave up a bright future because of love, which is a pity to think about. It's okay. Brother Frank is very powerful now. Bai Lu has a goal in her heart. She will work hard to be admitted to Shanghai Theater Academy so that she can be Frank's junior in the future, and their relationship will be closer. What's so great about a man who relies on his face, body, and women for a living? However, when Bai Lu sincerely praised Frank, Hua Yu, who came in, refuted it with disdain. Hua Yu would never admit that he was jealous of Frank. It's only been 2 or 3 days, and Frank is actually becoming more popular than him. He doesn't accept it. Moreover, he had someone check Frank's background last night. How could a man who came from an orphanage be qualified to compete with him? He thought that Frank must have hooked up with a rich woman to have the traffic he has today, and that rich woman was Eve. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. After all, Eve and Annie were well-known, wealthy wives in the entertainment industry, and he usually never even got Eve's attention. Hey, why are you talking so annoyingly? Brother Frank relies on his own strength? Okay. Bai Lu frowned and looked unhappily at Hua Yu, who was looking down on her. Little sister, you probably don't know how many people's beds he had to climb to get here. Frank with disdain and kindly advised Bai Lu, the ignorant little girl. You are young and ignorant. Don't be deceived by his appearance. Brother Frank is not that kind of person. Don't slander him. Bai Lu was so angry that her pretty face puffed up. She stood up and wanted to confront Hua Yu. Although she also thought that Frank's face was indeed very beautiful, she did not like others saying that Frank made a living by his body or face. Frank stepped forward and grabbed Bai Lu, asking her to calm down. Then he walked towards Hua Yu with an expressionless face. Frank, who was a head taller than him, and especially when he met Frank's cold eyes, he inexplicably felt a sense of pressure. Frank, what do you want? Hua Yu shouted, trying to dispel the uneasiness in his heart. Hua Yu, I thought I had never provoked you, but you have been mocking and slandering me. Do you really think I am easy to bully? Frank sneered. He had been too lazy to pay attention to Hua Yu before, but Hua Yu always came to him to seek a sense of existence. Then, of course, he had to prepare a gift for Hua Yu as a return gift. You, what do you want to do? My mother is the chairman of Xinyu Group, and my aunt is the deputy director of the Municipal Security Bureau. Hua Yu looked at Frank rubbing his hands together as if he was about to hit someone, and immediately brought out his backer. Don't worry, I'm a civilized person. I just want to give you a gift. Frank smiled harmlessly, patted Hua Yu on the shoulder, and used the bad luck charm for the year that he had exchanged from Xiao Xiao on Hua Yu. Since Hua Yu is so free and bored and always comes to trouble him, just give him something to do to keep him busy. After Frank used the bad luck charm on him, he turned around and sat back on the sofa to drink tea. Seeing this, Hua Yu thought Frank was playing a trick on him and was about to curse. But before he could say anything, he was choked by a mouthful of saliva and was unable to speak. Ahem! Hua Yu's face turned red from choking, and he kept coughing. People thought he was sick. Xia Qingluan quickly pulled Frank and Bai Lu to sit farther away. You! Hua Yu pointed at Frank and wanted to say something, but after taking 2 steps, he kicked his other foot, lost his balance, and fell to the ground. And because of the bad luck charm, he landed on his face first. Ouch! Hua Yu only felt a pain in his gums and a smell of blood in his mouth. He actually knocked out his front teeth. At this time, Zhou Huimin and the other 4 contestants who followed in from the door were all stunned when they saw this scene. When the staff outside heard something was wrong, they rushed over immediately. Then they saw Huayu screaming in pain with blood all over his mouth. They were also shocked, but they reacted quickly, rushed forward to help Huayu up, and then took him to see a doctor. However, they didn't expect that Huayu, who was supported by them, fell and rolled down again on a step outside the reception room. This time, Huayu fell and his head was bleeding. For a moment, the staff of the program team began to jump in panic. After all, Huayu's mother is also one of the investors of the program team. Especially Huayu's aunt is the deputy director of the city's security bureau. If anything happens to Huayu and their production team, it will be their production team that will be sad. So the director had to ask someone to call 120 and send Huayu to a big hospital. As for the upcoming competition, forget it. How can I compete after falling like that? I'll just consider it as a forfeit. After the staff sent Huayu away, the world became quiet. Although the incident happened suddenly, the director could not wait for Huayu and directly announced the start of the competition. However, in addition to Huayu not participating in the competition today, 3 mentors have also been replaced. Eve, Annie, and Yangmi all did not come. So the director could only urgently invite other more famous mentors in the industry to come and support. The rules of today's competition are that you have to create and sing songs on the spot based on the genres voted for by netizens. Or you can choose to cover other suitable songs. And those who perform well can be recognized and voted as winners by the mentors and the audience. According to the votes of netizens, the genre of this competition is ancient style, and the duration is half an hour. After the staff announced the rules of the competition, they gave them a time to choose. Should we choose an original song or a cover song? Frank, the song you sang yesterday was an ancient style song, right? When Zhou Huimin saw that others were starting to look for songs, she sat next to Frank and started chatting with him. Because it is very difficult to create a good song in half an hour, unless you are an uncanny musical genius. So after listening to the rules of the competition, the first thing they did was to find a suitable song to cover. As long as the cover is good, it is also a display of talent. Forget it. Frank thought about it and realized that the song he sang yesterday was indeed an ancient-style song. The netizens this year are so easy to lead, and the ones they voted for are so to his liking. Little did they know that it was because of the opera singing he performed yesterday that made many netizens unable to sleep. The throbbing hidden in their blood genes made them never forget that piece of opera singing. So when the director and netizens were interactively voting to choose the genre of the competition, they chose ancient style without hesitation, just because they wanted to hear Frank sing yesterday's song in its entirety. What's the name of your song? Zhou Huimin also looked up the lyrics of Frank's a cappella song last night, and only found an allusion that was somewhat similar to what he sang yesterday. So she was curious whether Frank had adapted the song based on that allusion. Let's ask for a window visit. This song was his favorite in his previous life, and the lyrics are very profound. This song describes the love story between an actor and a top scholar. But in the end, the top scholar broke his promise and fell in love with someone else. Oh, why do you ask for a window look? Zhou Huimin continued to ask. I once saw a sentence like this. Through the window of the soul, I watched her and others' joy from afar. Zhou Huimin understood as soon as she heard it. If two people in love have grudges in their hearts, it is like a window that isolates them, and they will never be able to enter each other's hearts. Frank quietly, a hint of heartache flashing across her calm black eyes. People on the internet say that Annie is with him because he looks similar to Annie's white moonlight. Although he loved and deeply, there was her white moonlight between them. This is just like the window he mentioned. He could never win her heart, so he wrote this song. It is so unfair that such an infatuated man was abused and abandoned by another woman. Zhou Huimin began to feel indignant for Frank. If such a good man doesn't want him, then give him to her. Brother Frank, writing songs is so hard. Half a quarter of an hour later, Bai Lu came out of the songwriting room with a dejected look on her face. But when she saw Zhou Huimin sitting next to Frank, she frowned and looked at Zhou Huimin with vigilant eyes. Then, as if she was angry, she walked up and sat directly between Frank and Zhou Huimin, pulling Frank's arm as if to show her sovereignty. Zhou Huimin looked at the little girl in front of her and frowned slightly, but she didn't say anything. He just narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Bai Lu's hand hugging Frank's arm, feeling a little envious. If she could be as young as Bai Lu and have fewer worries, she would also like to hold Frank in her arms like this. Is that so? Bai Lu, can you recite the Shu Dao? Frank was fine. Seeing Bai Lu's pitiful and decadent appearance, he touched her head and comforted her. Yes. Although The Road to Shu was the most difficult text to memorize during her high school career, she still memorized it. Then write it down from memory and I'll compose a song for you. Frank also went to school in his previous life before he fell ill. He also tried to memorize this text, but he just couldn't remember it no matter how hard he tried. Finally, some great writer turned this ancient text into a song. Well, not only can he sing it, he can also recite it. And he hasn't forgotten it yet. Ah, this. Bai Lu was bewildered when she heard this. How could this be possible? Didn't you say that songs are hard to write? Do you want me to compose one for you? When Frank saw Bai Lu, he remembered his rare time at school and wanted to help this lovely girl. Yes, yes, yes. Bai Lu nodded repeatedly. Brother Frank is so nice. Frank, I don't have a song suitable for singing. Can you compose a song for me? Don't worry, I can pay for it. Frank expectantly. Bai Lu, this little girl, wants everything the boy has. Ahem. This isn't about the money. It's mainly because my senior sister and I hit it off right away. Composing a song is no problem. How much do you want to give? Frank's eyes lit up. Yes. He had so many classic songs in his mind. If he couldn't sing them all, he could sell them to others. Xia Qinglan had already registered the copyright for the 2 songs he had sung before and had them played on some music platforms, but the profits have not yet been settled. I can only take out 300,000 at most now. Do you think that's okay? Zhou Huimin thought about it. Recently, her family has given her less pocket money, and she recently bought a new villa. Now she can only take out a maximum of 300,000 yuan in pocket money. 300,000? Frank and Bai Lu looked at Zhou Huimin in shock when they heard this. Is it missing? Zhou Huimin has always had a good vision. Judging from the 2 songs written by Frank earlier, Frank is very talented, and the other songs he writes will not be too bad. And if she wants to invite songs from superstar-level creators like Eve, Yangmi and Annie, the starting price would be at least 1 million. And she felt that although Frank was slightly inferior to the queen, she could indeed give less. No, no. Frank shook his head repeatedly. Is this the rich woman? The first thing he said was a sum of money that he could never earn in most of his life. For him, 300,000 was too much to be believed. He thought that a few thousand or tens of thousands given by Zhou Huimin was already a lot. It turned out that poverty limited his imagination. At the same time, he didn't know much about the entertainment industry in his past and present lives, and he couldn't imagine that a song could sell hundreds of thousands. Bai Lu was also shocked by the 300,000 yuan Zhou Huimin casually mentioned. She had never seen so much money in her life. If a song written by Frank is worth 300,000, and Frank composes the music for her, it means he is selling her to Frank. So she is not worth 300,000 for a song. Ahem. Since senior sister trusts me so much, I will show you my ugliness. For the sake of the 300,000, Frank snatched the pen and paper from Bai Lu's hand and quickly wrote down Peepa Xing on it. Then I spent another 5 minutes composing the melody in my mind, and the ancient-style song, Peepa Xing, was completed. Chapter 37 Backing Singer. Zhou Huimin felt a little skeptical when holding the song, which she had completed in just 10 minutes, especially when she saw the familiar ancient Chinese text. She couldn't believe that the ancient Chinese text in the textbook could be used in this way. However, when she looked at the tune and hummed along, she was immediately attracted by the melodious rhythm, and then she practiced it by herself to familiarize herself with it. Brother Frank, Bai Lu had memorized half of The Road to Shu is difficult, but when she heard that Zhou Huimin was willing to spend 300,000 to buy Frank a song, she knew she couldn't afford the price. What's wrong? Frank opened his phone and received the 300,000 yuan transferred by Zhou Huimin. His mood became very good. Seeing Bai Lu's sad face, he thought she had forgotten it. Then Frank sighed, and taking advantage of his good mood, he took the half-written The Road to Shu from Bai Lu's hand. Then I started to recite the text again and composed music for the article, which only took a few minutes. Hey, take it and practice it well, the time is almost up. The competition will start in 5 minutes, but the songs in The Road to Shu are easy to remember, especially for young people like Bai Lu, who have better memory. Brother Frank, I have no money to give you. Bai Lu took the score of The Road to Shu handed to her by Frank with a conflicted and hesitant look on her face. She was too short of money to accept it. Don't be so annoying. If you don't get ready quickly, you'll be the last one in line. Of course, Frank could see that she was short of money. After all, she was a student, and her clothes were simple and plain. She was obviously from a poor family, so he didn't want her money. Frank, who winked at her with complicated eyes and felt touched. Her brother was so good to her, but she had no way to repay him. She could only pledge herself to him when she grew up and help her brother make money. Bai Lu secretly made up her mind that when she made money in the future, she would give money to Frank and support him for the rest of his life. Okay, everyone, the time is up. Now please start preparing for the game. When the time is up, the staff gathered everyone together and asked a few people to draw lots to decide the order of the competition. However, according to the order of the draw, Frank was lucky enough to be the last one. The first one was a girl wearing a black suit and short hair, and she chose to cover an ancient-style song called Jiangnan Misty Rain. But seeing her rather carefree personality, she was unable to sing out the delicate feeling of Jiangnan Misty Rain. The five mentors gave similar comments, not bad but not good enough. Next is the hot girl with trendy clothes. She is good at singing and dancing rap, so the rhythm of her ancient-style songs is more cheerful. She also added a bit of her own style to the cover songs, and several mentors gave different comments. After all, they're professionals and their performances are not bad, but I always feel like something is missing. It was not until the next by Lu came on stage that the title of the high school textbook suddenly appeared, immediately attracting a wave of attention. The song I sang today is called The Road to Shu is Difficult. This was composed for me by Brother Frank on the spot. I am very grateful to Brother Frank and hope everyone likes it. Bai Lu briefly introduced the song she was going to sing, then bowed to the mentors and the audience below the stage, and began her singing. Alas, how dangerous and high it is. The road to Shu is harder than climbing to the sky. In just 2 sentences, the girl's clear voice, with a youthful vigor and vitality, really gives off the feeling of the author Li Bai. Those who have gone through high school life immediately had their genes awakened, because this ancient Chinese article was a must-memorize article for them back then. Oh my god! I'm really familiar with The Road to Shu is Difficult. Just 2 lines of the song gave me goosebumps. My dad asked me why I was kneeling to watch TV, and I was crying and reciting ancient Chinese texts. I'm actually starting to memorize along with this rhythm. Just now, Bai Lu said that this song was composed by Frank. Vocal. Brother Frank is awesome. As expected of my husband, he is so talented. I will copy down Pipa Xing and Xiao Yao Yu and ask him to compose music for me. I want to memorize the lyrics. No, I want to sing. Bai Lu felt relieved when she saw that the audience seemed to like the show very much. The music composed by Brother Frank must be good, and she was afraid that she would not perform well and would ruin her brother's kindness. After Bai Lu's performance, the 5 mentors also gave good comments. Bai Lu, it's great that you can create such a song in such a short time, but your breath is not strong enough. You need to practice more. But overall, your performance is very good. Because Eve, Annie, and Yangmi suddenly stopped being tutors and were replaced by 3 new tutors, but their level was much lower. Only Zhou Xing has a higher professional level and can hear Bai Lu's shortcomings, but Bai Lu is still very young after all. She will continue to grow in the future, so he still gave her a high score and encouraged her to keep working hard. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. I will work hard. Bai Lu thanked the 5 mentors and the audience again and ended her performance. And the next one is Zhou Huimin. Zhou Huimin is worthy of being one of the 4 new young beauties. As soon as she appeared on stage, the audience applauded excitedly, especially those male fans. After all, Zhou Huimin's image of a pure and innocent goddess has fascinated thousands of boys and men. Hello, mentors. Hello, audience friends. Today I will sing the song Pipa Xing, which was also composed on the spot by Mr. Frank. And I've also invited Mr. Frank to help sing. I hope everyone likes it. Zhou Huimin has been in the entertainment industry for 2 years. She was not that nervous about these scenes. Instead, she greeted everyone with ease. At the same time, I also simply accepted the songs I was going to sing. However, she actually asked Frank to sing with her, which immediately caused quite a stir. The 5 mentors looked at each other and thought that this situation might not be impossible. After all, their competition rules did not state that they could not hire backing singers. If you just ask for a backing singer, if the coordination is not good, the backing singer may easily overshadow the main performance. So many people will not ask for a backing singer at short notice. Of course, if the cooperation is good, it will be different. The director had no objection and, through the headset, asked Stephen Chow and others to agree to Zhou Huimin's request to sing as a backup singer. Zhou Huimin, I wonder who you invited to sing backing vocals? Lu Yi asked curiously. The backup singer I invited is Frank. Chapter 38, Pipa's Song. The backup singer I invited is Frank, because when Frank composed the music for her, he said that there was a section in Pipa Xing that would be better sung in the style of opera. Frank, without hesitation, and gave him an additional 50,000 yuan to let him help her sing the opera part in Pipa Xing. Although she had studied Peking opera before, singing in operatic style was not difficult for her. But she felt that no one could sing better than Frank's opera style a cappella yesterday. And she also has a little selfish motive. With the current attention that netizens are paying to Frank, if she can invite Frank to sing with her, it will indeed increase her popularity. Of course, the most important thing is that she wants to sing a song with him. Otherwise, when he becomes completely famous in the future, her chances will be slim. Was shocked when they heard that the person she invited to sing backing vocals was Frank. Oh my god! The goddess sister just said that the one who will sing the backup is Frank. Pipa Sing? Is it the Pipa Shing that I was thinking of? Frank composed the music again. I'm sure that Pipa Shing is the text I'm going to recite now. Pipa Song, Tang Dynasty by Zhu. When Zhou Huimin talked about him, Frank took the microphone from the staff, walked onto the stage, and stood side by side with Zhou Huimin. Originally, Frank was a little taller than her, but when Zhou Huimin put on 7 or 8 centimeters high heels, their heights became almost the same. When the two of them stood together, they looked like a handsome man and a beautiful woman, which was very pleasing to the eye for others. Hello, mentors and audience, I'm Frank. Frank nodded slightly and greeted everyone without showing any sign of stage fright. A gentle smile appeared on his handsome face, which immediately made the girls in the audience scream. Frank's angelic face is killing me. Slurp, how did you know I was craving his body? Oh my god, please let me hug his straight, long legs. If that doesn't work, just let me touch them. Sister upstairs, please don't be so disgusting. I just want to lick those long legs to try their taste. Yours is even more disgusting, okay? Ahem. Zhou Huimin, are you sure you want Frank to help you sing? Louis didn't expect that Zhou Huimin would ask Frank to help sing. After all, they are both contestants, but competitors, who would let their competitors sing backing songs. Isn't she afraid that Frank will deliberately sing badly and affect her final result? Yes. However, Zhou Huimin was full of trust in Frank. She felt that Frank was not that kind of villain. Well, now that you have all discussed it, let's talk about your performance. Seeing that Zhou Huimin was so persistent, they didn't say anything more and let them start the performance. Because the song was composed by Frank on the spur of the moment, the program team's accompaniment orchestra couldn't keep up, so Frank not only had to help Zhou Huimin sing, but also had to play accompaniment for her. As Frank regained mastery of the instrument from Xiaoxia, he sat at the piano on the stage and instinctively played a beautiful piece of music. Seeing off guests at night at the Xuanyang River, maple leaves and reeds rustle in the autumn. The slightly brisk rhythm was refreshing to everyone. Frank started the first sentence, and his warm and magnetic voice lifted everyone's spirits. Frank's voice made them experience for the first time the feeling of making their ears pregnant. I followed the sound and asked who was playing the pipa. The pipa stopped, and I was hesitant to speak. After Frank finished singing her part, Zhou Huimin cut in her part in time, moving the boat closer to invite you to meet, adding wine and turning on the lights to light up the night. Zhou Huimin's clean and clear voice transforms perfectly with Frank's voice, as if they had rehearsed it countless times. When everyone heard this, they all sighed that there was something interesting. Gently pluck, rub, and pick first for Nick Hang and then for Lu Yao. After Zhou Huimin finished singing her part, she looked at Frank. When their eyes met, they both smiled in tacit understanding. Oh my god! The way they look at each other affectionately. I feel like they are a perfect match for each other. I think so too, handsome guy and pretty girl. I suddenly want to pair them up. Don't talk nonsense. Frank is Eve's boyfriend announced today. What? What's going on? How come I didn't know? The man I just fell in love with is someone else's. Are you not online? There is a big news between Eve, Frank, and Mr. Chin today. It's a pity that you didn't get to taste it. At the same time, in order to avoid the entanglement of reporters and paparazzi, and to reduce rumors. Although Eve, Annie, and Yang Mi did not go to the program crew, they were all watching the program on their mobile phones. When they saw Frank and Zhou Huimin's affectionate look, their brows all jumped. Especially since Zhou Huimin was sitting next to Frank, the tacit understanding between the two of them when playing a song together made them look more and more like a perfect match, and suddenly a wave of netizens supporting them as a couple appeared online. Eve, it seems that announcing that Frank is my boyfriend is not enough. I will take him to register and announce it later. I don't think you guys are still supporting him. Yami, damn it. I haven't even had the chance to sing a song with Frank yet, and another woman got there first. I'm so angry. And clenched her fist and slammed it on the table, glaring at the perfect match on the screen with gnashing teeth. Frank, you are such a hottie, right? I will lock you in a dark room and see if you still attract hotties. Realizing that she began to regret breaking up with Frank and began to face her feelings for Frank and Richard. Then she found that in comparison, she seemed to care more about Frank. And Richard was just her obsession when she was young. Now that she has recognized her own heart, and feels more uncomfortable when she sees Frank getting close to other women. But Frank didn't know what they were thinking. After Zhou Huimin took over the accompaniment, Frank started to sing in an operatic voice. The big strings are as noisy as heavy rain, and the small strings are as soft as whispers, like whispers. The sound of the strings is mixed and chaotic, and the big and small pearls fall on the jade plate, Vocal. It's that new accent Frank used yesterday. Hiss. I have goosebumps all over my body. Why do I feel more and more excited the more I listen to this song? Damn it. If someone could have sung Pipa Xing so beautifully, how could I have done so poorly in the Chinese language section of the college entrance examination? As Frank sang those two lines in operatic aria, the audience was greatly shocked. It was as if their genes were called upon by something and they all got goosebumps. Who cried the most among the people present? The Sima of Jiangzhou even had his shirt wet. As Frank and Zhou Huimin sang the last line in chorus, the 5-minute and 35-second song of Pipa Xing came to an end. Pa, pa, pa. After the two finished their chorus, there was thunderous applause from the audience. There is no doubt that the two people's chorus coordinated perfectly, and their performance received full marks from the 5 mentors. But Zhou Huimin also played a little trick. She took the opportunity to hold Frank's arm, and when they stood on the same stage together, they really gave the feeling of a talented man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match. Eve, Yang Mi, and Annie couldn't help but look darkened when they saw this, and, in particular, narrowed her eyes and stared at the two of them holding hands. Why is this scene so dazzling? Chapter 39. Frank was smart since he was young. You all sang well, especially Frank. We are all looking forward to your performance next time. Stephen Chow gave Chow Wai Man and Frank good scores, but judging by the audience's performance, they were all looking forward to Frank's performance next. Frank, come on then. Zhou Huimin patted Frank on the back, gave him an encouraging look and a gentle smile, which made others think that the two of them seemed to be very familiar with each other. Look, Eve, Annie, and Yang Mi, who were standing in front of the screen. Even through the screen, they cast unfriendly glances at Zhou Huimin. Is this woman of his father's deliberately taking advantage of Frank? After Zhou Huimin left the stage, Frank was left alone. Frank, are you going to sing the song you didn't finish yesterday? Frank expectantly. Yesterday, he went back and studied Frank's song and found that not only was the singing style novel, but it was also a song that had never been released before. That means it's most likely Frank's original work, and he's looking forward to what the full version of the song will be like. At the same time, this is also the expectation of many netizens. Isn't the music style they voted for just to listen to Frank's full version of the song? For a moment, the director was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling as she watched the number of live broadcast on-demand requests constantly break records. It's really rare. However, facing Zhou Xing's answer, Frank shook his head. He did not intend to sing the song from yesterday. The song I will sing today is not the one from yesterday. What the hell? I saw your a cappella part and came here to listen to your songs. You actually said you don't want to sing? That's right. I waited in front of the screen for 3 hours just to wait for you to sing the song from yesterday. Now you tell me you won't sing? No. Where's the director? Let Frank sing the song from yesterday. If you don't sing the song from yesterday, I won't listen or watch it. +1. The director looked at the screen full of comments expressing his dissatisfaction with her, and had no choice but to connect with Lu Yi and Zhou Xing and ask them to persuade Frank to sing yesterday's song. Frank, your song yesterday was great. Why didn't you sing it? And many fans and audiences are looking forward to your performance. Lu Yi was indeed the person specially arranged by the director, and he immediately persuaded Frank. Yes, Frank, we are all looking forward to it. Zhou Xing and other mentors also echoed. Frank, sing that song from yesterday. The audience in the auditorium were also cheering and asking Frank to sing the song he didn't finish yesterday. An incomplete song is like an incomplete soul, which makes them obsessed with it. Well, since everyone likes it, I'll give this song window viewing to everyone. Frank actually didn't want to sing looking into the window, but after seeing the crowd's response, he had no choice but to sing it. So Frank asked the director team for a eru and played the accompaniment while singing. Eru? Frank can also play this. Yes, he used to play the piano, guitar, and now the eru. How come he can play so many instruments? And he is so handsome, and he can write and sing songs. It is said that a pipa can be played for 1,000 years, a zheng can be played for 10,000 years, and an eru can be played for a lifetime. Frank must have been smart since he was young. Frank has the all-round proficiency in musical instruments provided by Xiaoxia, not to mention the eru. He can even play the less common sun, sheng, kongling drum, etc. When the swallows leave, the branches are full of red beans. Don't ask the traveler when he will return, who is alone guarding the clear waters of Xiaoxiang, not knowing what day it is. Frank's voice, as gentle as jade, coupled with the melodious yet slightly mournful sound of the eru, gave goosebumps to those who heard it. She writes with ink, and he dances with his sleeves in a dream. Love in the play, meaning in the play strangers meet. In the flowery land, Frank switched to a theatrical voice here, making the song sound more reflective of the story behind the song. Singing in a foreign land, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, every step and every word is filled with longing. This part is different from Frank's a cappella yesterday. This time, the unique sound quality of the era makes everyone feel as if they are in the story of the song. There was once a girl standing at the window and said to the actor, "Would you like me to marry you when I return from high school?" The actor blushed and nodded. But later the girl married a man of equal status, with a wedding ceremony stretching 10 miles long, and people from all over the city went to congratulate the beautiful woman and the talented boy. Only the actor who had been waiting for 3 years stood in front of the window, dressed in blue, cut off a strand of hair, shed a line of tears, and tore up the promise. Later, the actor lost his true feelings for the girl, and the angel with broken wings will disappear from the world after falling. Everyone congratulates the beautiful woman and the talented girl, but no one sighs that there is a lovelorn person in the play. Frank finally finished his singing today and took a deep breath. Then he stood up and bowed to everyone who was still immersed in the story of the song. After a long time, everyone came back to their senses and felt a little lost for a moment. The actor who had waited for many years sincerely did not get the promise from the girl in the end. This is really, I don't know why, but after listening to this song, everyone wants to kill that girl. Moreover, some people think more, and their thought processes are particularly unique. When they put Frank into the story of this song, they found that it really fit. Frank truly loved Anne for many years, but in the end he couldn't win her heart, and she even abandoned Frank for someone else. Isn't this the modern version of Chinshimi? The audience began to feel sorry for Frank. Frank is so outstanding. Why did Mr. Chin abandon him? I didn't expect Ms. Chun to be such a scumbag. I feel sorry for my brother. Damn. Who is Mr. Chin's by Yu Egwang? They've been married for 3 years, and you came back to ruin their marriage. Damn it. That's right. He couldn't make it abroad. So he came back and used his status as Mr. Chin's white moonlight to squeeze Frank. Mr. Chun is really something. If he likes by Yu Egwang so much, why does he want to provoke Frank? How could Frank, such a good man, meet such a bad woman? Bah! Frank is a guy who didn't even graduate from college. It's a blessing for him that and likes him, okay? And maybe Frank was attracted by Mr. Chin's money and deliberately used his face that looked like Mr. Chin's moonlight to get close to her. Richard saw rumors online that he was the mistress who was destroying someone else's in-laws, and he got so angry that he picked up his keyboard and started arguing with those people. Can you please think about what the above person said? It has been confirmed on the internet that it was Annie who took the initiative to harass and deceive the innocent Frank after her white moonlight went abroad, okay? Frank in the waiting room. When faced with Richard's distorted facts, she immediately refuted them. Trying to discredit her Frank? Impossible. Chapter 40 Yang Mi invites you to dinner. Frank didn't know about the online discussions, nor was he very interested in knowing about them. He just wanted to know when the show would end. He was tired and sleepy after sitting here waiting for so long today. However, Frank's singing skills and songwriting abilities are beyond doubt. So after several mentors gave high praise, the host invited other contestants to the stage, and then the audience and mentors voted. Compared to the audience members in the auditorium, who each have 1 vote, the mentors each have 10 votes. Of course, in the voting process, there was no doubt that Frank received the most votes, far ahead. The second is Zhou Huimin, and the third is by Liu. Their Peep a Song and The Road to Shu are difficult, evoked many people's memories. It also helped the younger students who were slow to memorize the text to memorize it through songs, so it also received a lot of votes. The performances of the others were also good, but they were still a little behind Frank. At the same time, Yang Mi, who was paying attention to Frank, was also very happy when she saw Frank won first place. Then she called the hotel owned by her friend to order food. She didn't attend the last recording of the show today because she was preparing for dinner with Frank. Now she had everything ready, except Frank. Just as she saw Frank got the excellent first place, she immediately changed into an elegant and intellectual red dress. She even wore a black stocking, which made her white legs look even more slender and graceful. She was barefoot in high heels, and she smelled fragrant whenever she walked. Yangmi looked at herself in the mirror, with her perfect curves and beautiful face that was fair and rosy. With fluffy curly long hair, moist red lips, and picturesque eyes, she smiled sweetly at herself in the mirror and said to herself, "Frank, I'll charm you tonight." It was almost 9:30 in the evening when Frank sneaked out of the back door of the Twin Cities Art Center. He was a little hungry because he hadn't had dinner yet. Xia Qinglan went ahead to deal with the fans and reporters waiting outside, and Frank was too lazy to do it, so he quietly slipped out the back door. Yami also called at the right time. "Frank, I'm waiting for you behind the Twin Cities Art Center at the right turn. I've also booked a hotel." Oh, wow. Frank then remembered that he had promised to have dinner with her tonight. Frank was also wearing a black mask and a baseball cap. After making sure that there were no paparazzi or fanatical fans lurking around him, he walked towards the intersection Yang Mi mentioned. After walking for a minute or two, Frank saw Yang Mi's white BMW. When Frank walked over, Yang Mi rolled down the window, waved to Frank, and motioned him to sit in the front. Frank opened the passenger door, got in the car, fastened his seatbelt, and his eyes fell on Yang Mi. Perhaps because she wanted to have dinner alone with Frank today, she did not bring her assistant shower in. Frank found that Yang Mi was particularly eye-catching today. Her long, slightly curly hair was dyed burgundy, making her delicate face look even whiter. She was also wearing a pair of large sunglasses that covered most of her face, revealing her sexy collarbone under her snow-white neck, and the slim red dress perfectly showed off her graceful body curves. The wrist of the jade hand resting on the steering wheel was wearing a four-leaf clover bracelet. The slender hand looked soft and beautiful, which made Frank drool. He was not a hand fetishist, but he had to admit that it would be an absolute pleasure to hold Yang Mi's delicate hands. "Does it look good?" Seeing that she had successfully attracted Frank's attention, Yang Mi raised the corners of her mouth. "Ahem, it looks good. But is it convenient for you to drive in high heels?" Frank looked down along her slender waist. The skirt just reached below her knees, and because she was sitting down, her beautiful legs and black stockings were exposed. She was also wearing a pair of white high heels. How inconvenient it would be to drive like this. "Brother, you have to trust my driving skills." Yang Mi threw a coquettish glance at Frank, started the car confidently, stepped on the clutch, released the handbrake, shifted into gear, then stepped on the accelerator and drove out. Seeing that she acted like an experienced driver, Frank chose to trust her driving skills. After all, Frank didn't know how to drive. He didn't have the chance to learn how to drive in his previous life because he was sick, and his original body didn't learn because he was carsick. "By the way, Senior, where are you going to take me to eat later? Can I have a friend come with me?" Frank looked at the message from Eve on his phone. She was asking him why he didn't go back to the company with Xia Qinglan. Because Eve was waiting for him at the company to have dinner together. "That friend of yours is Eve, right?" The smile on Yang Mi's face faded slightly. The friend Frank mentioned was most likely Eve. "Yes, she hasn't eaten yet. It's a good opportunity for us to go and eat. It will be more lively with more people." Frank didn't know what Yang Mi was thinking. In his opinion, she was his senior, and she should be grateful for the kindness shown to her by her original body. Yang Mi invited him to dinner, and the two of them became friends. But Frank didn't know that Yang Mi not only wanted to be friends with him, but also wanted to be his girlfriend. "Frank, let me ask you, tell me honestly, are you and Eve really together?" Yang Mi gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands, feeling a surge of jealousy for some reason. Frank thought about it and decided that now that Eve had publicly announced that they were together online, he would naturally be willing to be with her. Hearing Frank's answer, Yang Mi bit her red lips. An unwilling look appeared on her face, and her hands gripping the steering wheel turned white. Hateful. Yang Mi kept roaring and raging in his heart, and the look in his eyes became colder and colder. Originally, she felt a little guilty about what she did tonight towards Frank, but now, she had to do it. "Senior, watch your speed. You are speeding." Frank watched the car speeding up. Every time it brushed past another car, his heart would race for fear of hitting another car. He doesn't want to die young again. Frank's face turned pale, and he quickly reminded Yang Mi that safety comes first. Yang Mi turned his head and looked at Frank. Seeing that he looked uncomfortable, he slowed down the car. "We're here, Frank. Get out of the car." 10 minutes later, Yang Mi brought Frank to a hotel called Xiangxi. This is a 4-star hotel. Although it is not as good as those 5-star hotels in Junjian, the decoration inside is much warmer. "This is a shop opened by my friend. The menu is all private dishes. They are very good. I'll bring you to try them. Yangmi pulled Frank inside and, under the guidance of the waiter, went up to a large private room on the 5th floor. Frank, wait here for a moment. I'll go order some food. After saying that, Yangmi followed the waiter out of the box. Frank sat on the sofa next to the tea table and looked around the box. It might be a privately owned shop. The decoration inside this private room is different from that in other hotels. In addition to the round table for dining, this private room also has a tea area and even a small 20 square meter room next to it, which seems to be used for people who come to eat, get drunk, or take a temporary rest. Frank walked into the small room curiously and took a look. He casually opened the cabinet of the bedside table and saw some. In the memory left to him by the original body, these small packages of things were often used between lovers. Frank quietly left the small room, and he suddenly felt that his thoughts were not clean. Chapter 41. Why do I feel a little dizzy? On the other side, Yangmi had already ordered the meal. At this time, she walked towards the box with a bottle of expensive red wine in her hand and stood in the corner of the door. She opened the bottle of red wine, then took out a red capsule and poured the granules inside into the red wine. Frank, I'm sorry. This is the only way I can have you. I don't want this to happen, but I can't tolerate you being with another woman anymore. Yangmi shook the red wine, with a hint of guilt and a touch of madness on her pretty face. She has been thinking about Frank for 5 years, but because of Ines' interception, she has been suppressing her feelings for Frank. A chance for him to divorce Annie, but then Eve shows up. She almost goes crazy. Frank was angry with her afterwards. She had to give him the medicine today. After tonight, you'll be mine? Frank. Yangmi licked his lips, and a strong possessiveness flashed in his eyes. Yangmi calmed down, suppressed the madness on her face, and with an elegant smile on her pretty face, she opened the door of the box and walked in. Frank, the food will be here soon. Sit down and have a glass of red wine. This is a fine wine that my friend has treasured for a long time. Yangmi took the goblet and poured Frank half a glass of red wine. The bright color shone charmingly under the light and the reflection of the wine glass. Ah, this, senior, I can't drink very well, so I'd better not drink. Frank thought about how drunk he was yesterday and hesitated, deciding not to drink. It's okay, just drink a little. This wine is not intoxicating. Yangmi handed the wine to Frank's mouth, and the mellow aroma of the wine made Frank a little greedy. Although he can't drink much, he actually likes wine. Looking at the sip of red wine in the glass, Frank thought it would be okay to drink some. Frank swallowed his saliva, took the wine glass handed to him by Yangmi, took a sip, and tasted good, so he drank it in one gulp. It smells nice, with a hint of sweetness. Frank smacked his lips and wanted to drink a little more, but he was afraid of getting drunk, so he gave up the idea of drinking anymore. When Yangmi saw that he had drunk, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he stopped forcing him to drink. After a while, a team of waiters brought the meal that Yangmi ordered. The seafood included big fish, shrimps, and king crabs, and the special dishes included boiled chicken, braised pork with preserved vegetables, stir-fried pork with lettuce. There were even desserts after the meal, and all these foods filled the entire table. Frank looked at so many dishes and thought that 2 people could not finish them. Luckily, he had just sent Eve a message telling her the address, so she would have enough to eat when she came. Frank, eat. Eating well will give you more energy later. Frank, with a smile, peeled the shrimp and put the shrimp meat into his bowl. Okay, you eat too. Frank was also hungry, so he didn't bother to be polite with her. But why did he feel hotter the more he ate? Frank thought it was just the effect of the glass of red wine he had just had. He was still conscious, so he didn't care too much about it. As Yangmi slowly peeled shrimps for Frank, she watched his handsome face getting redder and redder, with a smile on her face that grew deeper and deeper. Ah, senior, do you have any water? I'm a little thirsty. When Frank had almost finished eating, he felt a little dry in the mouth. Perhaps it was because it was hot. The corners of his eyes were a little red, and his pair of peach blossom eyes seemed to be stained with a layer of moisture, and he looked at Yangmi with watery eyes. Seeing this, Yangmi looked straight at his weak and attractive appearance. She thought that Frank's drug must be taking effect. So she stood up and walked to Frank, touched his handsome face, which was a little hot, and said with a worried look, Frank, you feel so hot. Are you sick? No, I just, hey, why do I feel a little dizzy? Frank stood up with the help of a chair, but suddenly he felt his head buzzing and his body getting hotter and hotter. He almost fell backwards because he couldn't stand steadily. Fortunately, Yangmi was quick to grab his waist and held him in his arms. I think you were sick. I'll take you to see a doctor. After Yami took a look at the small room in the box, she picked up Frank, who was already beginning to feel dazed, and walked out. She knew that Frank told Eve the address, and in order to prevent outsiders from disturbing her plans, she decided to take Frank somewhere else. Fortunately, this hotel was run by her friend, so she took Frank to another private room. When Eve came over, Yangmi and Frank had already left the private room on the 5th floor. In addition, Yangmi had already talked to the hotel waiter, so the waiter lied and said that Frank seemed to be sick, so Yangmi took him away to see a doctor. When Eve heard that Frank was sick, she became anxious, and without thinking much, she rushed to the AI hospital that the waiter mentioned. But Frank was already unconscious at this time and looked like he was at the mercy of others. TSK, TSK. I didn't expect Yangmi to have this skill. Xiao Xia looked at Yangmi, whose rosy face was close to Frank, and lamented how the world was going downhill. It thought that if Eve knew about this, they would definitely have a fight. And Frank was caught between the two of them, neither above nor below. Frank, I really like you. Even if you hate me, you are still mine? She was happy both physically and mentally, and her love for Frank deepened. Xiao Xia was watching from the side, and seeing Frank was pitiful, she kindly spent 1 point to buy him a Shinbao pill to replenish his condition. Frank was awakened by the brightness of the sun as it refracted through the window. But when I wanted to get up, I felt powerless and felt weak as if my body had been hollowed out overnight. That's not all. When Frank woke up completely, he found that there was a woman next to him. Chapter 42 yang mi becho mes abnormal. Senior, you? What's going on? Frank's head was buzzing as he looked at the situation. A sentence popped up in my mind. I was Shuade? Yes, all night. Xiao Xiao really enjoyed watching the show and even described the details of last night to Frank. The more Frank listened, the redder his face became, and he couldn't tell whether he was angry or ashamed. Yangmi also woke up, but she was not as frightened as Frank. Instead, she stood up calmly, and her perfect curves were reflected directly in Frank's eyes. Frank subconsciously turned his head away from the scenery, and he didn't know what to feel. He, a man, was actually taken away by a woman, and this is the first time in his life. But the problem is that he was dazed last night and didn't feel anything. Frank, I'm sorry. Whether you hate me or dislike me, I will never regret doing this to you. Because I like you, and you are the only one I can have in my life. I can't accept that you were taken away by another woman. I admit that what I did was despicable, but as long as I can be with you, I will do it to the end without hesitation, even if it is 100 times worse. Yangmi looked straight into Frank's eyes. She knew that Frank must hate her now. After all, she took away his innocence. Since the man values his innocence so much, he will definitely hate her. But when she thought that Frank hated her, Yangmi couldn't help wanting to possess him until he belonged to her body and soul. Especially now seeing Frank holding a sheet and curled up in the corner like a little white rabbit. Yangmi was so touched by its cuteness. Then Frank discovered that Yangmi was very strong, and he didn't even have a chance to struggle. Whoa! Frank didn't know whether he was enjoying it or feeling aggrieved. His eyes were slightly red. However, when Yangmi saw him being bullied like this, a certain demon in his heart seemed to break the seal. Frank, you are mine? Yangmi whispered in Frank's ear, with a strong possessiveness in her eyes, as if it could drown and suffocate people. Moreover, when Yangmi was excited, some of his actions made Frank feel cold. I always feel like she's mentally unstable. Frank, you look so haggard. Would you like to try another pill? Xiao Xia looked at Frank's pitiful appearance and asked him if he wanted to catch up. Is it free? How is that possible? 1 point for one. I guarantee you will be full of energy all night long. Go away. Thank you. Frank politely told it to go away, saying it wasn't free, and he didn't have that many points to redeem it. Frank, I find that I am really becoming more and more obsessed with you. Yangmi imprisoned Frank because he always carried the jasmine scent that she liked. Senior, please let me go. I want to go home. Frank was almost crying because of the bullying, and it wasn't that he didn't struggle. Frank, is it because I'm not sitting well enough? Do you really want to escape from me? When Yangmi saw that he was so soft and tender, but wanted to leave her, she suddenly felt angry and thought that he was in a hurry to go back and find another woman. When she thought of this, Yangmi's anger rose rapidly. She even wanted to lock Frank in a place only she knew and possess him all to herself. Senior, please talk to me nicely if you have something to say. Frank looked at the madness that flashed across her eyes and felt a little scared. Was she trying to imprison him? Don't worry. I won't tell anyone about us when I get back. Frank assured her that he would not pursue the matter of her sleeping with him when he returned. After all, in his mind, he did not suffer any loss in this kind of thing, but rather he gained an advantage. But he was afraid that Yangmi would mistakenly think that he was going to sue her, which would make her do something illegal to him again. Frank, why don't you just stay by my side? Yangmi grabbed Frank's wrist and forced him to stay. I don't want it. Frank was a little frightened. At this moment, he suddenly felt that Yangmi was so strange and scary. Frank, you really don't want to be with me? Yangmi had a cold face, and his eyes were like a dangerous whirlpool that was going to trap him tightly. Senior, I think you should calm down first and talk it over, okay? Frank looked at her with a hint of scarlet in his eyes, and she looked even more abnormal. Frank is now very worried about his personal safety. Judging from her current actions, it seems that she wants to imprison him or something, and then add something else. He doesn't want that. Xiaoxia, help me. The more Frank thought about it, the more frightened he became, but he didn't care about her beauty. He wanted to break free from her. But he found that she was incredibly strong. This damn woman must have been trained. I'm sorry, Frank, but your situation is not within the scope of the mission, and I can't help you. Xiaoxia rejected his request for help, but it would not stand idly by, and instead gave a suggestion. You currently have 2 points and 1.33 million renminbi left. After you convert the RMB into points, you can exchange it for 3 treasure pills. Would you like to consider it? Don't you have anything else besides Baowan? If he hadn't been trapped by Yangmi, he really wanted to grab Xiaoxia and let it know how it felt to be bullied. Yes, there is, but you don't have enough points to redeem it. Xiaoxia spread her hands, helpless. Hey, what's going on here? Yangmi is definitely a Yandere with a hidden attribute. It looks like she's going to imprison me, and then I won't be able to complete the mission. Frank finally realized that something was wrong with Yangmi. It seemed that overnight, Yangmi's Yandere nature awakened. Her possessiveness was overflowing, and she was no longer willing to let him go. It's okay. She won't keep you here for long. Eve will come and rescue you. Xiaoxia pulled up some data for Frank to see and found that Eve was coming over here. As long as he could hold Yangmi back and prevent her from moving, Eve would come to rescue him later. Chapter 43 Yangmi. I still can't accept you being with another woman. Eve spent the whole night looking for Frank, but she was fooled again and again. When she came to the Xiangxi Hotel last night, she didn't find Frank. The waiter said that Frank was sick and was sent to the hospital. Then she rushed to the AI hospital, but after searching for a long time, she couldn't find any information about Frank. Just when she had a bad feeling, Frank sent her a message saying that he was not feeling well and was going home to rest. Seeing that it was a reply from Frank, Eve breathed a sigh of relief and was about to go back to see Frank. But the company suddenly received news that Huayu fell down the building while trying to terminate the contract with Xingyu. She hesitated for a moment and decided to go back to deal with it. But when she got home this morning, she found that Frank was not at home. So she anxiously called Frank to ask, but was told that the call could not be connected. Now she panicked, especially since Frank sent her a message last night saying that he was going out to dinner with a friend. But he didn't make it clear who that friend was. Is that friend a boy or a girl? I'm so stupid of his father. Eve wanted to slap herself twice. She knew it was not safe for Frank, a boy, to be out there, but she didn't notice something was wrong in time last night. Eve quickly found a positioning app on her phone. Fortunately, she had secretly installed a locator in Frank's mobile phone, so she could find Frank's location even if the phone was turned off. When Eve saw Frank still in the Xiangxi Hotel, she had a bad feeling, as if her things had been taken away by someone else. So Eve drove quickly to the Xiangxi Hotel. At the same time, Frank and Xiaoxia only communicated for a few breaths. Seeing the hemp rope that Yangmi took out from somewhere, Frank immediately struggled to run away. However, he was held down by Yangmi, who began to tie him up with a rope in her hand. A blush of excitement appeared on her pretty face. You, what are you doing? You are breaking the law. Frank struggled hard and loudly denounced Yangmi's behavior. Frank, I've thought it through. I still can't accept you being with someone else. Perhaps because she had Frank, she wanted to have more, and at the same time, her possessiveness of Frank was infinitely magnified. As a result, she now had a morbid thought. If she could lock Frank up in a place only she knew, would she be able to own him completely and permanently? Once she thought about it this way, she couldn't stop. Yangmi kidnapped Frank. She rubbed his soft and cool face, her eyes full of enjoyment. Frank's face turned red and white. This woman actually... But Yangmi was enjoying his masterpiece very happily. Women in this world are inherently stronger than men. Even if Frank took a powerful pill, He couldn't resist her strength. Well, you are a grown man. What are you afraid of? If you can't resist, then just choose to enjoy it. Xiao Xia disagreed and still felt that Frank was being pretentious. Fuck. Then you should also look at the behavior of this woman Yang Mi. She tied me up and said she wanted to lock me up. Is this reasonable? Frank suddenly realized that Yang Mi's behavior was becoming more and more like the Yandere characters he had read in novels before. This is not a good sign. Frank, as long as you behave yourself and don't resist or cause any trouble, I promise to love you well. Yang Mi put a mask and a hat on Frank, put a long coat on him, and prepared to take him away. After all, it's a hotel. How could it be safer than her private house? You Yang Mi, I will hate you if you do this. Frank twisted his body to try to free himself from her grasp, glaring at her angrily. Impossible. He will never obey. But when Yang Mi heard Frank say that he would hate her, her hands stopped moving. But she still had no intention of letting Frank go. After all, she had come this far, and she couldn't give up halfway. So Yang Mi ignored Frank's struggle, frowned, and thought for a while. Then she took another roll of black tape and sealed Frank's mouth directly to prevent him from making any sound. Frank, you'd better behave yourself. I really don't want to hurt you. Yang Mi touched Frank's head with a doting look in her eyes and a cold smile on her lips. If Frank doesn't cooperate, she will stab him without hesitation. Woo-woo. Frank's mouth was sealed, and he could only make grunting sounds. He wanted to struggle, but she grabbed him and carried him away with one hand. Don't panic, Frank. Eve is here to save you. Xiao Xia still couldn't bear to let Frank be taken away and imprisoned by Yang Mi. After all, it was still counting on Frank to complete the task, or to make money to exchange for points, and then increase its business. Sure enough, when Yang Mi and Frank were about to go downstairs, the moment they opened the elevator, Eve was standing there straight in a neat black suit. She was a little surprised when she saw Yang Mi, but when she saw Frank in her arms, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Eve's worried eyes. Although Frank was wrapped tightly and his appearance could not be seen clearly. But when she saw Frank, the familiar scent of peach blossoms lingered around her nose, and she had already decided on him in her heart. He met Eve, Yang Mi's eyes fixed, and he subconsciously pulled Frank behind him to hide. Yang Mi, Eve blocked Yang Mi's way, her eyes fixed on Frank behind her. The moment Frank saw Eve, he was immediately excited. Mom, Sister Yimo. Frank immediately called for help, but Yang Mi grabbed Frank's wrist tightly, with such force that it seemed as if he was about to break his hand. Frank turned pale with pain. That would have been fine, but in order to prevent Frank from moving again, Yang Mi stabbed Frank with a knife at lightning speed. Frank only felt his neck go numb, and his entire consciousness became numb. Then he closed his eyes, lost consciousness, and fell into Yang Mi's arms. Eve, I'm sorry, this is my boyfriend. He's a little naughty. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Yang Mi hugged Frank and said calmly, Eve, you should also understand that for public figures like us, having a relationship is not something that can be shown on the public stage. If there's nothing else, we'll leave first. Yang Mi didn't want to stay with Eve for too long, so he quickly carried Frank and walked past Eve. Stop! However, Eve stopped her and even tried to snatch Frank away. Chapter 44, Stop Fighting. Eve, what are you doing? Yang Mi carried Frank and quickly stepped back to avoid Eve's snatch, then looked at Eve vigilantly. Yang Mi, is he? Frank. Eve had a dark look in her eyes and exuded a terrifying coldness as she walked towards Yang Mi step by step, especially when she saw the hemp rope faintly exposed under Frank's loose coat. She knew that Yang Mi must have done something excessive to him. Eve, I don't know what you're talking about. Alarm bells rang in Yang Mi's heart. Looking at the powerful Eve, she actually felt fear, especially when she felt the energy emanating from her. Yang Mi knew that she was no match for Eve. Yang Mi, you are looking for death. Eve usually doesn't like to drag things out. When she suspected that the person Yang Mi tied up was Frank, she stepped forward without hesitation to snatch him back. Seeing this, Yang Mi carried Frank and retreated. But Eve was faster. She grabbed Frank directly and punched Yang Mi in the face. Hearing the sound of breaking air, Yang Mi's face turned grim, but if she didn't let go of Frank, Eve's fierce attack would break her bones. Out of her body's self-preservation instinct, she let go of Frank, dodged Eve's punch, and hit her original position, directly cracking the wall next to her. It's hard to imagine that Eve's white and delicate hands have such power. Eve with gritted teeth, but she knew she was no match for Eve. If she had known this earlier, she should not have been so obsessed with Frank. If she had taken him away earlier, Eve would have been out of trouble. Frank up before, but after Frank tasted his flavor, she had no choice but to lock him up and have him all to herself. But she had this idea at the wrong time. Too late, and Eve came to find her. Eve ignored Yangmi's murderous look and took off the mask on Frank's face. It was really Frank, but his mouth was sealed with tape, his hands and feet were tied with hemp ropes, and he was knocked unconscious by Yangmi. Eve raised her eyes to look at Yangmi. Her eyes were extremely cold. What did you do to him? While Eve was untying the hemp rope for Frank, she looked at Yangmi with murderous intent. She already had the murderous intention in her heart. At the same time, she felt extremely regretful. If she had been more alert last night, Frank would not have been kidnapped. Moreover, it was hard for her to imagine what Frank had gone through during that night. Ha! What do you think? I have done everything I should have done, and I have also done things I shouldn't have done. Eve, you are late. Yangmi just threw the jar into the air and confessed that she not only slept with Frank, but also planned to kidnap him. Yangmi, you're looking for death. Eve was furious when she heard this, and she hugged Frank and started to attack Yangmi. And Eve didn't know when she picked up a dagger with a cold glow in her hand. She turned into a shadow and stabbed Yangmi. Seeing this, Yangmi wanted to dodge, but because Eve was too fast, she avoided the fatal blow. But her shoulder was still cut, and bright red blood instantly dripped down her arm. Eve had a cold face. After missing the first strike, she turned around again and slashed the dagger in her hand towards Yangmi's snow-white and tender neck. Fortunately, Yangmi had been practicing martial arts and dancing for many years, so her body was very flexible, and she was able to avoid Eve's attack by bending down. But the sharp dagger still left a bloody mark on her fair neck. Yangmi touched the blood on her neck and found that her aorta was only a few millimeters away from being severed. However, before Yangmi could recover, Eve stabbed her hard again with the dagger in her hand. As there was a wall behind her, Yangmi had nowhere to hide and instinctively raised her hand to block. Squeak! Yangmi's soft, snow-white hand was pierced by the dagger, and blood dripped down the dagger. The piercing pain made Yangmi frown. Eve's pretty face was cold and indifferent. She raised her foot and kicked Yangmi in the chest, sending him flying several meters away. Then she used the dagger in her hand as a flying knife to stab the fallen Yangmi directly. Bite! Just as the dagger was about to pierce Yangmi's head, a scalpel appeared from nowhere and blocked the dagger, barely saving Yangmi. Eve, my temple is small, and it can't bear a life. A tall figure walked out of the private elevator on the other side of the corridor. The visitor's long, dazzling golden hair was casually spread out, and his emerald green pupils were somewhat nonchalant. The beautiful western face was angular, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on its high nose bridge and a cigarette dangling from its rosy mouth. She put her hands in the pockets of her white coat, which symbolized the angel in white, and slowly stood in front of Yangmi. However, he did not say anything. Instead, she gently put Frank aside, picked up the dagger on the ground, and took out another identical dagger, exuding a cold, murderous aura. It seems that he will not stop until Yangmi is killed. Damn! Yangmi, how did you provoke such a tough opponent? Elno felt the cold, murderous aura coming from Eve and restrained his careless thoughts with a solemn expression on his pretty face. Get out of my way! After Eve put Frank down, she let go of her hands and feet and burst out with all her strength. Her agile figure turned into an afterimage and rushed forward directly. And Eve's goal is very clear, which is to make Yangmi, who bullied Frank, pay the price in blood. Erno and Yangmi have been friends for many years, so she naturally couldn't just watch Yangmi get killed. She took out 2 scalpels and skillfully slashed them. Mimi, remember that you owe me another favor. After that, Elno walked forward with a scalpel in hand and started fighting with Eve. Even the narrow corridor could not prevent the 2 beauties from showing their skills. There were sparks from the collision of metal and the muffled sound of legs and feet fighting as the 2 men fought fiercely. But Eve seemed to be in a frenzy, and her attacks were not only heavy but also fatal. Although Elno is quite powerful, he cannot withstand Eve's strong strength. Seeing this, Yangmi had no choice but to join the battle and fight 2 against 1. Frank, wake up, they're fighting pretty hard. Xiao Xia patted Frank on the head and woke him up. Otherwise, with the 3 men's attitude of fighting to the death, someone might really get killed. Hiss! Frank was woken up by Xiao Xia and rubbed his sore neck. Yangmi hit him so hard that he almost broke his neck. But when he saw the 3 people fighting fiercely in front of him, he didn't care about the pain in the back of his neck, because he saw that Eve was scratched on the shoulder by the blonde woman. So Frank stood up, holding onto the wall, and yelled, "Stop fighting." Chapter 45. Eve is a little impulsive. Hearing Frank's cry, Eve, who had already begun to kill with bloodshot eyes, stopped and returned to Frank's side. But he still looked at Yangmi and Elno with murderous intent. "Sister Emo, are you injured?" Frank looked at her black suit being torn, revealing her white shoulders, but with bright red blood constantly flowing out. He felt pain just looking at it. "I'm fine." "Did she bully you?" "I'll kill her." Even care about the injuries on her body at all. She pointed the dagger in her hand at Yangmi. When she thought of Frank being bullied by Yangmi, she was so heartbroken that she wanted to kill someone. "Sister Yemo, calm down. Killing is against the law, and you were injured. Let's go back first." Frank pulled Eve and looked at her bleeding wound with concern. As for Yangmi bullying him, Frank couldn't say that he didn't suffer any loss. It was Yangmi's sudden attempt to imprison him that made Frank feel dangerous. He thought that he should just stay away from her in the future, and there was no need to fight. But Eve didn't kill Yangmi, which made her feel unwilling. "Sister Yemo, let's go." Frank reached out to cover Eve's bleeding wound, then pulled her away. "There are two people on the opposite side, especially the golden-haired woman." Xiao Xia said that her strength is not much weaker than Eve. Eve will be at a disadvantage against two people alone. In the end, Eve left under Frank's gentle request, but she and Yangmi had a grudge against each other. Yangmi felt bad as she watched Eve and Frank leave, especially when she saw Frank was concerned about Eve's injury but didn't even look at her. She was obviously injured too, and her injury was more serious than Eve's. But Frank didn't say a word of concern for her, and even wanted to leave with Eve. This made her furious, and she tried to force Frank to stay, but was stopped by Elno. "Mimi, that's enough." Erno pulled Yangmi's arm, frowned and asked, "You are actually planning on hitting on a married man?" "Frank isn't a married man, so what's wrong with me wanting him?" Yangmi shook off Elno's hand and watched Frank leave with another woman. She was in a bad mood. TSK, you wanting other men like this will make me jealous." Elno pushed Yangmi directly against the wall and pressed her against it. His tall figure loomed over Yangmi, who was half a head shorter than her. His pair of emerald green eyes stared at her like a hunting beast. "Fuck, Erno, you damn bastard. I told you not to get so close to me." Yangmi pushed Elno away with all her strength, staring at her with a flushed face. She almost forgot that this damn woman was very open-minded and was a lesbian who had set her sights on her. "Humph, Mimi, you owe me a lot of favors. Isn't it time to pay me back?" Elno licked her red lips, and the fiery look in her eyes was just like the way Yangmi looked at Frank before. "Damn it, I said I'm straight. I like men. Get out of here." Yangmi cursed inwardly, pushed Elno away, and started chasing after Frank. "Why are you running? Don't you want to take care of your injuries?" Elno grabbed Yangmi's arm again, and despite her resistance, pushed her into a room. She is a talented doctor who is proficient in internal medicine and surgery and has superb medical skills. Others have wanted her to treat their illnesses, but have failed despite numerous requests. But the woman in front of him doesn't even appreciate it, right? On the other side, after Frank took Eve away from the Shaanxi hotel, he wanted to take her to the hospital. But she asked Frank to help with a simple bandage to stop the bleeding, and then she took Frank home. "Sister Yemo, your wound is quite deep. Is it really okay not to go to the hospital?" Frank watched her take off her coat, revealing the knife wounds on her shoulders and back. Both wounds were more than 10 centimeters long. Her entire snow-white arm was stained with blood, and it looked very serious. "It's okay. Go to the first room on the right on the second floor, and help me get the medicine bottle on the second shelf of the bookshelf." Eve didn't care much. She asked Frank to get some medicine while she went to the bathroom to clean her wound. She took off her blood-stained shirt and came out wearing only an undershirt. Frank brought the medicine bottle and saw that she was wearing so little, with her snow-white belly exposed and 8 delicate abdominal muscles. If it were an ordinary day, Frank would naturally want to appreciate this scenery. But when he saw the knife wound on her arm, he no longer cared about appreciating her beauty. Instead, he looked at the wound, which was still oozing blood, with some heartache. "Frank, please help me apply the medicine." Eve sat obediently on the sofa, facing Frank with the wound still stained with blood, and asked him to help apply medicine. Frank quickly and skillfully poured out the white powder from the bottle and gently applied it to her wound. Perhaps because of the pain, Eve's body trembled slightly when Frank touched her. "Does it hurt?" Frank asked. "Without." Eve shook her head. She was not afraid of pain, and the powder was her family's secret recipe. It not only stopped bleeding quickly and made the wound heal faster, but also had a paralyzing effect. She didn't feel any pain. In addition, after learning martial arts, her physical condition is better than that of ordinary people. Her injury will probably heal in 2 or 3 days. But Frank blew on her wound like coaxing a child, and the gentle, soft, and cool feeling made her feel a little moved. Frank watched as the bleeding stopped immediately after the powder was applied to her wound, and thought it was a good medicine. Then Frank picked up the gauze and bandaged her, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Frank, was Yami last night? After treating the wound, Eve and Frank sat opposite each other. She was still thinking about how Yami kidnapped Frank all night long. Frank naturally knew what she wanted to ask. He rubbed the corners of his clothes and hesitated, not knowing how to tell her. Yami was a beautiful woman with a good figure. According to his thoughts in his previous life, if he was pursued by a goddess-like woman, he thought no man would refuse, unless he was a gay or a eunuch. But Yami seemed to be a little mentally abnormal, and they were thinking of imprisoning him, which he had to refuse. However, in the eyes of people in this world, if a man is forced to have sex with a woman, he has lost his virginity. In this world where men's innocence is highly valued, Frank's body was violated last night, so he is not clean. Frank didn't know whether Eve would dislike him for this. However, Eve looked at Frank with his head down, as if something sad had been mentioned. Eve cursed herself inwardly. He was clearly hurt by that bitch Yangmi, but she still wanted to expose his scars. He must be very sad too. Eve walked to Frank distressed, hugged him, and said softly, "I'm sorry, Frank, I didn't protect you well." Frank leaned in her soft embrace, a little dazed. He didn't expect that she seemed ordinary, but she turned out to be quite soft. Moreover, the delicate 8-pack abs on her abdomen were not as hard as he imagined. Instead, they felt very elastic, soft, and powerful like a woman. "Frank, don't worry, no matter what happens to you, I will be with you." Eve gently stroked Frank's cheek, her eyes full of heartache, and at the same time she had cursed Yangmi 100 times in her heart. Damn this sinister villain. He actually set a trap for the simple and innocent Frank. Damn it. The next time she sees Yangmi, she will never let Yangmi go. Thank you. Frank was touched to see that Eve didn't mind him sleeping with another woman. He looked up at her sentimentally and said, "It's great to have you." Eve lowered her eyes to meet Frank's beautiful, clear black eyes, and every time she got close to him, she could always smell the peach blossom scent that she particularly liked. For a moment, she was fascinated by Frank's innocent and handsome appearance. Chapter 46. Unable to beat Eve. Eve smelled the unique scent on Frank, and she held him in her arms contentedly. On Frank greatly relaxed her nerves after a sleepless night, and her sleep quality improved. Until the night fell, Frank's brows relaxed, and he opened his eyes drowsily. He saw Eve's beautiful face. Her bright eyes were staring at him in a daze. Frank looked at Eve, who was lying on her side next to him, and was amazed by her graceful curves. He thought that all women in this world had flat breasts, but he didn't expect that after taking off their bra binders, their breasts would be so curvy. You must be hungry. I just ordered takeout. Come down and eat later." Eve also had some ideas, but for Frank's health, she didn't do anything excessive. After saying that, she got up and went to wash up. "How are you feeling, Frank?" Xiao Xia looked at the marks on Frank's body and actually laughed unkindly. "Would you like another pill?" Xiao Xia winked at Frank. How come women in this world are so powerful? Frank felt very uncomfortable looking at his current situation. "Xiao Xia, do you have any permanent medicine pills?" Frank thought that even with his strengthened body after taking the powerful pill, he couldn't withstand the tactics of Yangmi and Eve. Now that Eve has broken the last layer of paper with him, this kind of thing is bound to happen again in the future. After all, Eve is a woman who has been single since birth. Once she gets addicted to this kind of thing, she will demand a lot. For the sake of his health, Frank decided to have a heavy bleeding to improve his physical condition. "I'm sorry, Frank, there is no permanent pill, but I can provide unlimited supply, and the pills I produce have no side effects." Xiao Xia has already started to make plans. With Frank's attractive situation, she dares to say that Baoan will definitely sell well in the future. Oh, by the way, the permanent vigor pills can also improve physical fitness, and the effects can be stacked without side effects. From my perspective, you only need to buy 34 powerful pills to suppress Eve. Xiao Xia also did not forget to promote its Dolly pills. After all, Shinbao pills only cost 1 point each, while Dolly pills cost 10 points. Frank looked at the few points left in his account, and saw that the 350,000 renminbi transferred by Zhou Huimin was also taken by Xiao Xia to exchange for points. He was so poor again that he couldn't even make ends meet. After Eve came out of the shower, she saw Frank still curled up in bed. Then she remembered that Frank's clothes were still downstairs, but they were a little dirty. The clean new clothes are still in the villa opposite. Ahem, Frank, I'll go get you some toiletries and clothes. Eve coughed lightly to hide her embarrassment, then walked out of the room wearing a simple short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Frank then came out of bed, walked into the bathroom, and started taking a shower. Looking at himself in the full-length mirror, his fair and translucent skin was covered with red marks, and he was almost speechless. Why do these women like to do these messy things so much? Frank, I put the clothes on the bed. You can come down to eat after you get dressed. Eve quickly brought Frank's clothes, put them on the bed, and said something to Frank in the bathroom. Then she went downstairs to plate the takeaway and waited for Frank to eat together. However, when Frank came out of the shower and saw the clothes on the bed, he almost couldn't help but break down. Eve actually gave him a pair of pink shorts and a pink short-sleeve shirt. Damn it, his least favorite color is pink. But if he doesn't wear it, he will have no other clothes for the time being. Finally, Frank prepared himself for a long time before reluctantly putting on the pink dress. But Frank didn't know that after putting on this pink clothes, his snow-white skin looked even whiter and tenderer. Coupled with his temperament and handsome face, this pink clothes not only does not look tacky, but instead makes him more charming. So when he went downstairs, Eve just looked up and couldn't take her eyes off him. To be honest, Eve is actually a leg-obsessed person. When she saw Frank's long, well-proportioned and strong legs under his shorts, her eyes lit up. Moreover, the muscles in his legs are smooth and beautiful, with a charm that is unique to men. Just these legs, she could hug them for a lifetime without getting tired of them. Gurgle! Eve swallowed her saliva reluctantly. It turned out that she had good taste. The clothes she picked specially for Frank were perfect for him. It was pink and tender yet charming. How likable! Frank also noticed her fiery gaze, but he could only pretend not to see it. Chapter 47. Overnight Wealth and Overnight Loss. Frank still couldn't stand the pink clothes, so he went back and changed into a white shirt and black trousers. Eve pursed her lips to express her disappointment when she saw this. Although Frank is still handsome and charming in his current outfit, she prefers Frank in that pink outfit. That way he would look more like a cute pink bunny, making her heart melt. Let's eat first. Eve served Frank a bowl of rice and put the peeled lobster meat on a separate plate and pushed it in front of Frank. Ordered a nourishing soup specifically for Frank to replenish his body kidneys. Frank, the Civil Affairs Bureau will be open on Monday, the day after tomorrow. Let's go register. Then we can pick a good day to hold the wedding. What do you think? Eve held her chin with both hands, her pretty face slightly flushed, but with an indelible joy. Since she has had a relationship with Frank, she naturally has to be responsible for Frank. As for the fact that Frank had slept with Yangmi before, she would just kill him to silence him later. Frank was hers alone. Well, do your family members agree? Frank didn't expect Eve would take him to register for marriage so soon. After all, Frank had heard that Eve's family background was not simple. Would her family agree to her marrying a divorced man? You don't need to worry about my family. You are registering your marriage with me, not with my family. Eve waved her hand nonchalantly, but she couldn't help frowning when it came to her family. To be honest, based on her understanding of her own family, those old ladies are so prejudiced about family background that they will not look down on anyone who is not of equal status, let alone Frank, a divorced man. But anyway, she had no intention of marrying anyone else. She only wanted Frank. She had this idea a long time ago. I'll take care of my family. You don't have to worry. Eve held Frank's hand and said to him softly, as long as you are willing to marry me, I will promise to make you happy for the rest of your life. Sister Emo, I know you have always been very good and excellent, but I am a divorced man, and Frank shook his head. Eve was such an outstanding and beautiful female president, but he was not only a divorced man, but he was also slept with another woman last night. If he didn't make a living by relying on this amazing face, it would be hard to say. I won't allow you to say that about yourself. In my eyes, you are the best. Eve looked serious, and at the same time felt a little sorry for Frank. He must have had a hard time living with in these years. He was once a good, excellent, and handsome boy, but now he has become so inferior and unconfident. In her impression, Frank is not only handsome and kind-hearted, but also simple and cheerful. Most importantly, he is talented. Which woman would not be fascinated by such a handsome man who can both be a gentleman and a housewife? Anyway, Eve has decided that Frank is the only one for her in this life. He was occupied by and before, but now Frank can only belong to her for the rest of his life. Alas, Sister EMO, for someone like me, you don't have to say more. I, Eve, am not an irresponsible woman. Just listen to me on this matter. Eve raised her hand to interrupt Frank and took the almost finished dinner plates to the kitchen to wash. The matter was settled. Frank felt helpless and touched when he saw this. Eve was so overbearing. What do? He likes it so much. Tisk. Xiao Xia looked at Frank, whose mouth was almost stretched to his ears with joy, and snorted disdainfully. Frank also stood up and walked into the kitchen to wash the dishes with Eve. The two smiled at each other, just like an old married couple. After the two of them cleaned up, Eve put her arm around Frank's waist and whispered a few words to his back. Then the two began their sweet duo game, playing round after round until Frank was really tired and sleepy, and they turned off the lights and went to bed. It was just that while the two were playing the game, Frank suddenly received a remittance from the company for the copyright sales and on-demand revenue of his songs. Xiao Xia also converted his salary into points and exchanged them for 2 powerful pills. Otherwise, Frank would have stayed up late playing games, and who knows how much damage he would have done to his kidneys. Frank was just about to cry when he saw the 20 million salary that had just been deposited into his account disappear in an instant. It's really like getting rich overnight and then losing everything overnight. However, after his salary was exchanged for 2 powerful pills, Frank clearly felt that his physical condition had greatly improved. But compared to a martial arts genius like Eve, and the fact that she has been practicing martial arts since she was a child, her fighting strength is not something Frank can resist now. Looking at Frank's adorable sleeping form nestled in her arms, Eve felt more content than ever before. Chapter 48. What? I'm still married? These 2 days, Eve and Frank have been spending time together like a newlywed couple. As soon as Monday came, after the Civil Affairs Bureau started working, Eve took Frank to register for marriage early in the morning. Sorry, missin'. This Frank is currently shown as married. You can't register for marriage. However, the staff at the Civil Affairs Bureau told Eve that Frank was still married and long will practice monogamy, so they could not register successfully. Frank was confused. Didn't he and sign a divorce agreement before? Has your system not updated the data yet? Eve frowned. Frank told her that he and had signed the divorce agreement. Mizzen, our system data is always up to date. Although the staff had professional smiles on their faces, their hearts were surging with emotions. Oh my God! It was only her first day at work, and she received such a big melon. And it was the kind that was ripe. Eve and Frank actually came to register their marriage, but Frank had not divorced, and yet, Li Jie secretly took a breath of cold air. As 2 giant female presidents in the entertainment industry, Eve and Annie are known to everyone who uses the internet. Frank has been on the hot search list for the past 2 days and is now a very popular topic. Li Jie can guarantee that if the gossip about these 3 people is exposed, it will definitely be a big event that will shock the entertainment industry. Sister Yimo, maybe there's something wrong with Annie? Frank thought about it and concluded that it must have not taken the divorce agreement to go through the process. So the Civil Affairs Bureau system did not show that he and were divorced. I'll go find Annie and ask her what's going on. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Eve was in a very low mood, and Frank held her hand to comfort her. I'm worried about you, so I'll go with you. Eve began to get annoyed with Anne. That bitch actually played this trick on her. Hateful. Eve's back teeth almost broke when she thought about Frank being married to someone else. No need, Sister EMO. Didn't you say that something happened to the company? I can go find her myself. No matter what, the matter between me and her must be resolved. Frank shook his head. This was a matter between him and Anne. If Eve came along, they would probably start fighting, which would be difficult to handle. But Eve doesn't want Frank to see Anne alone. Especially she doesn't want Frank and to be alone together. I'll let Sister Lan go with me. Frank didn't plan to go see Anne alone, so he could go with Xia Qinglan. Oh well. Eve thought about it and agreed. She trusted Xia Qinglan very much, and she also knew that if she went to see Annie now, she would not be able to help but beat Annie to a cripple. Damn bitch. She actually wants to monopolize Frank. However, just after Frank and Eve left the Civil Affairs Bureau, Li Jie couldn't help but release this big news anonymously and share it with netizens. Really? Eve and Frank actually registered their marriage? The problem is, they haven't registered yet. Didn't they say Frank and were divorced? 666. Your circle is so chaotic. Fuck, I just don't understand. Frank is just a little handsome, can sing a few original songs, and has a little talent. How can he be worthy of our Eve? That's right. Eve belongs to all of us. How can she marry someone else? Damn it. Did Frank give Eve some kind of drug? Eve actually wants to be with a divorced man like him. Don't be angry, those handsome guys above. You are not even 1,000th as good as Frank. Not to mention that Eve likes Frank. If Frank could be with me, I will give him my life. +1. Everything about Frank looks exactly like the man of my dreams. With the help of Frank's popularity, the gossip she shared quickly became the #1 hot search, not only gaining traffic, but also increasing her fans. Eve and the new top singer Frank failed to register their marriage at the Civil Affairs Bureau because of Mr. Chun. When Richard saw this trending search, his first reaction was disbelief. But when Richard saw the pictures Lee Jie posted of Frank and Eve leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau together, as well as the pictures of Frank and Anne's notarized marriage, he could no longer remain calm. He grabbed the bag on the table, left the villa that Annie had arranged for him, and went to find Annie in a hurry. Annie, who also noticed this trending search, didn't have much interest in working and just threw the documents in her hand to the ground. Her pair of jade hands were clenched into fists until they turned pale, and her face gradually became gloomy. The housekeeper standing by saw that his young lady looked unhappy and sighed slightly in his heart, and smiled since Frank had left the house. Even now at home, his face still looks annoyed and irritable. "Miss, please have breakfast first." The butler brought a sumptuous breakfast to Anne's table. "Aunt Chun, I have no appetite. Please go down first and leave me alone," and frowned tiredly. She had been feeling unwell both physically and mentally these past few days. "Miss, no matter what, you still have to eat breakfast, otherwise it will upset your stomach," Butler Chun advised worriedly. When Frank was still around, he used to make breakfast for her and himself. Now that the chef has changed and feels that the breakfast is not to her taste. It's not that the food is bad, on the contrary, her chef is comparable to the chefs in five-star hotels. But she always felt like something was missing, so she found this sumptuous breakfast tasteless. "I know, just leave it there and I'll eat it later." Annie signaled to housekeeper Chun to put breakfast aside, then waved her to leave as she wanted to be alone. "Then, miss, remember to eat." Butler Chun knew what his young lady was thinking, so he reminded her to make sure to eat, and then he left the study. "Frank, you change your mind pretty quickly," and watched the online discussions and saw Frank and Eve leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau arm in arm. She felt bad. "You said you loved me and couldn't leave me before, but that was all fake. You've only been away from me for a week, and you've already fallen in love with someone else. You really are, really promiscuous. But you can't walk with others without my permission," and took out the previous divorce agreement from the drawer. Only Frank had signed it, and she did not sign it at that time, because after Frank left, she suddenly had a premonition that if she signed the divorce agreement, she would regret it. That's why she never signed. Legally speaking, Frank was still her husband, so she had the right and responsibility to bring him home and discipline him properly, since he was unfaithful to her husband. "Miss, Mr. Richard is here to see you." Just when, and was thinking about how to capture Frank and train him, her former lover Richard showed up. Chapter 49. Miss, Frank is back. At this time, Richard had already followed Butler Chun arrogantly and broke into Anne's study. "Aunt Chun, please go down first. After all, it is Annie's private matter. Aunt Chun is just her housekeeper and has no right to interfere too much." Housekeeper Chun took a look at Richard, who was about 60% similar to Frank, and she secretly compared them in her mind. Frank, who is soft, cute, kind, and generous. Richard has a hint of hostility between his eyebrows. And the way Richard looked at and seemed to hide some purpose, not as pure and clear as Frank's attitude towards Anne. Alas, Butler Chun has lived for most of his life and has always been very good at judging people. Compared to Richard, whom Anne has been thinking about, she prefers the simple Frank. It's a pity her young lady failed to accept Frank as true love and instead abandoned Frank for Richard in front of her. Sometimes she felt sorry for Frank. Alas, Butler Chun sighed again in his heart and left the study silently. "Annie, I hope you can give me an explanation." Richard couldn't bear it anymore and asked directly, "Are you in love with someone else?" Richard was sharp-eyed and saw the divorce agreement on her desk, but the area where the woman signed was left blank. He knew that what had been circulated online this morning was true. She really didn't divorce Frank. He should have noticed long ago that Anne's feelings for him were no longer as deep and loyal as before. But he thought it didn't matter, as long as he could stand by her side. But the gossip on the internet today made him feel an unprecedented crisis. He had thought that Anne and Frank were divorced, so he was confident that he could be the only man by her side in the future. But now Frank and Anne are not divorced, so what qualifications does he have to stand by her side? Even if he was willing to stay with her as a lover, others would only point fingers at him and say he was a mistress. What's more, I might have already fallen in love with Frank. Faced with Richard as questioning, and was silent for a long time. She was thinking seriously, but when Richard saw her hesitation, he understood. You're in love with that Frank, aren't you? Richard suppressed his jealousy and resentment towards Anne and Frank, and looked at Anne with gritted teeth. Maybe, and was silent for a long time. She was not sure whether she liked Frank. But after Frank left, she felt more and more uncomfortable. Now, every night when she was alone in her empty room, she would think about Frank warming her bed, calling her dear, and satisfying her certain desires, which made her indulge in it every time. Normally, he would blow her hair gently and considerately, and even learn massage specifically for her so that she could relax her body when she was tired from work. It can be said that during the 3 years of marriage with Frank, and received great satisfaction and happiness from Frank. But now when she saw Frank with another woman, her heart felt suffocating and painful as if someone was grabbing it. Maybe she had fallen in love with Frank without realizing it. She just didn't know it. Annie, do you still love me? Richard had seen many promiscuous women who had several relationships at the same time. They claimed that they wanted to give every man a home, but in fact they were just female sea kings. But for a young, wealthy, white, and beautiful woman like, and no matter how promiscuous she is, there will always be countless men willing to throw themselves into her trap. I've loved you before. Richard's figure was reflected in Anne's eyes, but the joy of the past was no longer in her eyes. Just by looking at his face, which was 60% similar to Frank's appearance emerged clearly in her mind, and her heart began to waver. Once, this word is really heartbreaking. Richard held his heart and shook his body. His face was pale, and his eyes were slowly filled with tears, as if the pain in his heart was about to overflow from those sad eyes. Seeing Richard's heartbroken look, Anne remained silent and felt a little guilty. But now she clearly understood her own heart. She didn't know when her love for Richard faded away. It was only her obsession back then that made her keep Richard by her side. Richard's eyes were red and misty. He bit his lower lip slightly, looking aggrieved, as if accusing Anne of being ruthless. And his pitiful appearance would make any woman feel distressed when seeing him. If the old Annie had seen this, she would have felt extremely distressed and would have even rushed forward to support him to show her concern and love. But now Anne didn't feel much about Richard's weak attitude, and even felt a sense of impatience inexplicably rising in her heart. Richard, am not an unreasonable person. Since you don't like me anymore, I won't bother you anymore. Richard's hands were clenched tightly, his lips were trembling, and his sobs echoed in the air, which was heartbreaking. Richard, I'm sorry. Seeing how sad he was, Annie felt a little soft-hearted and thought about giving him some compensation in the future. After all, she was the one who let him down. Richard saw that and was just apologizing and had no intention of redeeming him. A dark light flashed in his eyes, but he pretended to be very open-minded on the surface. You don't have to apologize to me. We have known each other for a while, so let's just stay friends from now on. Richard's words sounded a bit humble and yielding, but it must be said that his weakness and understanding did cause and to feel guilty. I just returned to China, and I have lost contact with my old friends. Now I only have you as my friend. Richard knew that he could not change the fact that and had fallen in love with someone else. But he won't let go. He will get what he wants, no matter what means. So, I would like to ask you for a favor. Richard had to settle for the next best thing and choose another way to achieve his goal. Well, go ahead, and was secretly relieved to see that Richard did not choose to get entangled with her. At the same time, she also looked at Richard's proud and noble attitude as before. At that time, she felt that he was different from those men who coveted her family's power, and he therefore attracted her attention. But looking at him again now, she felt vaguely that Richard had lost some of his former vigor and pride, and had become more compromising and smooth, as if his personality had been smoothed out by the secular world. I've also studied film and television literature abroad in recent years. I want to try my hand in the entertainment industry. After all, I have to make money to support myself in the future. Richard half-jokingly said, I just don't know if your Tianyu can accept a newcomer like me. That's no problem. And saw that this was all Richard's request. And after all, he was someone she once liked, so she called her assistant directly. Richard can go to sign the contract at any time. And since it was and who personally ordered it, it is estimated that Richard's resources in the entertainment industry will not be too bad. Thank you, Sister Annie. Seeing this, Richard gave and a sweet smile. Um, and looked at his sweet smile, feeling a little dazed. Frank once gave her such a sweet and dependent smile, and every time he smiled, she felt satisfied, but she had always turned a blind eye to it. Now that Frank had left, she realized belatedly that Frank had occupied an important place in her heart a long time ago. Miss, Frank is back. He is waiting for you in the living room. About Frank's sudden return with a woman. Richard, the white moonlight that Miss Today liked in the past, is also here. If they were to meet, what a hell of a scene it would be. Housekeeper Chun felt tired just thinking about it, but after hesitating for a moment, she still came to report to Annie. She just hopes that her lady can see her own heart clearly and see if she can still win back Frank. After all, in her heart, she still likes Frank as her male master. P.S. Alas, I have written so blandly, but the great author still found it. Chapter 50 and Frank, who allowed you to bring another woman back. When and heard that Frank had returned, she immediately stood up from her chair, a flash of joy flashing across her face. But she herself was unaware of it. Richard, who had been keeping an eye on her, saw it and suddenly felt a little jealous. Sister Anne, since Frank is here to see you, I'd better step away to avoid any misunderstandings. Although Richard wanted to go to see Frank with, and so that Frank could see clearly his relationship with Anne. But now he understands that Anne's heart is no longer with him, and he has to find a chance to make and change her mind. But he knew and well, she would never look down on any man who stuck to her and would even feel impatient with him. Because she has been so popular with boys since she was a child, and because of her family background, countless men want to fall for her. So if you want to win her favor, you have to be different. Richard would not be like those ordinary men who pester her and give her away. He must be noble and excellent enough so that she will be attracted to him. As the saying goes, it is difficult to change one's nature. She was like that 8 years ago, and it should be like that now. So Richard decided to play hard to get her attention again. As expected, she was truly delighted and touched by Richard's thoughtful and considerate behavior. Since we are friends now, there is no need for you to hide and dodge. Just follow me. But Anne thought it was unimportant, so she took Richard downstairs to see Frank. She wanted to see if Frank would be jealous when he saw another man around her. Snort. Frank used to be a jealous person. Every time he saw her getting close to other men, even if they had nothing to do with each other, he would get jealous and angry. Of course, if Frank still loved her and showed weakness to her and asked for forgiveness, she could accept him back home. Thinking that Frank would soon return to her, she couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. She knew very well that Frank loved her to the core and would never let her go. Now that Frank has come back to see her, he must have learned that she has not divorced him and is excited to return to her arms. But Anne thought more. When she took Richard down the stairs, she saw Frank talking and laughing with a woman in the spacious living room. Suddenly, Annie's face turned from sunny to gloomy. Butler Chun, who was standing by, saw this and sighed helplessly. When Richard saw this, he secretly laughed at Frank in his heart. Idiot. He thought Frank came back to reconcile with Anne, but he didn't expect Frank to be so stupid as to bring another woman back. Don't you know that Anne is a woman who can't tolerate any grain of sand in her eyes? Frank's return with another woman was bound to anger, and, let alone reconciliation between them. As expected, Annie was full of joy 1 second, but her face became gloomy the next, and she exuded a cold aura. Frank had just finished talking with Xia Qinglan. He was going to participate in the recording of the variety show Running Man and the love variety show Xingyu next. Suddenly, he felt an unfriendly gaze behind him. Frank looked back and saw Anne standing beside him with a sullen face. Frank, who allowed you to bring another wild woman back here? And came up and questioned with gritted teeth. First, Annie's sister Lon is not some wild woman. She's my agent now. Second, you have brought your man back, so you have no right to say anything about me. Third, I came back to sign the divorce agreement with you. Frank frowned, looked directly into Anne's cold eyes, and retorted calmly. At the same time, Frank also glanced at Richard behind her, but he didn't care. Frank, say that again. Heard that Frank was coming back to divorce her, she got furious. She has always been the one who abandons others. So when did anyone tell her that they had broken up? Annie, what do you mean? It was you who wanted a divorce and a breakup in the first place. Now that I'm helping you, why are you so angry at me? Frank frowned, then took out a new divorce agreement that he had already signed. Don't worry, you already gave me $5 million as a breakup fee last time, so I won't ask you for anything else this time. According to the agreement they signed when they got married, if they divorced, Anne's property would be divided equally with him. But Frank understood that it was unrealistic to divide the property equally, and it was already a great honor for her and to give him 5 million. So Frank didn't make a fuss about dividing her property equally, because that was impossible. Sign it now, and let's part ways in peace. Frank handed in the divorce agreement and smiled calmly. Part ways in peace? Frank, you're dreaming. Without my permission, you can't be with another wild woman. And reached out and slapped away the divorce agreement that Frank handed over, looking at Frank coldly. Hey, are you being reasonable? You were the one who wanted a divorce before. Frank also got angry. He was not the original person who loved and to death. He didn't like it at all. He despises a woman who plays with other people's feelings. Well, I don't want to leave now. What can you do? And crossed her arms across her chest and even started to act like a scoundrel. You. Frank was shocked. This damn woman actually played this trick on him. Mr. Chun, aren't you afraid that your lover will get angry and jealous if you do this? Confronted Annie without any fear. Sister, please don't slander me. I'm just Sister and S friend, not her lover. Richard also stepped forward and explained. TSK, the wife follows the husband's lead. What friends are they talking about? Who would believe it if I told anyone else? Xiaqing Lan pulled Frank away from them and started speaking in a sarcastic tone to Anne and Richard. You, Frank, I know you have always liked Sister Anne, but there is no need for you to bring another woman back to anger Sister, and just because of me. Richard glared at Xiaqing Lan, then turned around and acted like a caring brother to persuade Frank. Actually, there's nothing between me and Sister Annie. It's just that I just returned to China and don't have any other friends. Sister Annie gave me some help because of our past relationship, but she actually still cares about you very much. After that, Richard took Anne's hand again and spoke for Frank sincerely. Sister, and Frank only came back to divorce you because he loves you. Don't blame him for misunderstanding him anymore. He definitely didn't ask you for a divorce just because of this sister. However, Richard's kind words aroused Anne's jealousy. Frank didn't divorce Xiaqing Lan for her, but he did it for Eve. Frank and Eve leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau this morning and was just watching them. Hey, what you said is not right. Our Frank doesn't like her anymore? Okay. Yes, with our Eve now. Xiaqing Lan looked at Richard, who seemed to be caring about others, and always felt that he was just gossiping and stirring up trouble. That's enough. Frank, I'm not divorcing you, and don't even think about leaving me. When Anne heard that Frank was going to be with Eve, she angrily pushed Xiaqing Lan away, grabbed Frank's wrist, and was about to take him back and lock him up. Annie, that's enough. However, Frank shook off her hand without any hesitation. After taking 3 powerful pills, his strength was no longer comparable to that of an ordinary woman. Even Anne, who was well-trained, was not paying attention and was able to free Frank from his restraints, and was also a little surprised, wondering when did Frank become so strong? Never mind that Frank had resisted her in the past. Even if she had taken the initiative to let him take the top position, he would have been exhausted, and in the end it was still her who took the initiative. Annie, the old Frank has given up on me, but now I don't like you anymore. If you don't agree to divorce, according to the marriage laws of Manhwa, a couple can get an unconditional divorce after being separated for 1 year. And I am now living with Eve, and I will be with her for the rest of my life. I wish you happiness and hope you don't destroy my current life. Seeing that she was unwilling to sign the divorce, Frank didn't want to get entangled with her any longer, so he could only let Eve wait another year. After saying that, Frank put away the divorce agreement and prepared to take Xiaqing Lan away. Stop. Did I let you go? Chapter 51. Damn, I was careless, and asked the family's bodyguards to block Frank and Xiaqing Lan's way. Frank, you are really getting more and more outrageous. I am your wife. Who else do you want to be with? And laughed out of anger, especially after hearing that Frank and Eve were living together. She felt like her head was filled with green grass. Someone tie Frank up and take him back to the house. Get all the other irrelevant people out. Annie gave instructions directly to the dozen or so bodyguards who came over. Yes. Upon hearing this, the female bodyguards immediately rolled up their sleeves and started attacking Frank and Xiaqing Lan. Annie, what on earth do you want?